Chapter 2645 Advanced Bronze Combat Technique. Upon seeing Violet Cloud resisting a mental assault at the 80-yard mark, Aqua rose and the others goggled in shock. After all, there were no changes to Violet Cloud's expression. It was obvious that the 80-yard mental assault posed no problem for her. In fact, she could probably move even closer to the statue. She actually managed to improve her mental condensation by so much already. At this moment, even Faux was astonished when he looked at Violet Cloud. If players wished to absorb Divine Will quickly, they could rely on mental condensation, aside from items that aided in concentration recovery. The more condensed one's mental state was when clashing with the mental assault of a Divine Will, the greater one's absorption rate of Divine Will would become. Only, there was no concrete technique to allow players to condense their mental state because a person's mental state was insubstantial. Players could only sense it and not touch it directly. The only thing players could do was focus their attention and resist distractions. At this moment, it was obvious that Violet Cloud had gained improvements in mental condensation, which strengthened her mental state significantly. As a result, she could resist a stronger mental assault. Otherwise, there was no way she could withstand the 80-yard mental assault so easily. Faux had long known that Violet Cloud was very talented. After all, in the past, she had relied on her own strength to reach Tier 6, when over 90% of the geniuses supported by the various superpowers had ended up getting stuck at Tier 5, never to cross the final threshold. One could easily imagine how frightening Violet Cloud's talent was for her to accomplish this impossible feat without any support. However, Violet Cloud's talents had still surpassed Feng's expectations, despite him knowing the girl's past. This was clearly everyone's first time executing mental condensation. Not even Feng had learned any techniques or methods to better execute mental condensation. However, after training for just a little over an hour, Violet Cloud had actually achieved a breakthrough already. Her talent was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud's sudden breakthrough spurred everyone's fighting spirit. They immediately took a few steps forward in order to test whether they could resist a stronger mental assault or not. In this situation, even Feng himself could not help advancing an additional 5 yards, seating himself 85 yards away from the statue before him. However, Feng instantly paled after resisting a mental assault at the 85-yard mark. His consciousness also turned blurry for quite some time. I advanced by just an additional 5 yards, yet I'm actually losing nearly 10% of my concentration per hit. I also barely absorbed any Divine Will. Sure enough, mental condensation isn't something that can be improved on so easily. Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at Violet Cloud resisting the 80-yard mental assaults with ease. He had expected his mental state to have improved by quite a bit after experiencing so many mental assaults at the 90-yard mark. However, it seemed that it was merely wishful thinking. It seems I can only return and slowly accumulate concentration, Feng thought, shaking his head, and stood up to return to his original location. As he got to his feet, the statue before him released another wave of mental pressure. This time, though, he did not try to resist it, just passively endured it. After enduring this mental assault, Feng immediately felt his consciousness blur slightly. His control over his body also became slightly sluggish. Overall, though, he fared a lot better than with active resistance. Despite facing the same mental assault, there's such a huge difference between passively enduring and actively resisting. If the effects of actively resisting the mental assault were the same as the result I just experienced, I would most likely be able to move within 30 yards of the statue. Feng could not help but sigh ruefully when he sensed the effects of passive endurance. When he reached his original position, another mental assault washed over him, nearly making him lose his footing. After experiencing this mental assault, though, he paused as a spark of inspiration flashed across his eyes. So, that's the case. Why didn't I think of this before? Feng clenched his fists as realization dawned upon him. He then turned to the nearby statue and thought, The reason why the effects of passively enduring the mental assaults are so subdued is simply that I gave up control over my body and allowed my mental state to go along with the divine will during the brief instant of collision. However, when I actively resist the mental assault, I'm struggling against the divine will to retain control over my body. The concentration consumed in doing so is naturally much greater. With sufficiently high control over my own body, I should have a much easier time resisting the divine will. After thinking up to this point, Faux immediately sat down and started testing his theory. Previously, he had been fully focused on using his mental state to resist the divine will's influence. Now, he chose to spread his focus across his entire body instead, to prevent anything from influencing his control over it. In the next moment, another mental assault arrived. Although Faux's complexion paled slightly, a smile formed on his face. Sure enough. Faux grew excited when he sensed the amount of concentration he had just lost. Originally, he would lose around 1/40th of his maximum concentration when resisting a 90-yard mental assault. Now, however, he had lost only 1/50th of his concentration. Although the improvement was minor, he had, at the very least, taken the first step in the correct path of resisting the mental assaults. Following which, Faux retreated further back and sat down just outside of the range of the statue's mental assaults. He then considered ways to further strengthen the control he had over his body, to spread his focus across his entire body as much as possible. Or to put it in another way, he tried to exert all his muscles in one direction. That way, he could achieve maximum control over his body. However, this was Faux's first time doing such a thing. Even though he had already reached the domain realm and achieved precision control over his 5 senses and physical body, he had never tried exerting every muscle in his body in a single direction. When he actually tried doing so, he discovered what a challenge he had set up for himself. No matter how hard he tried, he succeeded with less than 10% of his muscles. Sure enough, it really is difficult. It would be great if I had a combat technique that could help adjust my muscles' direction of exertion. As Faux tried exerting every one of his muscles in the same direction, he felt that this feat was even more difficult than executing a bronze combat technique. After all, a bronze combat technique utilized only a portion of his muscles. Moreover, the utilized muscles wouldn't move in the same direction either. That's it. Inspiration dawned upon him as his thoughts wandered in the direction of combat techniques. Since there's no such combat technique in existence, I can just create one. Even if I can't utilize every muscle in my body, it will still be good enough if I can utilize a greater portion. After thinking so, he started creating such a combat technique. Compared to advanced combat techniques, the combat technique Faux was conceptualizing was much more difficult. However, with his extensive combat experience and ability to integrate advanced combat techniques into his every action, albeit just barely, creating such a combat technique wasn't an impossible task. This was just like manipulating the mana inside a magic array. The proper manipulation of the mana of a magic array could boost the magic array's power beyond what it could normally display. Meanwhile, what he needed to do now was to treat a portion of his body as a magic array and his muscles as the mana flowing through this magic array. 1 hour. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU 3 hours. 9 hours. After 10 hours of trial and error, Lightforged City's stable space rippled. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Faux's ears, its contents echoing in his mind. System, congratulations. You have created an advanced bronze combat technique. Please name your combat technique. Chapter 2646, Divine Change. What? An advanced bronze combat technique. Faux was stunned when he saw the system notification. The combat technique he had aimed to create this time was only meant to give him better control over his body so that he could resist stronger mental assaults. In his opinion, it would be fortunate if such a combat technique could be deemed an advanced combat technique. However, it turned out he had miraculously created an advanced bronze combat technique. Moreover, he had never even heard of advanced bronze combat techniques. As far as he knew, for combat techniques, what came after the bronze rank was the silver rank, with nothing in between. Hence, he truly could not help his astonishment. Most importantly, this combat technique he had just created couldn't even be considered a complete product. After all, in its current state, this new combat technique merely allowed him to exert a portion of his muscles, nothing more. There were no follow-up moves to convert it into an offensive or defensive technique. At best, it was a semi-finished product. Is it because it is an unfinished technique that the system is unable to give an accurate evaluation, hence, it is labeled an advanced bronze combat technique? While entertaining such thoughts, Faux executed his newly created combat technique and punched at the empty air in front. And indeed, his new combat technique was truly frightening. Thanks to this new technique, just his punch alone destabilized the space before him. This result was notable since he was currently standing inside Lightforged City, a city that had been strengthened by ancient gods. The space within the city should be extremely stable. Power that could originally destabilize space in the outside world wouldn't necessarily be capable of doing so inside Lightforged City. In fact, even Tier 5 powerhouses shouldn't think of destabilizing the space here. Nevertheless, the punch he just executed had made the space before him ripple slightly. As a Tier 3 player, he definitely shouldn't be capable of exhibiting such power even with a bronze combat technique. At the very least, the bronze combat technique Lightning Flash he had learned couldn't do so. It seems this combat technique that exerts my muscles in a single direction has considerable potential. It is clearly only a semi-finished product, and I can exert only 15% of my entire body's muscles, at most, yet I can already exhibit such power. If I can complete this technique and use it to exert all my muscles, its power would most likely rival gold combat techniques. When Faux saw the system's evaluation, he immediately realized the possibility of creating a powerful combat technique. Currently, plenty of combat techniques have been found in God's domain already. However, combat techniques at the bronze rank and above were still incredibly rare. Learning these combat techniques was also incredibly difficult, even if players had a legacy tablet. If he could create a silver or gold combat technique and freely distribute it to the guild's core members to learn, then the standard of Zero Wing's experts would rise to a whole new level. As Faux was lost in his thoughts, the system sent him another notification. System, please name your combat technique. If you do not name it, the system will automatically generate a name for it after 10 minutes. A name? After giving the matter some thought, Faux said, since I created this combat technique for the purpose of training using Divine Will, let's call it Divine Change. After he named his new technique, he shifted his gaze toward the nearby statue. Currently, Violet Cloud had already advanced to the 60-yard mark. The others had similarly made significant improvements. For example, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Iluafe were now at the 75-yard mark. As for melee players like Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Yen Tianqing, although they fared slightly worse, they had reached the 80-yard mark. Their performance was much better than Fang's. Meanwhile, after Faux observed everyone for a while, Violet Cloud actually stood up from her spot and moved to the 50-yard mark. Her mental condensation's improvement speed was simply inhuman. It seems I have to give my new technique a try. Although it is only a semi-finished product, it should still improve my results by a large margin. Faux could not help a bitter smile when he saw Violet Cloud sit by the 50-yard mark. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, he didn't need to be the best at everything, but he definitely couldn't be the worst. Otherwise, it would simply be humiliating. Following which, Faux moved past the 100-yard mark and slowly walked toward the statue. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members seated before the statue noticed his arrival and could not help shifting their attention to him. The guild leader is finally prepared to raise his concentration. The sight of Faux entering the range of the Divine Will's mental assaults piqued Aqua Rose's curiosity. Previously, Faux had moved beyond the 100-yard mark and sat quietly in a corner. This situation had confused her and everyone else. They simply could not understand what he was doing. Although they had obtained citizenship in Lightforge City and gained the qualifications to stay for however long they wanted in the city, the duration of the alchemy array they had to use prevented them from staying inside the ancient secret land for long periods. Hence, every second and minute spent inside Lightforge City was incredibly precious. However, Faux had actually wasted 10 whole hours doing nothing. I really can't figure out why the guild leader sat there for so long. He even wasted nearly an hour of the precious concentration recovery potion, Cola muttered as he gazed at Faux in confusion. Originally, their time in Lightforge City was already limited. Now that 10 hours had gone by, they had less than 2 days left. In addition, they had to take a small break once every 2 hours to relax their tense minds. To put it simply, they were pressed for time. Had Faux spent the past 10 hours improving his concentration standard with them, he would have most likely reached the 70 or 80-yard mark already. With the improvement speed at these locations several times better than that at the 90-yard mark, his concentration might even get upgraded to the Tier 4 standard by the time he ran out of Master Concentration Recovery Potions. While everyone was mulling over Feng's actions, Feng arrived at the 85-yard mark. However, he showed no intention of sitting down to train. Instead, he simply stood there quietly as he actively resisted the approaching mental assault. Pang! Upon coming into contact with Feng, the mental assault actually shattered. It shattered. How is this possible? Aqua Rose was stunned when she sensed the mental assault approaching Feng shatter. She turned to stare at Feng. Although they had their eyes shut previously in order to focus their minds while training, they could still clearly sense the mental assault with their minds. When the mental assault came into contact with Feng, it seemed to crash into an immovable wall and shatter. The ensuing ripple from the mental assault shattering was like a flame in darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. Guild leader, what did you do? You can actually shatter that mental assault? Cola asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. The mental assault was intangible. Just trying to actively resist it was already a difficult task. As for shattering the mental assault, that was something none of them had ever considered doing. At this moment, everyone was staring at Feng in confusion. I didn't do anything special. I just tried retaliating against the mental assault. I never thought that it would shatter, Feng said, similarly puzzled by this situation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He had merely tried using divine change against the mental assault to test the technique's effects. He never imagined such a result. In the end, the mental assault did not affect him adversely in any way and simply disappeared like a passing breeze. Feng's answer and the calm look on his face rendered Aqua Rose speechless. This explanation was simply too abbreviated. What did he mean by, just retaliating? Meanwhile, after Feng gave his explanation, he promptly stepped closer to the statue, his heart brimming with curiosity about how much progress he could make using divine change. Chapter 2647, Statue's Forbidden Zone. With each step Feng took toward the majestic statue before him, the mental assault coming from it intensified. However, he kept advancing without being affected in the slightest, as if the mental assault was non-existent. 80 yards. 70 yards. 60 yards. After just a short moment, Feng arrived at the 50-yard mark and stood beside Violet Cloud. At this moment, though, his expression turned slightly serious. It was obvious that the statue's mental assaults were starting to affect him. However, everyone also understood that this was not his limit. Is he a monster? He actually caught up to Violet so quickly. Moreover, he's not even at his limit yet. Luofei, who was seated nearby, stared at Feng in shock. Just what did he do during this period to improve so much? Players that had never attempted mental condensation before might not know how much improvement Faux just displayed. However, everyone present, who had been continuously honing their mental condensation and resisting the statue's mental assaults for more than 10 hours now, knew exactly how much Faux had improved. While Feng's shattering the mental assault at the 85-yard mark might seem very amazing, the mental assault weakened with distance. The 85-yard mental assault was incomparable to the 50-yard mental assault. In fact, Yi Luofei had doubted that Feng could even resist the 50-yard mental assault. As for Violet Cloud, her talent was clear for all to see. Violet Cloud's talent was so great that Yi Luofei found it to be mind-boggling. Hence, when she saw Feng's mental condensation standard and improvement speed losing out to Violet Cloud's, she did not find it surprising at all. Moreover, Violet Cloud was a magical class player, which gave her an advantage over melee players when it came to mental condensation. This point was clear from everyone's training results during this period. Therefore, it was very normal for Feng to be inferior to Violet Cloud. Now, however, Feng had actually surpassed Violet Cloud, shattering even the 50-yard mental assault. This situation was truly surprising. After all, Feng had been training his mental condensation outside the 100-yard mark. Trying to improve one's mental condensation at that distance was much more difficult. This was something they had tested for themselves during their break periods. However, even under such a situation, Feng had still managed to surpass Violet Cloud. The amount of talent he possessed was simply ludicrous. While Yi Luofei was in a daze, Feng had arrived at the 30-yard mark. And upon retaliating against the mental assault here, he stumbled back one step, his complexion immediately turning pale. It seems it's going to be difficult to get any closer than this. The power of the mental assault here is already several times that of the 50-yard mental assault. It's no wonder so many people couldn't reach and cross the 30-yard mark in the past. When Feng tried retaliating against the 30-yard mental assault, he had instantly lost 1/15 of his maximum concentration. This was no longer a loss he could afford. In the past, the area within 30 yards of Divine Will statues had been considered a forbidden zone. According to rumors, anyone that managed to train within this zone would see a qualitative leap in their mental condensation standard. Although this improvement would not provide players with a substantial boost in combat power, it would hone their perception of mana to inhuman levels, as well as facilitate the formation of their magic domain when they reached Tier 4. It was even rumored that the improvement one received from training within the Forbidden Zone could provide significant help when challenging the Tier 5 promotion quest. Meanwhile, upon seeing Feng finally fail, Aqua Rose and the others could not help a sigh of relief. After all, if Feng were to get any closer to the statue, they would really start suspecting that they were severely lacking in talent. Although I can't train efficiently at the 30-yard mark, training at the 35-yard mark isn't a bad option either. With this, I shouldn't need more than 2 days to raise my concentration to the Tier 4 standard. Feng could not help but sigh when he looked at the Forbidden Zone before him. However, he wasn't too disappointed. In its current state, divine change was still incomplete. Originally, he thought that he would be fortunate if he could train at the 50-yard mark with the help of the combat technique. After all, he could exert only 15% of his body's muscles in the same direction. He still couldn't unify the strength of the remainder of his body. Hence, he was already quite satisfied with his current results. As for entering the Divine Will's Forbidden Zone, so long as he could perfect divine change, it should not be a problem at all. Following which, Feng returned to the 35-yard mark and started absorbing the Divine Will there, improving his concentration. As he continuously absorbed Divine Will and raised his maximum concentration, the number of players that got resurrected and entered Lightforged City also increased. When the many members of Violet Sword and Azure saw Feng and the others sitting in front of one of the statues on the city walls, they were bemused. I really don't know what those people from Zero Wing are doing. They're actually wasting time sitting before a statue. Do they not know that the peace outside has already shattered completely? Crimson Star could not help her puzzlement when she read the report her subordinates sent her regarding the activities of Zero Wing's members. Violet Swords and Azure's members were all doing their best to improve their combat power in Lightforge City. Zero Wing's members, on the other hand, had wasted 2 whole days doing nothing. Aside from occasionally leaving their position to have a meal at Lightforge City's restaurants, they had spent all their time sitting before one of the statues erected on the city walls. Rather than coming here to train, Zero Wing's members looked as if they were on vacation. Zero Wing probably has its own considerations. After all, when it comes to peak experts, it is already superior to ordinary superpowers, Wildfighter said. Moreover, after the partnership this time, I heard that Azure plans to ally itself with Zero Wing. Afterward, Zero Wing will have a much smoother path ahead of it. Ally? So what if Azure allies with Zero Wing? Let alone Azure, even some super guilds are failing to cope with the current situation. How can Azure possibly have the time to help Zero Wing? Crimson Star said disdainfully. In addition, peak experts are no longer as effective as they were before. The various powers have already researched plenty of war weapons. The usefulness of Tier 3 players is continuously diminishing. Nowadays, Zerg tactics rule the battlefield. Since guild towns and cities no longer enjoyed the protection of NPC soldiers, guilds had lost their greatest assurance. Players no longer had to fear overly powerful NPC soldiers and were free to cause trouble inside guild towns and cities. This was especially good news for powerful experts and developing powers with limited territory. In fact, according to Violet Sword's intelligence network, over 200 guild towns on the western continent had switched owners since the activation of the Demon Gods Chaos expansion pack. And while the various superpowers still hadn't suffered any losses due to this expansion pack, that was mainly because of the large number of Tier 3 experts and peak experts they possessed. Zero Wing, however, was significantly inferior to the various superpowers in this regard. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. This isn't something we need to concern ourselves about. Instructor Tori has just sent news that some of the secretly developing superpowers have started stirring recently, so once we complete our training here, he wants us to station our trump card legion in the 2 guild cities closest to level 100 maps as insurance, Wildfighter said. I understand. Once our time here is up, I'll bring the men over, Crimson Star replied, nodding. Meanwhile, as Crimson Star and Wildfighter were conversing, Faux, who was sitting quietly before one of the city wall statues, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, an invisible ripple spread out from his body, weakening the Divine Will's mental assault considerably. Success. Chapter 2648, Tier 4 Concentration. When the strange ripple appeared from Fang's body, Aqua Rose and the others present promptly noticed it. At the same time, they felt a mental pressure from Faux that they had never felt before. Although this mental pressure was far weaker than what the Divine Will statues radiated, it was inherently the same. Guild leader, did you break through? Aqua Rose could not help asking as she looked at Faux. Although she understood that Faux had achieved a breakthrough, she still wanted confirmation. The difficulty of raising concentration was far greater than she had expected. Even now, she could sense that she was still far from a breakthrough. Even Violet Cloud, whose mental condensation standard was second only to Fang's, had a long way to go, 30% or so to reach the Tier 4 standard and its concomitant qualitative transformation. Emichim, I've reached the Tier 4 standard already, Faux said, nodding happily as he focused his mind on experiencing the changes brought about by having his concentration reach the Tier 4 standard. Tier 4. This was a realm that he was never able to reach in the past no matter what he did. Even though only his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard, for now, it was already more than enough to excite him. In God's domain, Tier 4 was a major turning point for players, a far more important one than when players went from Tier 2 to Tier 3. One could say that more than 99% of Tier 3 players would never be able to reach Tier 4. In order to reach Tier 4, aside from sufficiently high combat standards and equipment standards, one also needed a lot of luck and fortuitous opportunities. If a player lacked any of these factors, the difficulty of reaching Tier 4 would increase exponentially. Now, with Shifeng's concentration at the Tier 4 standard, his chances of attaining Tier 4 in the future had just increased significantly. Guild Leader, what does it feel like to have Tier 4 concentration? Is the difference large? Yan Tianqing asked, curious. Upon hearing Yan Tianqing's question, everyone turned to Shifeng with inquisitive eyes. It's large. It's very large, Shifeng answered after giving the matter some thought. You can say that I've already reached a completely different level. The improvement of the concentration attribute would provide a significant increase in a player's control over their physical body and mana. The concentration attribute reaching the Tier 4 standard would even bring about a qualitative transformation. Take the Holy Annihilation mana technique for example. If executing Light Shadow cost him 10 points of concentration previously, then now, it required only 3 points. As for the concentration cost of executing bronze combat techniques, it had dropped even further. Now, he could basically use bronze combat techniques as if they were advanced combat techniques. In addition, even executing Tier 3 skills and spells at a 100% completion rate would probably no longer be difficult. Even breaking through the 100% threshold was entirely doable. Is the difference really that great? Aqua Rose could not help her incredulity. Although I do not wish to say this, the difference is, indeed, like heaven and earth. Right now, in a situation where I have the same basic attributes, I'm certain my current self can defeat my previous self in less than 10 moves, Shifeng replied, chuckling when he saw the skeptical look Aqua Rose was giving him. Only after his concentration reached the Tier 4 standard did he truly understand how big the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was. It was no wonder the Tier 4 experts in the past could trounce a group of Tier 3 peak experts, with some Tier 4 experts even able to capture a guild town single-handedly. The reason for this wasn't the powerful basic attributes Tier 4 players had but their control over their physical body and mana, which had reached a whole new realm. Even with the same physical body, Shifeng had now doubled his combat power, at the very least. Moreover, the cost of exertion had been drastically reduced. Now, even Zerg tactics were useless against him. In his current state, he could truly destroy an army of players all by himself. The improvement is that much? Iluofe was astonished by Shifeng's example. Before, their guild leader could already be considered invincible among Tier 3 existences. After all, he had overwhelmed the ancient secret land's Tier 4 region chiefs. Now, however, he was claiming that his Tier 4 concentration would let him defeat his previous self in less than 10 moves. At this point, she no longer dared imagine how powerful he currently was. Even actual Tier 4 players might not be a match for him. Alright, we don't have much time left. Hurry up and continue absorbing the divine will. It'll be quite some time before you can enter here again, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at everyone's yearning expressions. The alchemy array they used lasted only 7 days and had a 10-day cooldown. Even if everyone gained the right to stay in Lightforged City for as long as they wanted, they would still have to leave the city for at least 3 days before they could enter again. In addition, whenever they entered the ancient secret land, they had to spend a lot of time traveling to Lightforged City. Overall, they didn't really have much time to train here. At Shifeng's reminder, everyone promptly resumed absorbing the Tier 4 divine will. The statue before them radiated. Although raising their concentration to the Tier 4 standard was incredibly difficult, just absorbing the divine will would still bring about a quantitative improvement to their concentration. Hence, they naturally couldn't waste the remaining time they had left in Lightforged City. Right, Violet, how close are you to achieving a breakthrough? Shifeng asked as he turned to Violet Cloud, who was preparing to resume her training. Just a while ago, Violet Cloud had advanced to the 40-yard mark and was very close to reaching his training spot already. Hence, her absorption rate of Divine Will was just slightly slower than his. I feel that I need to raise my concentration by another 20% or so before I hit the Tier 3 limit, Violet Cloud replied after sensing the current state of her concentration. Only 20%. That quick? Her answer stunned Faux. She was clearly still around 30% away from reaching the Tier 3 limit just now. He never thought that she could progress so rapidly. Taking out the 2 master concentration recovery potions he had left, he said, I still have 2 unused potions, take them. You're giving them to me. But what about everyone else? Violet Cloud automatically hesitated when she saw the 2 potions in Feng's hand. The master concentration recovery potion was incredibly valuable. If she had to do quests and slowly accumulate the required contribution points to exchange for them, it would take ages before she would have enough points for 1 potion. If Feng gave both of his remaining potions to her now, it would be unfair to everyone else. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, take them. You're the closest to achieving a breakthrough now. If your concentration can reach the Tier 4 standard, it'll be a great help to the guild. Aqua and the others will be happy to see that as well, Feng assured her. Giving the potions to someone else might be fine if Violet Cloud's concentration was still a long way from reaching the Tier 4 standard. However, since she was only 20% short of reaching the Tier 3 limit and her Divine Will absorption rate was only slightly inferior to his own, the 2 additional Master Concentration Recovery Potions might help her cross the threshold. Knowing this, he would naturally give both bottles to her. After all, so long as Violet Cloud's concentration reached the Tier 4 standard, Zero Wing would gain another true powerhouse. Guild leader, I definitely won't disappoint you and everyone else. I'll make sure my concentration reaches the Tier 4 standard by the time we leave Lightforge City. Violet Cloud said with determination as she accepted the 2 potions. She then returned to her training spot and focused fully on resisting the approaching mental assaults. As for Feng, he made his way to a quiet corner and shifted his attention to his bag space. Now that my concentration has reached the Tier 4 standard, it should be enough to accept this legacy. Feng's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked at the gigantic memory crystal sitting in his bag space. Chapter 2649, Astonishing Ancient Legacy Lightforge City, Crimson Silver Hotel. As a hotel that catered to Lightforge City's nobles, the Crimson Silver Hotel was off-limits to ordinary players and NPCs. The cost of resting in this prestigious hotel was similarly far beyond that of ordinary hotels. Any normal room within the hotel cost 300 magic crystals or 10 contribution points to rent per day. Even Crimson Star and the others, who had become nobles of Lightforge City due to the Noble Authority token, were unwilling to rest here. At this moment, however, Feng entered the hotel without hesitation, stunning the members of Violet Sword and Azure that saw him. Be it 300 magic crystals or 10 contribution points, neither was cheap. Paying such a high price just for some rest was an unnecessary extravagance. Renting a room in an ordinary hotel for the price of 30 magic crystals or 1 contribution point was more than enough. My lord, how may I be of service? A level 180 female attendant asked respectfully as she approached Feng. I wish to rent a normal room here, Feng said as he handed 300 magic crystals to the attendant. Very well, the female attendant said after verifying the payment. She then took out a crystalline key and gave it to Feng, saying, My lord, here is your room key. You may choose any of the empty rooms upstairs. After accepting the key, Feng promptly made his way to the 2nd floor and entered one of the unoccupied rooms there. As soon as he entered the guest room, the mana density inside actually started rising rapidly. Just a short moment later, the ambient mana had more than doubled already. In addition, the mana here also gave him a soothing and calming feeling. Sure enough, the mana density here is much higher than in ordinary hotels. Feng nodded in satisfaction when he sensed the room's environment. If he merely wanted some rest, he would have gone to an ordinary hotel. However, he didn't intend to rest, but to obtain the ancient legacy recorded inside the memory crystal. Hence, he could not afford to be careless. The noble hotel was much safer than the ordinary hotels in the city. This point was obvious just by looking at its attendants and guards. Every NPC here was at least a level 180, tier 3 NPC. They were not existences current players could afford to provoke. In addition, the noble hotel was protected by a ridiculously strong fourfold, defensive magic array. Under normal circumstances, even tier 5 existences would pose no threat to this magic array, let alone tier 3 and tier 4 existences. Now that Faux no longer had to worry about external disruptions, he immediately took out the memory crystal from his bag and readied himself to read its contents. The memory crystal he obtained would remain in existence for only 2 natural days. He had already spent a lot of this time raising his concentration standard. Now, he had less than 3 hours left to read it. Now that my concentration has reached the tier 4 standard, I should be able to read it, right? Faux could not help being nervous as he tapped his finger on the memory crystal. On this trip to the ancient secret land, his greatest harvest would definitely have to be the memory crystal. In fact, everything else he obtained from this trip couldn't even come close to half the value of this memory crystal. If he still couldn't read the information contained in it, then he really would die from heartache. In the next moment, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, warning. You have discovered a large memory crystal. According to your current concentration, if you read the recorded information completely, there is a very small chance you will enter a deep coma. Do you still wish to read the information? There's still a risk. Faux was stunned when he saw the system notification. Just what is in this thing? Although the tier 4 standard was not the apex of God's domain, it was definitely above average. Even a king had to take tier 4 existences seriously. Now, however, despite his concentration having reached the tier 4 standard already, reading the recorded information still involved a bit of risk. This was simply unbelievable. Although there is a risk, I want to see what is recorded in this thing. Gritting his teeth, Faux chose to read the information in the memory crystal. Memory crystals that contained ancient legacies were incredibly rare in God's domain. In fact, they could be counted on the fingers of one's hands. Previously, due to the very large chance of him falling into a deep coma, Faux did not dare read the recorded information. However, now that the risk had become very small, he naturally had to try. After all, he wouldn't get another opportunity like this again in the future. After he chose to read the contents of the memory crystal, the large crystal in his hand started rapidly gathering mana from its surroundings. It then released a dazzling glow that brightly illuminated the entire room. Afterward, a beam of white light shot out from the memory crystal and into Fang's forehead. For a time, Fang sensed countless images and texts being transferred into his brain. The amount of the information was simply astonishing. It felt as if he had just plunged into a sea of knowledge. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. For the first half hour, Fang still felt fine after receiving the copious information. However, after the transfer process continued for 40 minutes, he felt a stinging in his head as if someone was using a needle to poke his brain. Meanwhile, as time passed, this stinging sensation only intensified. After 80 minutes into the transfer process, Fang felt as if his brain was about to explode. Right then, the beam the memory crystal released disappeared. Immediately afterward, the crystal shattered into countless fragments and vanished from the room. As for Fang, his body swayed slightly, as his mind was in a mess. And when he opened his eyes, the world spun around him. How close! If the transfer process had continued for a few more minutes, I might have fainted. At this moment, Fang felt that the system had tricked him. Despite the warning stating that there was only a very small chance for him to fall into a deep coma, he was clearly very close to breaching the mental protection system, which would have forced him into a deep coma for a very long time. Then, he would definitely die of regret. However, after resting for a few minutes, Faux started feeling much better, the pain in his head having lessened significantly. Meanwhile, the information he had received also came into focus. This is a lie, right? A small, mobile fortress design. Stunned, Faux wondered if the system was playing a joke on him when he looked at the images and text displayed before him. Read latest chapters at World. EU in God's domain, fortresses were much more valuable than towns. After all, aside from providing players with a place to rest, fortresses possessed far greater offensive and defensive capabilities than towns. They were shelters made for all kinds of warfare. Even a small fortress could easily fend off the assault of a large number of Tier 4 existences. Moreover, fortresses had much lower production costs and operation costs, hence, they had been highly popular among the various powers in the past. During Feng's previous life, over 70% of the player's shelters found in level 100+ maps were fortresses. However, the design currently displayed before him was a cut above even ordinary fortresses. In fact, even during his previous life, he had the fortune to witness such constructions only a few times. This construction was the mobile fortress. It was a fortress that could drive countless powers crazy. Chapter 2650, Small Mobile Fortress. No wonder the recorded information is so massive. Thankfully, the information is only for a small mobile fortress. Had it been for a medium mobile fortress, even concentration at the peak of Tier 4 wouldn't have been sufficient to read it. Realization dawned upon Faux when he saw the details regarding the small mobile fortress design. On the surface, the difference between a normal fortress and a mobile fortress might not seem very large, with one stationary and the other mobile. However, the difference distinguishing them was far from just mobility. In the construction of a normal fortress, the construction materials had priority, while magic arrays were secondary. For a mobile fortress, it was the opposite, the magic arrays took priority, while materials were secondary. A mobile fortress could also be labeled a magic fortress. The two constructions were on entirely different levels of complexity. From what Faux could see, just the magic arrays required to construct the small mobile fortress numbered several thousand. Moreover, even the weakest of them was a basic master magic array. One could easily imagine how complex of a construction a mobile fortress was. If the design he received were for a medium mobile fortress, its complexity would be even more frightening, most likely boasting tens of thousands of magic arrays. Just thinking of this number gave him the shivers. However, when Faux took a closer look at the details of the small mobile fortress design, he did not know whether he should cry or laugh. A mobile fortress was something countless powers had yearned to obtain in his previous life. In fact, the superpowers had even been willing to exchange a main city for a mobile fortress. This was despite the exceptionally high difficulty of upgrading a guild city into a main city. A lot of time and effort were needed to obtain a main city. However, even when offered a main city, there had never been any power that was willing to part with their mobile fortress. After all, a mobile fortress was an aerial base. Even though a small mobile fortress's size wasn't comparable to that of a basic town, in a situation where flying mounts were incredibly rare and very few guild cities could get established in level 100+ maps, a mobile fortress was worth far more than 3 main cities. In the past, any power that possessed a mobile fortress had been a target of partnership for the various superpowers. Countless independent peak experts and top adventurer teams would also do whatever they could to gain the qualifications to enter a mobile fortress. Some first-rate guilds that were fortunate enough to obtain a mobile fortress had even instantly become pseudo-superpowers as a result. Moreover, none of the superpowers wished to offend them. Now, although Faux did not obtain an actual mobile fortress, he had the design to make one. Moreover, as an intermediate master magician, he could build a mobile fortress now and instantly stabilize Zero Wing's position in God's domain. This was definitely a matter worth celebrating. However, after studying the design, Faux also discovered a headache. While he indeed possessed the mobile fortress design as well as the necessary skills to construct it, the mobile fortress's material cost was stratospheric. Setting aside the various materials necessary for the several thousand magic arrays, just the materials for the basic structure of the mobile fortress were already more than enough to make any superpower in the current God's domain faint. 8 million magic crystals. 30,000 mana stones. 2 million pieces of mana ore. Although these were all generally available on the market, the amounts required were not something ordinary superpowers could afford. Not to mention, the construction of the small mobile fortress also needed various other valuable materials such as magic metal. By Feng's rough estimates, completing the small mobile fortress would cost a minimum of 50 million gold. Let alone ordinary superpowers, even veteran super guilds would need a long time to collect such an enormous sum of money. Ordinary superpowers would be fortunate to have a liquid fund of 3 or 4 million gold. Even 10 ordinary superpowers combined wouldn't be able to fork out 50 million gold unless they sold off their assets. However, doing so would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. Before they could even finish constructing the mobile fortress, they would have caused the collapse of their guilds already. Most importantly, coins weren't the main problem. After all, coins were the most basic form of currency in God's domain. However, it was a different story for magic crystals, mana stones, and mana ore. Aside from being hard currency, they were also essential items for players to get by. Whether it was now or in the future, this fact would remain true. Hence, the difficulty of obtaining all these materials was much greater than the difficulty of accumulating 50 million gold. Since the minimum material cost alone is already 50 million gold, it's no wonder no powers were willing to sell their mobile fortresses and would even refuse to accept main city-ranked guild cities. If it were up to me, I definitely wouldn't make such an exchange either. Faux could not help a bitter smile when he saw the list of required materials. The value of a main city-ranked guild city indeed surpassed 50 million gold. However, 50 million gold was only the material cost of a small mobile fortress. Moreover, this was under ideal market conditions. Magic crystals, mana stones, and mana ore were in low supply and high demand in God's domain. Just collecting the necessary amount to construct a small mobile fortress would most definitely cause a shortage, which would, in turn, raise their prices. In the end, the material cost would definitely far exceed 50 million gold. In fact, 100 million gold might not even be enough to pay for all the necessary materials. After factoring in the time and labor costs, one would make a loss if they sold their mobile fortress for less than 200 million gold. With Zero Wing's current strength, obtaining the required magic crystals and mana stones shouldn't be a problem. It'll just take some time. However, gathering 2 million pieces of mana ore is a problem. With the Philosopher's Stone's help, he could easily convert magic crystals into mana stones. Overall, he needed just 9.5 million magic crystals, which shouldn't be a big problem for the current Zero Wing, as the guild was earning a large amount of magic crystals through the Starlight Fortress, Stone Forest City, and the Dark World's teleportation gate. However, it was a different story for mana ore. On the surface, mana ore was cheaper than magic crystals. Ordinary players normally wouldn't have any use for mana ore. Only the various powers would occasionally make use of it to construct buildings. However, the production of mana ore was also significantly lower than that of magic crystals because mana ore was an associated ore with only a certain chance of appearing when harvesting ores containing dense mana. In addition, the various superpowers were treating mana ore as a strategic resource and would not sell it unless absolutely necessary. The difficulty of collecting 2 million pieces of mana ore was far greater than the difficulty of collecting 9.5 million magic crystals. Although we currently have an alliance with the Azure Chamber of Commerce and can also source some from the Secret Pavilion, purchasing such a large amount of mana ore will definitely attract the attention of some superpowers. If these superpowers start interfering, it'll become even more difficult to collect mana ore again. It seems I have to secure some grade 2 or grade 3 ore veins. If he tried purchasing the uncommonly used mana ore in bulk, just the price inflation alone would already present a problem. Currently, due to a sharp increase in member count, Zero Wing's daily expenditure had likewise increased substantially. He also needed funds to support the development of the guild's Night Legion, towns, cities, and airport. Now, let alone purchasing 2 million pieces of mana ore, Zero Wing didn't even have the funds necessary to purchase 500,000 pieces. Then, when the guild's members started challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest, the guild would also have to invest a lot of funds and resources to assist them. Overall, Zero Wing was extremely short of funds right now. The only way he could secure a large amount of mana ore now was to acquire a grade 3 ore vein or better. That way, not only could he obtain a long-term supply of mana ore, but he also wouldn't have to worry about interference from the various superpowers. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, as Faux was pondering how to go about obtaining such an ore vein, he suddenly received a call request from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, something big happened to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Aqua Rose reported anxiously. Something big happened. What is it? Faux asked, curious. Due to the Demon God's Chaos Expansion Pack, the entire God's domain had fallen into turmoil, and guild wars were being waged daily. With how large the Purple Thorns Kingdom was, it would be strange if nothing happened there. The Purple Thorns Kingdom is no more. Chapter 2651, Kingdom perishes. The Purple Thorns Kingdom is no more. How did it disappear? Faux was momentarily stunned when he heard Aqua Rose's report. Although there were over 100 kingdoms in God's domain, the strength these kingdoms possessed was no trivial matter. In the case of the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it was average among the various kingdoms in existence. Although it was smaller than Starmoon Kingdom, its national power was only slightly weaker than that of Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, Faux found it hard to imagine that there would be anything capable of destroying a kingdom like the Purple Thorns Kingdom. In the past, kingdoms had started rising and perishing only when quite a number of players had already reached Tier 4 and were preparing to challenge their Tier 5 promotion quest. In the current God's domain, however, let alone preparing to challenge the Tier 5 promotion quest, there wasn't even a single Tier 4 player in existence. It was utterly impossible for players to destroy an entire kingdom. If not for Faux knowing that Aqua Rose would not joke about such an important matter, he really would think that she was kidding him. We still don't know the exact details. All we know is that the entire Purple Thorns Kingdom has been isolated from the outside world. According to the players that managed to escape from the kingdom before its isolation, powerful monsters had suddenly appeared in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and these monsters were aggressively targeting players. At the same time, all NPCs at Tier 3 and above within the kingdom's NPC towns and cities had either disappeared or were placed in a strange state where they could not do combat. As a result, these newly appeared powerful monsters quickly overran the various NPC towns and cities. Moreover, any players killed by these monsters lose 10 levels and have their souls placed in an extremely weakened state, preventing them from logging into God's domain for 10 days. As for the corpses of these players, they are turned into either monsters themselves or food to strengthen these monsters. This incident has already shaken the entire Eastern continent. Every power is sending people to investigate this matter. The Black Dragon Empire and several kingdoms neighboring the Purple Thorns Kingdom have even dispatched their NPC armies to the Purple Thorns Kingdom's border to investigate. However, until now, nobody has managed to obtain any information. On the contrary, the players sent to investigate ended up getting ambushed and killed by the monsters there. Aqua Rose was similarly shocked when she received the news. She never thought that an incident like this would actually happen in God's domain. It might be understandable if it were an NPC city that suffered destruction, but the annihilation of an entire kingdom was simply unimaginable. Moreover, even now, nobody knew what exactly had happened to the Purple Thorns kingdom. This situation made the players operating in the neighboring kingdoms and empires nervous, afraid that their country would become the next Purple Thorns kingdom. If that happened, then all the time and effort they'd spent establishing a foundation in their respective countries would be wasted. The various powers that had been developing in the Purple Thorns kingdom, in particular, were close to going crazy now. In order to develop in the Purple Thorns kingdom, the various powers had purchased large tracts of real estate there. They had even constructed numerous guild towns and cities. However, because of the Purple Thorns kingdom's fall, all of these investments were gone. Many guilds had even collapsed because of this incident. Just thinking of this matter made Aqua Rose shudder. Killed players are turned into either monsters or food that goes to improving the monsters? When Faux heard Aqua Rose's statement, the name of one person came to mind. However, he soon shook his head in denial. Although Beast Emperor possesses the evil god's legacy, he shouldn't be capable of rendering so many powerful NPCs incapable of combat and even destroying the Purple Thorns kingdom. In the past, the evil god's temple had indeed caused many problems for the eastern continent. However, by the time the evil god's temple had become a real threat, quite a number of players had already reached Tier 4. Moreover, the evil beasts of the evil god's temple required a lot of time to build up their strength. In fact, let alone the current evil god's temple, even when the evil god's temple had been at its peak in the past, it couldn't destroy an entire kingdom so quickly. Guild leader, because of this matter, the entire guild is in chaos. Many hidden powers are trying to take advantage of this situation. The players and powers that escaped from the Purple Thorns kingdom, in particular, are now waging war over the various resource spots in Starmoon Kingdom. The entire Starmoon Kingdom is in a mess, Aqua Rose said in frustration. Moreover, many of Starmoon Kingdom's players have started migrating to other kingdoms and empires, which has led to a drop in the player populations of the kingdom cities. The kingdom's economy is now plummeting, I understand. Have Fire and the others get ready. We'll return to Starmoon Kingdom immediately, Faux said, nodding. Originally, he had planned to partner with Azure to visit the neutral sea zone off the Silvermoon Empire and see if they could occupy one of the islands there. If he had a guild town in that neutral sea zone, it would serve as a foundation for Zero Wing to develop its naval strength on the western continent. At this point, the accessible resource spots on the main continent were mostly occupied already. There were barely any resource spots left for Zero Wing to claim. To develop on the western continent, Zero Wing would have to occupy a level 100+ neutral map or develop out at sea. However, establishing a foothold in a level 100+ neutral map was easier said than done. Not even the local superpowers could pull it off. Hence, Faux had decided to let Zero Wing develop in the western continent's neutral sea zones. Given the current situation, however, it would seem that his plan was no longer viable. What about Violet? Her concentration should be close to reaching the Tier 4 standard already. If we leave now, Aqua Rose had to ask. Let her stay here and continue training. The rest of us will head back first, Faux decided. Moreover, we also need a powerful expert to safeguard our territories here on the western continent. I understand. I'll contact Fire and the others now and have them get ready, Aqua Rose said before disconnecting the call and gathering the other members of Zero Wing. As for Faux, he did not idle around but contacted Duan Hanshan right away. Guild leader Black Flame, seeing as you're contacting me so suddenly at this time, you've probably received news about the Purple Thorns Kingdom as well and wish to have Azure help you return to the eastern continent, right? Duan Hanshan said, smiling as he caressed his beard. Elder Hanshan really is amazing. That's right. We plan to return to the eastern continent. However, trying to send back 100 players is a little difficult for us, so we'll need your chamber's help, Faux said, nodding. Of course, we will pay the fees according to market price. Currently, the interactions between the two main continents were growing. Some superpowers capable of intercontinental travel had even started offering teleportation services. Ordinary powers still lacked the qualifications to utilize these services. However, now that Zero Wing and Azure were allies, Azure naturally wouldn't refuse to teleport Zero Wing's members back to the Eastern Continent. Guild leader Black Flame, you're being too polite. Our two guilds have just become allies, so let's just set the fee aside, Duan Hanshan said, waving his hand. We only hope that we can send some of our guild's young talents to interact and train at your guild. May I know if guild leader Black Flame can do us this favor? Of course, that won't be a problem. Only by interacting with each other can we improve more quickly. This is a good thing for both of us. How can I possibly refuse? Fong replied, slightly surprised by Duan Hanshan's proposal. He never thought that the Azure Chamber of Commerce would consider such an action. This offer was good news for Fong. After all, he was basically getting free labor. Moreover, he could tell that Azure was expressing its goodwill to Zero Wing. He naturally wouldn't reject such an offer. In that case, thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Duan Hanshan said. Afterward, all you need to do is head to Purple Light City with your team. Solitary Frost and the others will bring you all to the teleportation point. Alright. Fong nodded before disconnecting the call. He then left the guest room he rented and made his way to Lightforge City's teleportation plaza. After Zero Wing's members gathered at the teleportation plaza, they promptly left the ancient secret land. Solitary Frost's team of 40 then led Zero Wing's members toward a teleportation point leading to the Eastern Continent. Guild leader Black Flame, given the number of people this time, we can only make use of this random teleportation array. When it activates, everyone will be teleported to a random location on the Eastern Continent. So, we'll have to travel to Starmoon Kingdom independently, Solitary Frost said as he pointed at the ancient ruin before them. That won't be a problem, Fong said, nodding. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU of the teleportation arrays that allowed intercontinental travel, the ones capable of teleporting a large number of players generally did not have fixed destinations. Although this feature was somewhat troublesome, this trouble was nothing compared to the benefits one could gain from intercontinental travel. Seeing that Fong had no objections, Solitary Frost took out a key and activated the ruin's teleportation array. Immediately, a gigantic black hole appeared in the middle, rapidly depleting the ambient mana. Quick! This teleportation passage stays open for only 15 seconds. Once it disappears, we can reactivate it only after 10 days. Solitary Frost said hurriedly. After Solitary Frost's warning, Fong and the others promptly jumped into the black hole and disappeared from the ancient ruin. Chapter 2652, Eastern Continent God's Domain, Eastern Continent. In a vast desert, a black hole with a 6-meter radius suddenly appeared. All mana within a 50-yard radius promptly surged toward it as if summoned. In the blink of an eye, the area around the black hole became a manaless area that players could not survive in. At the same time as this manaless area formed, a figure emerged from the black hole and landed on the sandy ground. Although the vicinity was devoid of mana, the body of this figure was actually wrapped in a dense layer of mana and remained utterly unaffected by the harsh environment. I'm finally out. Fong stared in disgust at the gradually dissipating black hole. That ancient ruin's random teleportation array is simply a scam. Other random teleportation arrays teleport players directly to their destination, yet this one actually makes players go through a spatial maze first. If I couldn't fly, I would have most likely been stuck inside that spatial maze for about 5 or 6 hours. He had used random teleportation arrays in God's Domain before, but this was definitely the first time he had come across such a bizarre random teleportation array. Entering the black hole on the western continent transported him into a gigantic spatial maze, and he had to search for the exit himself. However, that still wasn't the worst part. What was worse were the many void creatures inside the maze. Fortunately, these void creatures were only around level 120, and the majority of them were at the Great Lord's standard only. Moreover, he possessed Gale Domain, which granted him the ability to fly, so he was able to easily shake off the monsters chasing after him and search for the exit quickly. After inwardly grumbling a little, Faux took out a return scroll for White River City. He wanted to take a look at White River City's condition immediately. However, when Faux unfurled the return scroll and started activating it, the sound of a system notification immediately entered his ears. System, a strange energy is sealing this area. All forms of teleportation cannot be used here. I can't teleport here. Faux frowned upon seeing this notification. Was I unlucky and got teleported to a forbidden land? In God's domain, aside from some special locations, forbidden lands were the only places that prohibited the use of return scrolls. Meanwhile, the chances of a random teleportation array sending players into special locations were zero because such locations had to be entered using specific methods. As for forbidden lands, they only prevented players from teleporting out of them and not into them. It seems I have no choice but to fly out of this place. Having no better option, Faux stored his return scroll and took out the Thunder Eagle summoning flute. However, a second after he tried to summon the Thunder Eagle, he was dumbfounded once more. System, a strange energy is sealing this area. Flying mounts cannot be used. What is this place? It actually prohibits the use of flying mounts. Faux was truly stunned when he saw this system notification. As far as he remembered, forbidden lands generally did not prohibit the use of flying mounts. Those that did were usually level 150 plus forbidden lands. Even with his current self, he would not dare set foot into such high-level forbidden lands. The main reason for this wasn't him lacking levels but the possibility of Tier 5 world bosses spawning in level 150 plus forbidden lands. Against a Tier 5 world boss, even a player of his caliber would be no different from an ant. While Faux was grappling with this headache, a weak ripple of mana came from far away. He turned reflexively to look at its source, but the only thing he could make out was a bunch of ant-like figures fighting in the distance. By his estimates, those figures should be more than 1,500 yards away. What's going on? Faux was stupefied by this situation. For Tier 3 players, 1,500 yards was already the very limit of their visual range. At such a great distance, unless the other side was using large-scale destruction spells influencing a radius of several hundred yards, he shouldn't be able to sense any mana fluctuations from his position. However, such spells were definitely beyond the capabilities of Tier 3 magical class players. And from what he could see, the figures in question weren't using spells of such scale and power either. Is this an effect of having Tier 4 concentration? After giving the matter some thought, Faux could think of only this explanation for this situation. This discovery astonished him. No wonder I was never able to escape Tier 4 players once I got discovered. A perception range of 1,500 yards. This perception range was already on superhuman levels. The perception range Tier 3 players possessed couldn't even come close. Previously, no magical battles had taken place in his vicinity after his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he had been in a mana-rich environment, so he didn't sense any particular changes to his perception of mana. However, now that he had arrived in a place with very thin mana, he became extraordinarily sensitive to the changes in mana. Nonetheless, Faux did not dwell on the matter. With quick steps, he made his way toward the origin of the mana fluctuation since he could sense that the cause of these mana fluctuations were players. With the system map inaccessible, he couldn't tell where he was right now. Hence, collecting information about his current location was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he could return to Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, players were undoubtedly the best source of information. A short moment later, Faux arrived on a sand dune roughly 400 yards from the battlefield. Standing on the sand dune, he had an unobstructed view of the entire battlefield. Sure enough, they're players. Currently, a 200-man team of players was fighting several dozen strange monsters while protecting a dozen or so carriages and a group of NPCs. Faux Saint Saboteur, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 112 HP 120, 000/120, 000, Faux Saint Destroyer, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, Level 114 HP 450, 000/450, 000. The bodies of these strange monsters were pure white, looking like white statues. Every one of these monsters brandished weapons and wore armor. Although they weren't very high-leveled, every one of them was using spells in combat. Moreover, they also possessed very high combat standards, with even the weakest among them at the 5th floor trial tower standard. As for the players fighting these monsters, they were all at level 110 or above. Although these players were coping against these monsters, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. If not for the team's 8 Tier 3 experts holding off the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, the team would have long since suffered annihilation. Vice Commander Wind, we can't continue like this. 2 destroyers are already far beyond our capability, the male Tier 3 shield warrior tanking one of the Faux Saint Destroyers said as he turned to look at the female Tier 3 swordsman tackling the other Faux Saint Destroyer. The female swordsman in question was clad in crimson armor and wielded 2 swords. By relying on her profound footwork, she managed to evade the Faux Saint Destroyer's spells one after another. Occasionally, she also landed an attack on the Grand Lord and dealt some damage. From her performance, it was clear that she was at the Flowing Water Realm standard. After putting some distance between herself and the Faux Saint Destroyer before her, the female swordsman replied, "I know. I've already contacted the commander for reinforcements, but the commander's team is still some distance away. They'll need around 2 hours to reach us." 2 hours. "We won't last that long," the Tier 3 shield warrior exclaimed, exasperated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU currently, although they were pinning down the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, the rest of the team had their hands full with the Faux Saint Saboteurs. Overall, their entire team was barely doing any damage to these monsters. Meanwhile, at the rate they were expending stamina, they wouldn't last more than an hour against these monsters. In regard to this situation, the female swordsman also could not help feeling frustrated. If it were possible, she would have given the command to escape. However, these Faux Saint monsters possessed an incredibly wide perception range. So long as players came across them, it was basically impossible to escape them. And even if they disregarded this fact and tried to flee, they would simply be making things worse. After all, this entire desert that they were in teemed with Faux Saint monsters. It was very easy for them to attract the attention of more Faux Saint monsters and put themselves in a worse situation. Just as everyone in the team was despairing, a voice suddenly entered their ears. "I'll lure these 2 Grand Lords away. The rest of you focus on getting rid of the Great Lords." Chapter 2653, Repelling Faux Saints. Upon hearing this voice, the merchant fleet's 200 players promptly turned to look toward its origin. What entered their sight was a cloaked swordsman carrying 2 long swords, who was rapidly closing in on their position, his speed surpassing even that of Tier 3 assassins. So fast. Solid Wind, the female swordsman, was surprised when she saw this swift figure. She never thought that they would actually come across other expert players in this desert. However, before anyone could react to this situation, this swordsman had already arrived before one of the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers. Upon noticing Faux appearing before it, the destroyer promptly raised its greatsword and smashed down at him. The descending greatsword split into 3 sword lights that struck at Faux from different directions, each of the sword lights leaving a spatial tear in its wake. "Be careful." You mustn't receive this move, no matter what. Solid Wind warned hurriedly when she saw the descending sword lights. The Faux Saint Destroyer was ostensibly a Grand Lord, but the skills and spells it used could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, its assault was generally relentless. Once it started attacking, it would continue chaining attacks one after another. So long as players revealed a hole in their defense, the Faux Saint Destroyer would use its strongest move to target said weakness. Meanwhile, the Faux Saint Destroyer's strongest attack was something even Tier 3 peak experts had difficulty dodging. A hit from this move would instantly kill even a Tier 3 metric tons. However, when Faux went up against the Faux Saint Destroyer's attack, he actually showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he unsheathed the pitch-black longsword hanging at his waist and took the initiative to meet the attack. Did he not hear Vice Commander Solid Wind's warning? The Tier 3 shield warrior who was tanking the other Faux Saint Destroyer was startled when he saw Feng's actions. In regard to this situation, the other Tier 3 experts on the team also could not help shaking their heads and sighing. Even their commander, who was their adventurer team's strongest expert, would not dare receive this move directly, choosing to dodge it instead, before launching a counterattack. After all, so long as one clashed with this move, holes would inevitably appear in one's defense. If that happened, even 2 or 3 healers would not be enough to keep one alive. Although everyone present wished to help Faux, the Faux Saint Destroyer's attack was simply too fast. Nobody would make it in time. Damn it! Solid Wind gnashed her teeth when she saw this scene. They had just gained the help of a Tier 3 expert. While having an extra Tier 3 expert might not change the overall situation, it would increase the team's combat power and let them survive longer. With the swordsman's help, they might even be able to hold out until their commander's team arrived. Now, however. Boom! The loud clash of metal against metal thundered. At the same time, a frightening shockwave swept into the surroundings, creating a miniature sandstorm around its epicenter. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, they did not see the swordsman's figure flying out of the sandstorm. Instead, the situation inside the sandstorm became strangely calm after the initial collision. When the sand settled, what entered everyone's eyes was the scene of Faux standing there quietly, his pitch-black longsword pushing against the Faux Saint Destroyer's silvery white greatsword. At this moment, not only was Faux unharmed, but he was still in his original position. He blocked it. How is that possible? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Faux unscathed and in place. The move the Faux Saint Destroyer just used carried power at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 metric tons would stumble several steps backward when receiving this attack with their shield. However, far from making Faux stumble, the Faux Saint Destroyer's greatsword actually failed to budge his longsword by even an inch. It was as if the destroyer's greatsword had just smashed into an impenetrable wall. The most frightening thing about all of this was that Faux had used only one hand to stop the Faux Saint Destroyer's attack. How high is his strength? After seeing this astonishing scene, Solid Wind paid closer attention to Faux. Even her commander, who was fully geared in top-tier dark gold equipment and wielded an epic weapon, would not dare receive a Faux Saint Destroyer's attack directly, yet Faux blocked the attack so casually. This was simply unbelievable. However, before anyone could react to the situation, Faux swung the abyssal blade once more and sent a perfect crescent cutting at the Faux Saint Destroyer before him. Failing to defend itself in time, the destroyer took the hit and stumbled 5 steps back. At the same time, a damage exceeding -300,000 appeared above its head. The damage from Feng's attack was more than 5 times higher than what Solid Wind and the others managed to cause. Immediately afterward, Faux sent a crescent arc flying at the other Faux Saint Destroyer. This time, though, the targeted destroyer reacted in time, interposing its greatsword. Pang! The instant the crescent arc came into contact with the great sword, the impact lifted the targeted Faux Saint Destroyer slightly off the ground and sent it flying 5 yards back. By the time the Faux Saint Destroyer managed to stabilize its body, silence filled the entire battlefield as the 200 players guarding the merchant fleet gaped in shock at the scene that had just taken place. Strong. Faux was simply too strong. The 2 Faux Saint Destroyers alone were more than capable of annihilating their 200-man team, yet Faux had suppressed both of them with just 2 casual moves. He was absolutely inhuman. Leave these 2 Faux Saint Destroyers to me. The rest of you quickly take care of those saboteurs. Faux shouted when he saw that everyone was staring at him in a daze. Got it. Upon hearing Feng's reminder, everyone promptly snapped out of their daze and resumed fighting the Faux Saint saboteurs without hesitation. In less than an hour, because of Feng pinning down the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, the team was able to finish off 70% of the Faux Saint saboteurs present. After seeing that the tide of the battle was turning against them, the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers actually quit the field without hesitation. As for the surviving Faux Saint saboteurs, they similarly scattered and fled as well. They're escaping. What are these monsters? Feng was surprised to see the Faux Saint monsters fleeing. He had seen monsters abandon fights before. However, those monsters would generally turn tail only when their HPs had fallen to a critical level. On the other hand, the Faux Saint monsters that fled still had most of their HP. The 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, in particular, were basically still at full HP. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. We don't know what exactly these Faux Saint monsters are. We only know that they came from Star Moon Kingdom's side. Moreover, every one of them possesses extremely high intellect. So long as they see that they have no chance of winning, they will scatter and flee immediately. This is especially true for those Faux Saint Destroyers. Even now, we haven't heard of any team killing one, Solid Wind explained when she saw the confusion on Feng's face. They came from Star Moon Kingdom. Solid Wind's words surprised Feng. Curious, he asked, Vice Commander Wind, could we be very close to Star Moon Kingdom? As far as he knew, there were no maps close to Star Moon Kingdom that prohibited the use of teleportation, flying mounts, and the system map. Emisham. Once we cross this desert area, which is in the Orc Empire, we'll arrive at Star Moon Kingdom's fallen border, Solid Wind said as she eyed Feng strangely. After all, this information was common knowledge already. The Orc Empire. Star Moon Kingdom's fallen border. Feng grew even more confused at Solid Wind's words. Wasn't it the Purple Thorns Kingdom that has fallen? Chapter 2654, Obsolete Zero Wing. Upon hearing Feng's question, Solid Wind and the others gave him strange looks. Am I mistaken about something? Feng asked, puzzled by their reactions. The information Aqua Rose reported couldn't be false. Moreover, Duan Hanshan had also mentioned the matter of the Purple Thorns Kingdom falling. Even if Aqua Rose received the wrong information, there was no way a super guild like the Azure Chamber of Commerce would as well. You're not wrong, Solid Wind said, shaking her head. It's just that the fall of the Purple Thorns Kingdom happened 9 days ago. 9 days ago. Feng was stunned by Solid Wind's words. For a moment, he wondered if she was trying to trick him. According to the information Zero Wing received, the Purple Thorns Kingdom had fallen only a day ago. Even if there was an error in the information, the time gap shouldn't be this large. The Purple Thorns Kingdom indeed fell 9 days ago. The incident shook the entire God's domain back then. The players and powers based in the kingdom were truly miserable, the Tier 3 shield warrior standing beside Solid Wind said, nodding. After that incident, many of the Purple Thorns Kingdom's players and powers banded together to plunder the resources of the neighboring kingdoms. The situation was so severe that 2 wars involving millions of players were waged. Many guilds collapsed as a result, 2 of them even second-rate guilds. The various major powers based in the neighboring kingdoms panicked. That's right. And 3 days ago, a horde of monsters emerged from the Purple Thorns Kingdom and invaded Starmoon Kingdom. Fortunately, Starmoon Kingdom did not face the predicament the Purple Thorns Kingdom had. All its Tier 3 NPCs and above remained in a combat-able state. Even so, in just half a day, nearly half of Starmoon Kingdom's territory was lost and became the nests of these Faux Saint monsters, Solid Wind explained when she saw the skepticism on Shifeng's face. Even after hearing Solid Wind's sincere explanation, Shifeng remained unconvinced. However, there was simply no reason for Solid Wind to lie to a stranger like him. Moreover, everyone's expression appeared natural. It did not seem as if they were faking anything. If these people were acting, then he really would have to tip his hat off to their strength. After all, unless one was at the Void Realm standard, avoiding the perception of a domain realm expert like himself would be very difficult. Only after reaching the Void Realm standard would people be able to control the minute actions their bodies made when lying. If Solid Wind and the others were truly lying, this meant that the entire 200-man team consisted of peak experts. Not even the 5 great super guilds had so many peak experts under their command. What is going on here? Shifeng could not make heads or tails of this matter. I spent, at most, 7 or 8 hours inside the spatial maze. How did I unknowingly waste 9 days? As soon as he received word of the Purple Thorns Kingdom's fall, he had hurried back to the eastern continent without hesitation. He didn't even log off midway. He also couldn't have fallen asleep during the journey and slept 9 whole days away. After all, he had remained fully conscious during his entire journey. 7 or 8 hours becoming 9 days. Shifeng suddenly thought of a possibility, and his complexion darkened at this thought. Did I enter a space with chaotic time? Normally, one would experience 48 hours a day in God's domain. However, in certain special locations, time would flow much more quickly, and staying just half a day there would mean an entire month going by in the outside world. Moreover, during this entire month, players should not be interrupted lest they enter a coma and regain consciousness only after a long time. Fortunately, such cases rarely occurred in God's domain. In the past, Shifeng had only ever heard rumors of such situations happening. He never thought that he would experience it himself. In fact, there was a possibility that Aqua Rose and the others had been put into a similar situation, as well. Right, Vice Commander Wind, do you know how Starmoon Kingdom's various powers are faring against the Faux Saint monsters? Shifeng asked after recollecting himself. What was done was done. The time he lost was already gone, and there was no way he could get it back. Fortunately, Starmoon Kingdom had only partially fallen. With Zero Wing status as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild and the support of Stone Forest City, Zero Wing shouldn't face too many problems. After all, aside from Zero Wing's main force members that had gone over to the western continent, there were still Melancholic Smile, Yulan, and the others to manage things in Starmoon Kingdom. As he currently couldn't make contact with the outside world, the only thing he could do was collect as much information as possible regarding Starmoon Kingdom. The situation isn't optimistic, Solid Wind replied. Originally, these Faux Saint monsters already had a huge impact on Starmoon Kingdom. However, for some reason, the main force members of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing, actually refused to show themselves despite such a major incident occurring. Fortunately, some of Zero Wing's partners operating in Stone Forest City came to help fight these Faux Saint monsters, allowing Zero Wing to stabilize the situation in Starmoon Kingdom, albeit just barely. However, due to Zero Wing's passivity, a power called Saint's Hand took the opportunity to rise up in Starmoon Kingdom. Not only did Saint's Hand rapidly establish itself in the many resource spots overrun by the Faux Saint monsters, but they also established plenty of guild towns. It even managed to occupy a fortress in the Orc Empire. To put it simply, Saint's Hand has created a large safe zone where players can safely develop. At the same time, Saint's Hand is also rapidly devouring the territories of Starmoon Kingdom's second- and third-rate guilds, provoking wars all over the kingdom. Moreover, the various superpowers and even the Blackwater Guild seem to be terrified of Saint's Hand. Recently, Saint's Hand even captured one of the Star Alliance's guild cities. Saint's Hand's influence in Starmoon Kingdom now exceeds Zero Wing's. I'm afraid it won't be long before Saint's Hand takes action against Zero Wing. At that time, the entire Starmoon Kingdom will be engulfed in the fires of war. After Solid Wind fell silent, everyone present could not help sighing dejectedly. They were all players of Starmoon Kingdom. They had been developing there ever since they entered God's domain. Despite the Faux Saint monsters threatening Starmoon Kingdom's continued existence, not only did the kingdom's various powers not band together to face this threat, but they had even started fighting each other with even greater ferocity. As things stood, how was Starmoon Kingdom supposed to fend off the Faux Saint monsters, which were growing increasingly stronger with each passing day? The current Faux Saint monsters were far stronger than those that first appeared in Starmoon Kingdom. Initially, the Faux Saint monsters were merely level 100 lords. Let alone Tier 3 players, even a party of Tier 2 experts could easily slay them. Now, however, the Faux Saint monsters had grown to the point where even the weakest among them was a great lord. Everyone estimated that it wouldn't be long before Mythic-ranked Faux Saint monsters started appearing. At that point, Starmoon Kingdom would surely be doomed. Saint's Hand. This is interesting. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Despite going through his memories of his past life, Faux could not recall any power named Saint's Hand. However, seeing as Saint's Hand had managed to rise up in Starmoon Kingdom so quickly after the Purple Thorns Kingdom's fall, create a safe zone, and even capture a fortress in the Orc Empire, it was obvious that the guild possessed an extraordinary foundation. Friend, we are escorting this merchant fleet to Silverwing Town. How about coming with us? Currently, Silverwing Town has a Tier 4 personal guard and many powerful combat puppets. It can be considered one of the few safe areas in the Orc Empire, as well as the Orc Empire's trade hub. Our commander is quite influential in Silverwing Town. If you wish to learn some more information about the situation, you should have an easier time doing so there, the Tier 3 Shield Warrior suggested as he looked at Faux. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, then, Faux said and thanked the Shield Warrior for the invitation. Currently, he didn't even know where exactly he was. He also didn't know the way back to Starmoon Kingdom. It would naturally be great if he could return to Silverwing Town. When the Shield Warrior heard Faux agree to his suggestion, he breathed out a sigh of relief. He then asked curiously, "Right, how should we address you, friend?" Chapter 2655, Birth of a Mythic. Upon hearing the Tier 3 Shield Warrior's words, Solid Wind turned to Faux with an embarrassed expression. Previously, she had been focused on fighting, so she had forgotten to ask for Fang's name. In fact, she had even forgotten to thank Faux for his help. Fortunately, the Shield Warrior, Crazed Bull, had taken the initiative to ask. Otherwise, their adventurer team would appear very ungrateful. Black Flame, Faux replied calmly. Black Flame. Crazed Bull laughed involuntarily when he heard Fang's name. Friend, your name is too amazing. Most likely, nobody in Starmoon Kingdom would dare show disrespect to this name. The rest of the team nodded in agreement with Crazed Bull's words. At this point in time, there was nobody unaware of the name of Zero Wing's guild leader. Let alone the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild operating in Starmoon Kingdom, even the various superpowers had to show respect to Zero Wing now. All the players in Starmoon Kingdom knew of Black Flame's existence. However, no matter how they looked at Fang's cloaked figure, he didn't match the legendary Black Flame they knew of. They also didn't think that the guild leader of Zero Wing would come to this godforsaken place that was infested with Faux Saint monsters. Alright, it's just a form of address. Since he doesn't want to reveal his name, there's no need for us to pry into the matter, Solid Wind whispered through the team chat when she saw her teammates poking fun at Faux. At Solid Wind's admonishment, everyone promptly nodded and dropped the topic. After all, it was all thanks to Faux that they survived. Since Faux wished to conceal his identity, they naturally wouldn't try to delve into the matter. We still haven't thanked you for your help just now, Brother Black Flame. In the future, if you come across any trouble in the Orc Empire or Starmoon Kingdom, please feel free to seek us out. Our blood-packed adventurer team might not be comparable to large guilds, but we are more than capable of settling small problems, Solid Wind said in gratitude as she approached Faux. That's right. We might not be some famous top adventurer team, but we are still one of the top 20 adventurer teams operating in the Orc Empire. If you come across some wandering dark players, so long as you mention the name Blood Pact, those dark players will generally show some respect and take a step back, Crazed Bull said confidently. Alright, Faux said, nodding. At the same time, a bitter smile formed beneath the hood of his cloak when he saw that Solid Wind and her team did not believe him. Let's get back on the carriages and continue on our way. Once night arrives, not only will those Faux Saint monsters grow more active, but Saint's Hands members will also ambush the players operating around Silverwing Town. With the little manpower we have, we definitely won't be able to defend all the merchandise, Solid Wind said as she pointed at the nearby merchant fleet. Everyone then boarded the carriages of the merchant fleet, not daring to waste any more time in this place. Vice Commander Wind, since the Faux Saint monsters are more active at night, aren't Saint's Hands members afraid of getting assaulted by them? Faux asked curiously after getting onto the leading carriage. Since Saint's Heart was trying to expand its influence in Starmoon Kingdom, clashing with Zero Wing was inevitable. Hence, he wasn't surprised that Saint's Heart was targeting the players operating around Zero Wing's territories. However, the Faux Saint monster's strength was no trivial matter either. It would be extremely foolish for Saint's Hand to take action in Silverwing Town's vicinity during the Faux Saint monster's peak period. We found this situation very strange, as well. However, it seems that Saint's Hand has developed a special tool. And when players wear this special tool, so long as they do not attack those Faux Saint monsters, then those Faux Saint monsters won't attack them either. With this tool, Saint's Heart's members can coordinate their movements with the Faux Saint monsters in targeting Silverwing Town. Recently, their assaults have become stronger. By the looks of it, Saint's Hand wants to capture Silverwing Town as soon as possible, Solid Wind said. However, for independent players like ourselves, we really don't wish to see Silverwing Town fall. Thus far, the guild towns captured by Saint's Hand are open only to Saint's Hand's members. Meanwhile, Silverwing Town is the Orc Empire's current economic center. If Saint's Hand manages to capture Silverwing Town, then we won't have anywhere to go. Hence, many adventurer teams and even some of Starmoon Kingdom's guilds are currently working together to assist Zero Wing in defending against Saint's Heart's assault and protecting the merchant fleets heading towards Silverwing Town. Only, due to the Faux Saint monsters growing increasingly stronger, our side has recently started to fall into a disadvantage. I don't know how much longer we can hold out like this. Aside from Solid Wind, the other players present also hated Saint's Hand with a vengeance. Currently, the various kingdoms and powers were already struggling to deal with the Faux Saint monsters, yet Saint's Hand was actually exploiting the situation, making it increasingly difficult for independent players like themselves to survive. However, despite their hatred for Saint's Hand, they were utterly powerless to do anything against the guild. In fact, even the various superpowers did not dare to oppose Saint's Hand and could only watch from the sidelines. From the conversations with Solid Wind and the others, Faux gradually understood Starmoon Kingdom's current situation. Although Starmoon Kingdom had already lost close to half of its territory, not a single main city-ranked NPC city had fallen. Even so, the situation did not look too good for the kingdom. This was because the Faux Saint monsters were growing increasingly stronger, which, in turn, prompted a large number of players to emigrate from the kingdom. At this point, White River City, which originally had a player population exceeding 10 million, now had a population of less than 4 million. The other NPC cities in the kingdom were in an even worse state. Meanwhile, the drastic decrease in player population had also caused Starmoon Kingdom's economy to contract, forcing many powers to leave the kingdom in search of greener pastures. To make matters worse, the departure of Starmoon Kingdom's major powers opened up opportunities for the various dark powers to rise up. The kingdom's dark powers had already developed to a point where normal players might lose their lives as soon as they left the protection of an NPC town or city. Overall, the situation in Starmoon Kingdom could be summed up with a single word: chaos. Most importantly, with the Faux Saint monsters growing increasingly stronger, everyone could already foresee the day when Starmoon Kingdom's main city-ranked NPC cities fell. At that time, the entire kingdom would collapse, and only those that joined Saint's hand could avoid getting devoured by the Faux Saint monsters in the kingdom. As the merchant fleet continuously advanced, before anyone realized it, they had already arrived in a desert woodland close to Silverwing town. Currently, at least 20 merchant fleets could be seen advancing towards Silverwing town under the escort of players. From this, one could easily see how prosperous the current Silverwing town was. Moreover, aside from the escorting adventurer teams, there was also an army of 10,000 players, belonging to the various large guilds, patrolling the vicinity of Silverwing town. We're finally safe. Solid Wind breathed out a sigh of relief when she saw this guild army. The sky was already darkening. The Faux Saint monsters they had to face at this time were no laughing matter, not to mention the threat of Saint's Hand's experts. Their merchant fleet would definitely face annihilation if they came across an ambush. Today's patrol really is amazing. The Star Alliance's vice guild leader Purple Eye is actually leading it. With this, even if Saint's Hand's members attack together with the Faux Saint monsters, we have nothing to fear, Crazed Bull said, his eyes glowing with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful, crimson-robed woman leading the patrol army. The other Blood Pact members nodded their heads in agreement with Crazed Bull when they saw Purple Eye. Nowadays, despite Starmoon Kingdom giving birth to plenty of new experts, those capable of making it to the God's Domain experts list still numbered very few. After all, players all over God's Domain were also continuously growing stronger. The difficulty of ranking within the God's Domain experts list was many times greater than before. Meanwhile, among Starmoon Kingdom's experts on the experts list, Purple Eye ranked within the top 300. According to rumors, she had obtained a powerful bloodline, and her combat power now rivaled that of monster-level experts. To top it all off, just recently, Purple Eye had even succeeded in fully unlocking her mana body. At this point, everyone in Starmoon Kingdom was already guessing that Purple Eye had already surpassed Zero Wing's Aqua Rose in terms of strength and that she was catching up to Black Flame. With such an expert protecting them, how could they not feel assured? While Blood Pact's members were quietly discussing Purple Eye, a disturbance erupted in the distance. Shortly afterward, deafening roars came from the same direction. Run! Run quickly! The Faux Saint monsters have come. Upon hearing someone shout these words, everyone in the vicinity reflexively turned to look at the origin of the roars. What entered everyone's sight was a massive dust cloud rapidly approaching. Meanwhile, within the dust cloud, they could faintly make out the figures of 6-meter-tall Faux Saint monsters, easily numbering several thousand. Everyone, quickly retreat to Silverwing town. Our patrol will hold the rear. Purple Eye shouted when she saw the army of Faux Saint monsters bearing down on them. The patrol army promptly shifted to a defensive formation. From how calmly the patrol army's members reacted even after seeing the approach of several thousand Faux Saint monsters, it was obvious that they were all experienced experts. However, when the Faux Saint monsters arrived within 500 yards, the expressions of the patrol army's members changed. Not good. There's a mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster. Among the Faux Saint monsters present, even the Faux Saint destroyers were only 7 meters tall. However, to everyone's surprise, a 12-meter-tall figure was running amidst the monster army. The intense pressure this 12-meter-tall Faux Saint monster exuded was so powerful that even level 112, Tier 2 experts felt stifled. The Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint destroyers were already incredibly difficult to deal with for Tier 3 experts. In fact, even peak experts had died when fighting against a Faux Saint destroyer. Nobody dared imagine how powerful a Faux Saint monster would become after reaching the Mythic rank. Not to mention, aside from the Mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster, the monster army also had several hundred Faux Saint destroyers and several thousand Faux Saint saboteurs. How is this possible? How can a Mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster appear so quickly? Solid Wind was stunned when she saw the gigantic Faux Saint monster. We're doomed. We're really doomed this time. Crazed Bull similarly fell into despair at this situation. When facing an army of Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint destroyers, players like themselves could still band together to fend off the monsters. However, now that Mythic-ranked Faux Saint monsters had started appearing in the Faux Saint armies, it was only a matter of time before Silverwing Town perished. After all, even now, nobody had managed to kill a Faux Saint destroyer. Needless to say, killing the Mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer would be even more impossible. Moreover, these Faux Saint monsters would only grow increasingly stronger as time passed. Players like themselves were helpless to stop these monsters. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Before anyone could properly react to the appearance of a Mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster, the Faux Saint army had already started clashing with the patrol army. Against a Mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, even the defense of Tier 3 MTs was no different from paper. Executing a horizontal swipe with its spear, the Faux Saint Devourer easily sent the Tier 3 MTs in its path flying, the MTs losing HP rapidly. Even when Purple Eye, a level 114, Tier 3 Elementalist, used a Tier 3 curse against the Faux Saint Destroyer, the mythic monster not only blocked the attack without any difficulty but even managed to turn the force of the attack to its advantage, propelling itself toward Purple Eye at lightning speed. If not for her quick reaction, activating a life-saving skill in time, she would have been instantly killed. Brother Black Flame, let's hurry up and leave. The patrol army won't hold out for very long, Crazed Bull urged anxiously when he saw Fong jumping off the carriage. If even an expert of Purple Eye's caliber was at an absolute disadvantage, the Faux Saint army would eventually break through the patrol army's defensive line. Chapter 2656, Frightening Monsters. Silverwing Town, Blue Rose Bar. As one of the few advanced bars found in Silverwing Town, not only was the Blue Rose Bar a place where experts exchanged information, but it was also a sacred place for the various well-known adventure teams to celebrate their harvests. Hence, the Blue Rose Bar was basically crowded with players every day. At this moment, however, only a dozen or so people occupied the bar's third floor. Of the people there, even the lowest leveled was level 114, with the highest at level 115. These players also boasted excellent equipment, the weakest piece of equipment being level 110 Dark Gold rank. As for level 100 plus epic equipment that could make even peak experts drool, every one of these players had at least 2 pieces, with some of them sporting up to 4. However, compared to the levels and equipment of these people, their identity was what was truly astonishing. These players were none other than the peak experts of Crimson Emperor, a guild that was known by almost everyone in the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, seated at the head of this group was Illusory Words, one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders. Sure enough, just like our spies in Saint's Hand reported, the mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer that recently spawned is planning to attack Silverwing Town, a level 114 man with a fierce look said as he looked at the image on the magic mirror set up in the middle of the table. Sighing, the man continued, "It won't be long before more Faux Saint Devourers appear. With this, Silverwing Town will fall within a few days. At that time, it will be useless even if Zero Wing's main force members show up." Upon hearing the fierce man's words, the other Crimson Emperor members fell silent. The Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyers were already plenty strong. Now, even a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer had appeared. The strength and combat standards the Faux Saint Devourer had displayed thus far were enough to give even peak experts like themselves goosebumps. Most likely, even if their group here worked together to attack it, they would all still die. Meanwhile, once the numbers of these Faux Saint Devourers grew to around 20 or 30, they might be capable of destroying even guild cities. What is the guild leader's response to this matter? Illusory words asked the fierce man. When she saw the Faux Saint Devourer's unstoppable rampage through the magic mirror, she could not help frowning either. The guild leader has ordered a complete withdrawal. He says that there's no need for us to accompany Zero Wing in its fight to the death against these Faux Saint monsters, the fierce man replied. A complete withdrawal. Illusory Words was a little surprised by the answer she received. Previously, their guild leader had personally dispatched Crimson Emperor's experts to help defend Silverwing Town. This indicated that he strongly supported Crimson Emperor's partnership with Zero Wing. Now, however, before Crimson Emperor's experts had even started fighting, he was actually ordering a retreat. Illusory Words found this situation unbelievable. That's right, a complete withdrawal. The current god's domain is no longer the same as before. We have a ton of matters to deal with just in the Dark Knight Empire alone. This is especially true now that Starlink's development is accelerating. At this point, Starlink already has designs on a few of our guild towns. Moreover, the situation here is obviously hopeless, so it is naturally much better if we post our available combat power to defensible locations. Unyielding Soul should be doing likewise, the fierce man explained. Do we have any new information on Zero Wing's guild leader and main force? Illusory Words asked. There's still nothing even now. I heard that Zero Wing's upper echelons have tried contacting Black Flame and the others, but their virtual gaming cabins remain under lockdown. If they sever the power to the gaming cabins, there's a very high chance that Black Flame and the others will enter a deep coma. Hence, all they can do is wait, the fierce man said, shaking his head. However, with the present situation, there's no chance of Zero Wing making a comeback. Setting aside the threat of Starlink and the Dark World, Zero Wing will have difficulty defending its headquarters in Starmoon Kingdom from the Faux Saint monsters. Nothing will change even if Black Flame and the others return. The difference in combat power is simply too large. Moreover, there's also Saint's Hand, which is eyeing Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom. Saint's Hand's origin is extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Even Blackwater's mighty Xuan Wuchisa seems afraid of it. Otherwise, with her personality, she definitely wouldn't make any concessions in the Orc Empire. I understand. However, at the rate the Faux Saint Devourers are spawning, so long as we defend together, we should be able to hold out for another 2 weeks or so. Retreating so soon is really, although Illusory Words understood what the fierce man was trying to say, she still could not bring herself to give up just like that. 2 weeks. The fierce man revealed a bitter smile at Illusory Words' statement. If we really could hold on for another 2 weeks, the guild leader wouldn't have called for a retreat right away. What do you mean? Illusory Words asked curiously. While Tier 4 combatants were indeed extremely powerful and especially useful when attacking fortified locations, with Silverwing Town's defenses and the experts like themselves present, it would take at least 20 or 30 Faux Saint Devourers to conquer Silverwing Town. According to the information we collected from Saint's Hand, when Faux Saint monsters reach the mythic rank, not only do their basic attributes and combat power undergo a qualitative transformation, but so does their intellect as well, the fierce man said, fear darkening his eyes as he looked at the Faux Saint Devourer displayed on the magic mirror. Isn't it normal for them to gain a boost to their intellect? Illusory Words didn't get the fierce man's point. It wouldn't be a problem if it were a normal improvement in intellect. However, according to Saint's Hand's information, these Faux Saint monsters gain the ability to learn once they reach the mythic rank. In just a few minutes, they can learn the combat techniques players use. And the more experts they fight, the more quickly they improve. They are monsters in the truest sense, the fierce man explained. How is this possible? Doesn't this mean that, aside from NPCs, nobody will be able to suppress those faux saint devourers? Illusory Words could not help feeling that the fierce man was being too alarmist when she heard his words. Learning a combat technique was easier said than done. Even with the guidance of a complete legacy crystal, peak experts would need dozens of hours to learn a combat technique. Without any guidance, they wouldn't be able to learn a combat technique even given a month or two. Hence, how could a monster that, at most, possessed intellect rivaling that of ordinary players, learn a combat technique in just a few minutes? I didn't believe this information either, the fierce man said as he chuckled bitterly. He then sent a video recording to Illusory Words and continued, "Take a look at it yourself." When Illusory Words played the video recording, it showed a Tier 3 Void Realm expert fighting a Mythic ranked Faux Saint Devourer. At the start of the fight, the Void Realm expert was merely at a disadvantage in terms of basic attributes. With his superior combat standards, he should be able to survive against the Devourer for quite some time. However, after the Void Realm expert cycled through a few combat techniques a few times, the Faux Saint Devourer seemingly got bored of the expert's antics and executed a basic footwork to instantly kill the said expert. And shortly afterward, the fallen expert's corpse transformed into a Faux Saint monster. How is this possible? Goosebumps rose all over Illusory Words' body when she saw the peak expert getting killed. Her reaction was because this peak expert was someone she recognized. He was none other than 100 Arms, the commander of the adventurer team Crimson Wolves, a top adventurer team based in the Black Dragon Empire. 100 Arms was an expert who was only half a step away from reaching the domain realm. However, despite 100 Arms having such high combat standards, the Faux Saint Devourer had actually instant-killed him. Moreover, the monster had even used 100 Arms' prided footwork, doppelganger steps, to do so. That's right. That Faux Saint Devourer learned doppelganger steps in only a minute. Moreover, the Devourer was extremely cunning while fighting 100 Arms. It didn't use its full strength at the start of the fight. Instead, it held back and squeezed out all of 100 Arms' potential, forcing 100 Arms to use every move he had. Only after seeing that 100 Arms had nothing left to offer did the Devourer kill him. The situation is similar to Purple Eyes right now, the fierce man said, breathing out a deep sigh as he watched Purple Eye clash with the Faux Saint Devourer, through the magic mirror. No wonder the guild leader wants us to retreat immediately. Who could possibly be a match for such a monster? Illusory Words muttered, still in shock over the Faux Saint Devourer's intellect. With such strength and intellect, the Faux Saint Devourer simply wasn't an existence that players could handle. Only NPCs could kill such a monster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Just as Illusory Words was about to command Crimson Emperor's members to withdraw from Silverwing Town, the movement pattern of the Faux Saint Devourer fighting Purple Eye suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the Elementalist and sent over 20 spear images stabbing at her. The move the Faux Saint Devourer had executed was one that Illusory Words was familiar with. It was another one of 100 Arms' trademark moves, the advanced combat technique Fallen Leaves. Upon seeing this move being executed, Illusory Words could not help a sigh. When 100 Arms executed this move, even domain realm experts couldn't stop it completely. Now that the Faux Saint Devourer had perfectly replicated the move, needless to say, a flowing water realm expert like Purple Eye stood no chance against it. However, just as Illusory Words was about to turn her gaze away from the magic mirror, a flash appeared in the mirror. In the next moment, a pitch-black wall appeared between Purple Eye and the 20-plus spear images, the spear images vanishing without a trace when they came into contact with the pitch-black wall. Chapter 2657, Clashing with the Faux Saint Devourer, it got blocked. How is that possible? That's an advanced combat technique used by a mythic monster. Crimson Emperor's members seated in the Blue Rose Bar's third floor rubbed their eyes in shock when they saw the pitch-black wall displayed on the magic mirror. For a moment, they all thought they were hallucinating. In terms of basic attributes, the Faux Saint Devourer was above average among mythic monsters of the same level. Combined with 100 Arms as Fallen Leaves technique, the power of the Devourer's attack should be capable of sending even mythic monsters flying. Nevertheless, against the pitch-black wall that suddenly appeared, the attack was nothing. The players standing on the battlefield were similarly stunned by this scene. What's going on? Is that pitch-black wall some kind of defensive spell? Isn't it a little too amazing? Everyone was surprised and confused by the pitch-black wall that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Not only did this pitch-black wall block the Faux Saint Devourer's attack, but it had even split the entire battlefield in half, forcing the majority of the monster army to halt their charge. Now, the Faux Saint monsters could only stand still and quietly look at the pitch-black wall before them. This is a spatial tear. Illusory Words exclaimed when she saw the pitch-black wall fading out of existence. A spatial tear. How is that possible? Even a very powerful attack would, at most, cause a thin tear stretching over a dozen yards. This wall is over 100 yards long and over 50 yards tall. Who could possibly have such strength? The fierce man refuted, shaking his head in denial. He felt that Illusory Words' conjecture was ridiculous. Everyone in the bar's third floor was familiar with spatial tears. After all, they would always come across spatial tears when clashing with Tier 4 mythic monsters. A spatial tear was the byproduct of an attack carrying too much power for the surrounding space to handle. The surrounding space would destabilize and shatter like broken glass, which was why the shape of spatial tears was generally irregular. However, the pitch-black wall displayed on the magic mirror was incredibly stable. There were no cracks in it at all. It looked like a steel wall that had just fallen out of the sky, incredibly smooth and heavy. I guess you're right. Even that person wouldn't be capable of such a feat, Illusory Words said, laughing despite herself. After giving the matter some thought, she agreed with the fierce man. Regardless, who saved Purple Eye? The fierce man wondered as he carefully tracked the pitch-black wall back to its origin. Setting aside the wall's defensive capabilities, just the fact that this person saw through the Faux Saint Devourer's movements is already plenty amazing. I doubt there are more than a handful of people in the entire Silverwing town who would be a match for this person. Did an old monster belonging to one of Zero Wing's partners take action? The fierce man's gaze landed on a cloaked man wielding a pitch-black longsword, the origin of the remarkable wall. Although he couldn't see any information about this cloaked man, his gut told him that this cloaked man possessed astonishing strength definitely at the domain realm. Before the pitch-black wall disappeared completely, the cloaked man vanished from his original location and arrived before the Faux Saint Devourer. He then stopped another spear attack from the Devourer, allowing Purple Eye to put some distance between herself and the mythic monster. Crap! Who is that guy? He actually managed to block that Faux Saint Devourer's attack. Crazed Bull exclaimed, his eyes nearly falling out of their sockets when he saw Faux successfully rescuing Purple Eye. At this moment, aside from Crazed Bull, even Solid Wind could not help goggling in shock, her mind freezing in disbelief. Previously, she already found Feng's ability to pin down two Faux Saint destroyers all by himself astounding. Now, the man had even single-handedly pinned down the mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, which even an expert of Purple Eye's caliber was no match for. Amazing! He's actually keeping up with that Devourer's speed. With this, he should have no problems handling the Devourer, Illusory Words said, her eyes glowing with excitement when she saw the cloaked man deflecting every one of the Faux Saint Devourer's attacks. If Silverwing Town has his protection, we should be able to sustain the town for some time and foil Saint's Hand's plan to solicit help from the neighboring kingdom's powers. That way, Saint's Hand's development speed will slow down, and Zero Wing will have some breathing room. If Zero Wing can continue holding out in Starmoon Kingdom, we'll have an easier time resisting Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire as well. This will only delay the inevitable. That Faux Saint Devourer will grow stronger as more time passes. Its growth speed is also no laughing matter. Not to mention, Saint's Hand has already informed the various superpowers that anyone that helps Zero Wing will become Saint's Hand's enemy, the fierce man said, shaking his head. Saint's Hand has done considerable research into the Faux Saint monsters. In the future, we'll definitely need Saint's Hand's help to deal with the threat of the Faux Saint monsters. This is also why the guild leader is having us withdraw completely. The appearance of that mysterious expert won't change anything. In fact, Saint's Hand will probably locate the power behind that mysterious expert and give that power a warning. Aside from Crimson Emperor's members, the members of various superpowers hidden in Silverwing Town also viewed this situation indifferently. Zero Wing sure is lucky. It actually managed to get the help of an old monster. I bet that old monster has yet to receive the news. Otherwise, why would he move to help Zero Wing? Although they did not know which superpower's old monster was helping Zero Wing right now, they knew that this would be the only time this old monster would do so. Afterward, Saint's Hand would definitely warn the superpower backing this old monster. Once that happened, said superpower would most likely stop assisting Zero Wing in defending the town against the Faux Saint monsters. Not only was the current era of God's domain filled with turmoil, but it was also the era of the Faux Saint monsters. Faux Saint monsters were a huge headache, even for super guilds. Moreover, stopping the spread of these Faux Saint monsters was also impossible. In the future, any guild that wished to develop safely in God's domain, be it a small guild or a super guild, would have to partner or trade with Saint's Hand. After all, up to now, no other power had managed to develop a tool that could prevent the Faux Saint monsters from attacking players. In fact, Saint's Hand even had the means to prevent the Faux Saint monsters from attacking an entire area. Now that Saint's Hand was determined to destroy Zero Wing, even the Secret Pavilion would be able to stop it, just like how the Secret Pavilion had failed to stop Saint's Hand from capturing one of the Star Alliance's guild cities. Meanwhile, as time passed, due to reinforcements continuously pouring out of Silverwing Town, the patrol army eventually gained the upper hand over the Faux Saint army. In fact, over 1,000 Faux Saint saboteurs had fallen in battle already, which made the Faux Saint Devourer anxious. In the next moment, the Faux Saint Devourer let loose a deafening roar that echoed throughout the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the Faux Saint army scattered and fled. As for the Faux Saint Devourer itself, it, too, turned around and ran off. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, sure enough, it is going to escape. Silverwing Town might have survived this time, but let's see how it's going to stop the next attack. The superpowers hidden within Silverwing Town were not at all surprised when they saw the Faux Saint army retreating. After all, with the Faux Saint Devourer thoroughly suppressed, it was only a matter of time before the Faux Saint army suffered annihilation. However, what made the Faux Saint monsters truly formidable was their ability to grow stronger with each battle they experienced. Even though Silverwing Town had successfully fended off today's attack, it wouldn't necessarily be able to repeat the feat, escape. Fong sneered when he saw the Faux Saint Devourer fleeing. Do you think you can escape? Following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel from his bag and activated Miniature World. Chapter 2658, Power of Tier 4 Concentration. When Fong activated Miniature World, the sky above the desert woodland darkened as if night had fallen. Immediately, everyone on the battlefield felt their perception of their surroundings vanish. It was as if they had been plunked into a pitch-black void with nothing in it. Moreover, aside from the players, even the fleeing Faux Saint monsters came to a halt and aimlessly turned their heads left and right, their eyes brimming with fear and confusion. Shortly afterward, a colorful brilliance descended from the sky, the lights giving off a sacred and majestic feeling. Spectators at a distance would see a gigantic rainbow barrier enveloping the entire desert woodland outside Silverwing Town. This rainbow barrier thoroughly isolated the woodland from the outside world, making the woodland look like a mirage. Meanwhile, beneath this colorful brilliance, the Faux Saint monsters started wailing in agony, one after another, their screams echoing throughout the woodland. At the same time, the intense aura they radiated waned rapidly, and even their basic attributes and reaction speed weakened to an unbelievable degree. It was as if these faux saint monsters that everyone originally feared had become common monsters. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Isn't this a little too strong? He actually debuffed several thousand faux saint monsters to such an extent in an instant. Who is this guy? The various adventurer teams escorting merchant fleets and the patrol army fending off the faux saint monsters stared at Faux in astonishment. They had seen many instances of magic arrays suppressing monsters before, but this was the first time they had seen a magic array produce such a huge commotion and effect. Any random faux saint saboteur was more than enough to give Tier 3 experts a headache, what more the faux saint destroyers. Now, however, several hundred faux saint destroyers had been suppressed until they were just slightly stronger than ordinary great lords. Even ordinary Tier 3 experts could handle these grand lords. As for the almighty faux saint Devourer, it was no different from an ordinary mythic monster. In its present state, even Tier 3 peak experts could resist it for a certain period. Master magic arrays were unlikely to be able to produce such results. Moreover, the magic array Faux used spanned the entire desert woodland. At this moment, Faux himself was very surprised by the effects of Miniature World. He never thought that, after his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard, aside from being able to exhibit the power of an advanced combat technique with his every movement, his control over magic arrays would also improve to such a frightening degree. Currently, Miniature World suppression effects could rival those of advanced master magic arrays. Despite his surprise, Faux did not pause. After activating Miniature World, he promptly charged at the Faux Saint Devourer. Under the suppression of Miniature World, the Faux Saint Devourer's speed had decreased considerably. In just 2 seconds, Faux intercepted the mythic monster and sent the abyssal blade cutting at it. Immediately, a crescent arc appeared and cut through the Faux Saint Devourer's shoulder. Failing to react to the attack in time, the Devourer got sent flying and crashed into a large tree several yards away, a damage exceeding -600,000 appearing above its head. The disparity in combat power was clear for all to see. What is that magic array? The Faux Saint Devourer actually doesn't even have the strength to fight back. The various superpowers spectating the fight from Silverwing Town gaped in shock when they saw the Faux Saint Devourer at a complete disadvantage. In fact, the Devourer's reaction speed couldn't even keep up with the swordsman's movements. Although they could tell through their magic mirrors that the Faux Saint Devourer's basic attributes had decreased by a significant margin, the Devourer should be at the standard of ordinary mythic monsters. Given its knowledge of combat techniques, its overall combat power should still be on par with that of domain realm experts. After all, the basic attributes of a Tier 4 monster was no trivial matter. However, let alone putting up a fight, the Faux Saint Devourer couldn't even defend itself against Feng's attacks, its HP continuously decreasing. It simply couldn't keep up with Feng's movements. After seeing this, everyone could already imagine what outcome awaited the Faux Saint Devourer. Death. While it might be impossible for Faux to kill the Faux Saint Devourer by himself, as the mythic monster had 1.6 billion HP, so long as a dozen or so Tier 3 experts joined him in assaulting it, the Devourer would eventually fall. Until this day, let alone killing a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, the various superpowers hadn't even managed to kill a Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyer before. Now, however, Faux accomplished this miracle just by using a magic array. This was simply unbelievable. Following which, time passed quickly. Less than 10 minutes after Faux activated Miniature World, all the Faux Saint saboteurs on the battlefield had already fallen to the patrol army, while the Faux Saint destroyers' HPs were down by half. As for the Faux Saint Devourer, with Faux, Purple Eye, and several dozen other Tier 3 experts attacking it, its HP had fallen below the 70% threshold already. The players present could not help growing excited at this scene. This was especially true for the members of the various adventurer teams. After all, the Faux Saint monster's undefeated streak had finally ended. Previously, the various powers and players had been afraid of the Faux Saint monsters because the Grand Lord ranked Faux Saint destroyers were basically impossible to kill, not to mention the Mythic ranked Faux Saint Devourer. However, now that killing these Grand Lord and Mythic ranked Faux Saint monsters was no longer a problem, not only was there hope of Starmoon Kingdom's survival, but reclaiming some of the kingdom's lost land might even be possible. Players like themselves would then be able to continue developing in the Orc Empire and Starmoon Kingdom like before. I don't know who that person is, but after this battle, the situation in the Orc Empire and Starmoon Kingdom is most likely going to change, illusory words said, the corners of her lips curling up slightly as she watched Sherfong suppressing the Faux Saint Devourer on the magic mirror. Previously, the undefeatable Faux Saint monsters were the main reason why the various major powers and superpowers feared Saint's hand. Now, although they had succeeded in killing only a very small portion of the Faux Saint monsters plaguing Starmoon Kingdom, so long as news of this success spread, Saint's hand would no longer be able to act in an overbearing manner as it did before. However, just when the various superpowers hidden within Silverwing Town thought that the Faux Saint army was going to suffer annihilation, several dozen lightning spears descended from the sky, shooting at Sherfong and the others, who were assaulting the Faux Saint Devourer. The speed and power of the lightning spears were so great that more than 20 Tier 3 experts were instantly vaporized. Along with the descent of the lightning spears, 2 magic barriers suddenly appeared around the injured Faux Saint Devourer, protecting it from further harm. The Tier 3 curse Purple Eye used failed to break through them. Before anyone could react to this turn of events, over 100 figures emerged rapidly from the surrounding forest and interposed themselves between the Faux Saint Devourer and Sherfang's group. Surprisingly, every one of these new arrivals radiated an aura rivaling that of Grand Lords of the same level. Who are you people? What are you trying to do? After Purple Eye saw her companions killed and the Faux Saint Devourer protected by a twofold magic array, an indescribable rage welled up within her as she glared at the 100-plus black-clad Tier 3 experts that had suddenly appeared. If not for these new arrivals exuding auras rivaling that of Grand Lords, she would have attacked them already. However, reason told her she absolutely mustn't do so. After all, so long as she took action, both she and her several dozen remaining teammates would die swiftly. At this time, a tall and bald man with golden eyes walked out of the group. Looking at Purple Eye, the bald man smiled and said, "Commander Purple, long time no see. Do you still recognize me?" With the appearance of this bald man, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. And Purple Eye's expression turned grave. "Thousand Eyes. Why are you here?" Purple Eye demanded, a tinge of fear darkening her eyes as she looked at this bald man. What is Saint's Hand trying to do? As for why she feared this bald man named Thousand Eyes, it was because he was the commander of one of Saint's Hand's 3 trump card legions. He was also the monster responsible for capturing the Star Alliance's guild city. Thousand Eyes' basic attributes rivaled those of ordinary mythic monsters. He had even instantly killed the domain realm expert that the secret pavilion sent to aid the Star Alliance. Do I even need to say it? It's because you people have gone too far. That's why we came to stop you, Thousand Eyes said. What do you mean? Purple Eye asked. It is only a matter of time before the Faux Saint monsters take over the entire eastern continent. After all, they are constantly growing stronger, and there is nothing players like ourselves can do to stop them. Our only option is to coexist with them, yet you are actually planning to kill the newly emerged Faux Saint Devourer, which is like a king to the Faux Saint monsters. If you kill the Devourer, you will only enrage those Faux Saint monsters even more. These monsters might even become more active during the day, Thousand Eyes said. Hence, we came to stop you from doing something stupid and aggravating the current situation. Thousand Eyes' words gave many of the adventurer team members present pause. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The several thousand Faux Saint monsters here were merely a small portion of the countless Faux Saint monsters within Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, just like Thousand Eyes had said, these Faux Saint monsters were incredibly vengeful. So long as a player killed one of these Faux Saint monsters, even more Faux Saint monsters would hunt down the said player. Even if the said player managed to fend off a few attacks, the Faux Saint monsters would simply continue attacking more frequently and in greater numbers. They would not stop until they exacted their vengeance. If they really killed the Faux Saint Devourer, which was akin to a king among Faux Saint monsters, nobody could tell what the other Faux Saint monsters would do. It was entirely possible for them to grow even more violent and for their daytime activity to escalate. In fact, previously, the Faux Saint monsters had not been particularly active during the day. However, as the number of Faux Saint saboteurs that players killed increased, the Faux Saint monsters had indeed become more active during the day. They had also grown stronger much more quickly. In this situation, Purple Eye was at a loss as to what to do. As Purple Eye and the others were wondering what to do, a crisp and calm voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. What if I want to kill it, no matter what? Chapter 2659, Black Flame. When everyone heard this calm voice, they looked at its origin reflexively. Meanwhile, the person who said these words was none other than the cloaked man who had suppressed the Faux Saint Devourer and single-handedly turned the tides of this battle. Is he really opposing Saint's hand? The various Superpowers members spectating from Silverwing Town were surprised by this development. They never thought that the swordsman would actually dare provoke Saint's Heart's members. Moreover, he had even spoken those provocative words to Thousand Eyes, the commander of one of Saint Hand's 3 trump card legions. The swordsman was simply too bold. At this moment, even Illusory Words and the other Crimson Emperor members seated inside the Blue Rose bar were astonished by this situation. Although Saint's Heart's members numbered only a little over 100, which was nothing compared to Silverwing Town's patrol army, these Saint's Heart members all possessed extraordinary strength. In fact, Thousand Eyes had relied on these 100-plus players to attack and capture the Star Alliance's heavily defended guild residents. They had even killed more than 600 of the Secret Pavilion's Tier 3 experts that were dispatched to help the Star Alliance. At Silverwing Town, one could say that, unless Zero Wing's main force members took action, nobody could stop Thousand Eyes' group. But why does this scene feel familiar? When Illusory Words saw the standoff on the magic mirror, she had a sense of déjà vu. At the desert woodland, Purple Eye could not help growing somewhat anxious when she saw Faux challenging Thousand Eyes. Others might not know how powerful Thousand Eyes and his team were, but she did. After all, she had witnessed him in action before. It might be fine if they were within 300 or 400 yards of Silverwing Town, since Silverwing Town's Tier 4 personal guard could take action at that range. As strong as they were, even Thousand Eyes and his team would not dare mess around with a Tier 4 NPC. However, not only were they quite some distance from Silverwing Town, but the majority of the patrol army were currently scattered all over the battlefield. With only a little more than 30 Tier 3 experts on Purple Eye's side, even if Fang's combat power could suppress the Faux Saint Devourer, her people still wouldn't be a match for Thousand Eyes' team. The members of Thousand Eyes' team simply couldn't be considered human. They were more like a group of humanoid beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared attack the Star Alliance's guild residents, which had been guarded by several hundred Tier 3 personal guards and over 10,000 experts, with just 100-plus players. Their inhuman strength was also the reason why Thousand Eyes and his team dared take action so close to Silverwing Town. As Purple Eye was growing nervous over this matter, Thousand Eyes turned to Faux. I don't know who you are, but I advise you not to look for trouble. Your strength and abilities are indeed amazing. I'm sure many superpowers will fear you. However, all of those things are nothing to Saint's Hand, Thousand Eyes said coldly. Since you wish to destroy the current balance of God's domain, I'll teach you a small portion of the consequences of doing so. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished speaking, 5 figures appeared from behind him, simultaneously activating a Tier 3 combination skill, Purgatory Storm. Each of these 5 people immediately split into 6 copies of themselves and surrounded Faux. The 30 doppelgangers then launched a synchronized strike at Faux, every one of their attacks carrying power at the Tier 4 standard. With 30 attacks coming from all directions, let alone dodging, Faux wouldn't even be able to defend himself completely. This scene surprised the various superpowers spectating experts. Saint's Hand actually has a 5-man Tier 3 combination skill. Illusory Words frowned when she saw the 5 players attacking Faux. Tier 3 skills and spells were originally plenty rare already. Even the superpowers Tier 3 experts hardly had any Tier 3 skills or spells, let alone Tier 3 combination skills, which even the superpowers dreamed of obtaining. Even the weakest Tier 3 combination skill allowed players to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Stronger Tier 3 combination skills could even repulse mythic monsters. Tier 3 combination skills served as a trump card against mythic bosses. However, until now, there had been no news of any superpower obtaining a Tier 3 combination skill for 5 players. Even the strongest one required only 3 players to use. Against a 5-man, Tier 3 combination skill, even the Faux Saint Devourer would not emerge unscathed. A 5-man, Tier 3 combination skill. Sure enough, Saint's Hand's foundations truly are extraordinary. That guy must be stupefied right about now. When the various superpowers spectating members saw Faux surrounded, some of them laughed in ridicule while some sighed in disappointment. Although the swordsman indeed possessed astonishing strength, just like Thousand Eyes had said, it was nothing in front of Saint's Hand. The 30 attacks, which tore space, struck at Faux simultaneously, their frightening power making even Purple Eye, who stood over 30 yards away, feel stifled. Just as the 30 devastating attacks were about to devour Faux, however, he raised the abyssal blade overhead with both hands before swinging the magic weapon at the attacks. First sword, Light Shadow. The phantom of a gigantic greatsword suddenly appeared in the air. However, compared to the previous time Faux executed Light Shadow, the phantom greatsword felt much more solid this time. Moreover, just its manifestation made the surrounding space heavy. Even the attacks approaching Faux slowed down considerably. At this moment, it was as if only this phantom greatsword was moving while everything else remained static. Boom! The 30 attacks capable of repulsing even the Faux Saint Devourer shattered instantly into countless particles of light, and the surrounding space crumbled from the terrifying force of the impact. Immediately afterward, 5 figures went flying out of the shattered space like cannonballs and crashed into the large trees over 30 yards away. Despite the trunks of the large trees having a 4-meter diameter, the 5 figures came to a stop only after ramming through several of these forest giants. And when these figures eventually landed back on the ground, their HP bars depleted rapidly and stabilized only after hitting the 30% mark. This, upon seeing the 5 heavily injured Saint's Hand members, Purple Eye gaped in shock. With just one move, Faux not only shattered the 5-man, Tier 3 combination skill but even heavily injured the 5 Saint's Hand members. The ease with which he neutralized the attack made it seem as if the 5 Saint's Hand members were not peak experts boasting basic attributes rivaling that of Grand Lords, but merely ordinary players that one could find anywhere. Who are you? When Thousand Eyes saw that Faux had survived the clash unscathed, the confidence in his eyes disappeared, replaced by surprise and confusion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Thousand Eyes knew full well how powerful the purgatory storm his 5 subordinates executed was. This combination skill could block even the attack of a superior mythic. Now, however, Faux had actually shattered the combination skill and heavily injured his 5 subordinates with just one move. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, let alone Thousand Eyes, everyone else watching the fight wanted to know Fang's identity. Who am I? Turning his gaze to Thousand Eyes, Faux retorted calmly, you have the gall to take action in Silverwing Town's vicinity, yet you're asking who I am? Don't you think this question of yours is idiotic? Upon hearing Shifeng's words, silence suddenly befell the various superpower spectating members as they all stared at Shifeng's cloaked figure in disbelief. Black Flame. Chapter 2660, legendary name. When Shifeng pushed back the hood of his black cloak, a deathly silence filled his surroundings. If not for the mantle of his cloak swaying with the breeze, one would think that time had stopped. He's actually the real Black Flame. Crazed Bull's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets as he goggled at Shifeng, his body shuddering involuntarily at this discovery. Black Flame. This was a name that every superpower on the continent knew. Black Flame was an existence that had pulled off numerous miracles in battle, one that even the superpowers had great difficulty dealing with. In the hearts of independent players, he was akin to a living legend. Although Black Flame had disappeared from the eastern continent for some time now, just his prestige alone had allowed Zero Wing to continue rapidly developing on the eastern continent unharassed. Even an overbearing superpower like Saint's Hand did not dare mess around with Zero Wing and only quietly watched as the Faux Saint monsters chipped away at Zero Wing's forces. Saint's Hand did not dare directly target any of Zero Wing's guild towns or cities. Moreover, because of Black Flame's name, no superpower, aside from a few like Starlink, dared to hinder Zero Wing economically. He's back. He's finally back. Purple Eye could not help her excitement when she saw Shifeng's face. At the same time, though, an indescribable bitterness also filled her heart. Although the gap between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing had been widening all this time, Purple Eye had never given up on improving herself. She still hoped to surpass Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow one day and develop the Star Alliance into a superpower as well. However, against Saint's Hand, her power had proven utterly insignificant. In the end, she could only watch as the Star Alliance's main headquarters in Starmoon Kingdom fell. In fact, she couldn't even adequately stop the Faux Saint monster's ambushes. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, the various superpowers spectating members, as well as Saint's Hand's members, burst into laughter. Black Flame. Zero Wing's guild leader. So what if he returns now? He's been gone from the eastern continent for so long. Does he really think the continent is the same as before? They were indeed very surprised by Shifeng's appearance. However, that was it, nothing more. After all, Shifeng had disappeared from the eastern continent for far too long. He simply didn't know the situation the eastern continent was currently in. So, you're Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame. No wonder you could shatter that 5-man combination skill, Thousand Eyes said, applauding as he looked at Shifeng. In the next moment, though, he sneered, but so what if you've returned? Now that the Faux Saint army has already given birth to a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, many more of its kind will be appearing in the future. Nobody can stop the Faux Saint army now. Do you think you can change things just because you've returned? He was familiar with the name of Black Flame. This was a monster that his guild leader had warned him to be careful of. If it were a few days ago, he would indeed be terrified of Shifeng. Now, however, let alone fearing Shifeng, he didn't even consider the swordsman a threat. Boss, why are we wasting words with him? Since he is Black Flame, we should let this old bastard know that he is already obsolete. This is no longer his era, urged Iron Tooth, formerly the chief shield warrior of the Purple Thorns Kingdom's #1 guild, Sin Realm, with a playful smirk on his face. He had always wanted to destroy the guild known as Zero Wing. Unfortunately, back then, Sin Realm was no match for Zero Wing at all. Now that he had joined Saint's Hand, however, he understood that Zero Wing wasn't a threat at all. Instead, it was merely a small stepping stone towards Saint's Hand's domination of the entire eastern continent. I guess you're right. Thousand Eyes nodded in response to Irontooth's words. He then looked at Shifeng and said calmly, since you are Zero Wing's guild leader, then I'll make an exception today and show you Saint's Hand's true power. After saying so, Thousand Eyes glanced at Iron Tooth, who stood beside him. At this hint, Irontooth excitedly approached the Faux Saint Devourer, which was behind a twofold magic array. What is he trying to do? The excited look on Irontooth's face gave Purple Eye an inkling that something was amiss. It's nothing much. He's just going to show you people what the power of the new era is like. Thousand Eyes said, a smirk appearing on his face as he looked at Purple Eye. As Thousand Eyes said that, Irontooth took out a silvery white crystal from his bag and started chanting an incantation. Suddenly, the Faux Saint Devourer let loose a roar before its body burst into countless particles of silvery white light. These particles then merged with Irontooth's body. In the next moment, Irontooth transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant clad in silver armor. The aura he radiated much stronger than even that of the Faux Saint Devourer. How is this possible? Everyone present was stunned by this scene. They never imagined that players could obtain the strength of Faux Saint monsters. Moreover, it was obvious from the eyes of the armored giant that it was Irontooth. Only, Irontooth was currently much stronger than even the Faux Saint Devourer. Previously, although the Faux Saint Devourer possessed an incredible learning ability, its combat standard wasn't very high. It wasn't capable of exhibiting its full strength. However, now that Irontooth had gained control of this strength, the combat power he could exhibit would far exceed that of the Faux Saint Devourer. Amazing! Truly amazing! So, this is the strength of a mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster. Irontooth was ecstatic when he sensed the power he currently wielded. At this moment, the other Saints' Hand members present could not help envying Irontooth. In front of such strength, players were nothing. If they could have such strength as well, they could single-handedly annihilate an entire army of players. They wouldn't even have to fear Tier 4 NPCs. Meanwhile, the various superpowers spectating members gaped in shock at the transformed Irontooth. They hadn't suspected that Saint's Hand had kept such a powerful trump card hidden all this time. This is bad. Although Irontooth is only in the flowing water realm, with the Faux Saint Devourer's strength, let alone Black Flame, even Silverwing Town's Tier 4 personal guard might not be a match for him. Illusory Words' complexion darkened as she took in the armored giant displayed on the magic mirror. Originally, Shifeng's appearance should have been a joyous matter. With the combat power he possessed, he would be of great help in the current situation. However, Illusory Words had never imagined that Saint's Hand would have such a trump card. The strength Irontooth now wielded simply wasn't something current players could hope to go up against. And if Faux got killed at this point, his death would deal an unprecedented blow to both Zero Wing and Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Irontooth experienced his newfound strength for a short moment, he turned around and stepped forward, instantly appearing before Faux. He was so fast that even Purple Eye failed to react to his movements in time. Black Flame, weren't you very powerful? Weren't you Starmoon Kingdom's legendary figure? Weren't you thinking of stopping Saint's Hand? I wonder how you feel about the situation now, Irontooth jeered as he looked down at Faux. Upon seeing Irontooth suddenly appear before Faux, the expressions of the patrol army's members turned indescribably grim. Even Purple Eye could not help panicking. Irontooth was simply too fast. By the time she sensed Irontooth moving, the latter had already appeared before Faux. She simply did not dare imagine what would happen when Irontooth actually took action. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, despite Irontooth appearing before him without any warning, Shifeng's expression remained ineffably calm. This move of yours is indeed amazing, Faux said as he shot a glance at Thousand Eyes. However, do you think you're the only ones that can transform into a monster? What do you mean? Thousand Eyes had a vague feeling that something was wrong when he saw how calm Faux was. However, before Thousand Eyes could say anything more, Faux unsheathed the abyssal blade and chanted an incantation. Black Dragon's Soul. Chapter 2661, Upgraded Black Dragon. Amazing. So, this is Saint's Hand's true foundation. Even after reaching this point, Black Flame still dares to fight. He sure is courageous. It's a pity that the current god's domain is no longer how it was before. Otherwise, with his combat power, it might really be possible to turn things around. How foolish. Is he just being stubborn, or does he really think things are still the same? When the various Superpowers members saw Faux unsheath the abyssal blade, their reactions varied from laughing in ridicule, sighing in disappointment, and lamenting. The strength Faux had previously displayed in battle was indeed incredible. It wouldn't be an exaggeration at all to call him a monster. Unfortunately, before a true monster, Feng's strength amounted to nothing. He could only buy time at best. Had he withdrawn when he had the chance, instead of provoking Thousand Eyes' group, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. As the various Superpowers members were conversing, the abyssal blade in Feng's hands suddenly transformed into a cloud of dark fog that enveloped him completely, then expanded rapidly. When the cloud of fog had grown to a 60-yard radius, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield, making everyone's soul shudder. Before anyone could react to this roar, a gigantic, pitch-black claw emerged from the fog and landed right beside Irontooth. The ground under the claw sank as if it was water. In addition, web-like cracks appeared in the space around the claw, the phenomenon making it seem as if the surrounding space could shatter at any time, unable to withstand the power the claw carried. Shortly after the gigantic claw appeared, another dragon's roar dispersed the black fog. When the fog cleared, the figure of a 40-meter-tall black dragon came into view. Despite the black dragon just standing there quietly, everyone felt an indescribable sense of awe and fear welling up within them as they stared at the black dragon. A dragon? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the black dragon. Dragons were creatures that all players in God's domain knew about because the existence of dragons was synonymous with destruction in God's domain. One could easily find information depicting dragons destroying kingdoms and empires overnight in any of God's domain's libraries. Now that a real dragon appeared before them, everyone was naturally astonished. When Thousand Eyes and the other Saints' Hand members saw the black dragon, their complexions paled drastically. Although they didn't know whether the black dragon before them was real or not, the pressure coming from it was no laughing matter. The black dragon's life rating was undoubtedly leaps and bounds above theirs. Archaic species. Ferocious beasts. Compared to this black dragon, the life ratings of those creatures were insignificant. You asked me how I felt before, right? How do you feel about the situation now? Faux asked calmly as he gazed down at the dumbfounded Irontooth standing beside his claw. After his concentration reached the Tier 4 standard, not only did he gain better control over his skills and spells, but his dragon phantom was also more realistic than before. Now, the life rating of the phantom he transformed into much more closely matched that of the real Black Dragon King. At this point, despite being a Tier 3 Black Dragon King, his basic attributes nearly rivaled those of mythic-ranked archaic species of the same level. At Feng's words, Irontooth's expression turned indescribably grim. An unprecedented fear flooded his heart. How is this possible? Didn't they say that his dragon transformation should push him only to the standard of ordinary mythic monsters? How is he so strong? Irontooth was confounded by the gigantic creature before him. Saint's Hand had long since heard about Feng's ability to transform into a dragon. However, whether it was in terms of size, basic attributes, or life rating, the dragon that Feng had just transformed into was on a completely different level from what was stated in Saint's Hand's intelligence report. At this moment, let alone Irontooth and the other Saint's Hand members, even Illusory Words was stunned by this situation. Crimson Emperor had collected a lot of information on the fight between Zero Wing and Demon City. Naturally, that information included Feng's black dragon form. However, compared to the black dragon that had attacked Demon City, the black dragon that now stood on the battlefield was like a completely different creature. Even though she was only looking at the black dragon through the magic mirror, she could still feel the aura of death and destruction it exuded. Moreover, she could also faintly sense that the space of the entire battlefield gravitated toward the Black Dragon. She simply couldn't believe that the Black Dragon was only a Tier 3 dragon. While everyone was in shock over the Black Dragon's aura and life rating, the Black Dragon suddenly raised a claw. Pang! Immediately afterward, the place where Irontooth stood and the space around it transformed into a pitch-black void. The dozen or so Saints' Hand members who had been standing in this space were nowhere in sight. As for Irontooth, his 6-meter-tall figure currently lay inside a newly formed crater over 30 yards from his previous position. Cracks were also spreading across the silver armor protecting Irontooth's 2 arms, and his HP had decreased by more than 2 million. Silence. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. What just happened? The fierce man from Crimson Emperor muttered, slack-jawed. As a domain realm expert with basic attributes and a physique rivaling those of Grand Lords of the same level, almost nothing in God's domain could escape his sight. However, he actually hadn't seen what had happened just now. Aside from a momentary black flash in the magic mirror's display and a loud boom, his senses had failed to pick up any other information. So, this is his true strength. Purple Eye, who stood a short distance away from Faux, was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she saw the black void that had appeared near her. Compared to the various superpowers members that were spectating the fight through magic mirrors, she was able to get a much clearer sense of just how much power Feng's attack contained. Monster-level experts. Tier 4 monsters. These things were nothing in front of such overbearing power. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, the complexions of Thousand Eyes and the others turned deathly pale. Was Feng still human? Despite Irontooth currently being stronger than the Faux Saint Devourer, Feng actually suppressed Berserker to an even greater degree than when he suppressed the Faux Saint Devourer. As for Irontooth, who had just stood himself back up inside the distant crater, horror colored his face as he gazed up at the black dragon Feng had transformed into. So close. He was so very close. If not for him having reacted sufficiently quickly and defended himself in time against the Black Dragon swipe using his weapon, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems your reactions are pretty fast to be able to block that attack of mine, Feng said calmly as he looked down at Irontooth. However, how many attacks can you afford to block? Although Feng had casually executed the earlier attack, it still carried the power of an advanced combat technique. Had Irontooth failed to raise his weapon in time, he definitely would have suffered tremendously. Just as Feng was about to continue attacking, however, Thousand Eyes suddenly stepped forward. Guild Leader Black Flame, I admit that you are very powerful. However, you'd best not force our hand. Saint's Hand's goal is to maintain stability in God's domain, Thousand Eyes said coldly. If you really kill Irontooth now and break the balance, both the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand definitely won't let Zero Wing off the hook. At that time, Silverwing Town and Zero Wing City will both face the wrath of an army of tens of millions. It was incredibly difficult for Mythic-ranked Faux Saint monsters to spawn. Hence, everyone held great importance for both the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand. Now that Irontooth had temporarily merged with the Faux Saint Devourer, killing Irontooth would also kill the Faux Saint Devourer. This definitely wasn't something the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand would tolerate. Upon seeing Thousand Eyes threatening Feng, the spectating superpowers were surprised. This was the first time since Saint's Hand's establishment that such a situation occurred. Normally, the guild would just destroy all those that stood in its path. It had never bothered negotiating or making threats at all. It seems Thousand Eyes has been cornered this time. I wonder what Black Flame will do. What else can he do, aside from letting them go? Let alone Zero Wing, even if the superpowers of the several neighboring kingdoms and empires worked together, they still wouldn't be able to prevent Saint's Hand and tens of millions of Faux Saint monsters from retaliating. However, while the various superpowers spectating members were discussing this matter, Feng glanced at Thousand Eyes and said in an ineffably calm voice, "So what?" After saying that, Faux used Dragon Breath on Irontooth and heavily injured him. The Berserker's HP fell by a sizable chunk. In his current state, Irontooth was utterly incapable of combat. Following which, Faux battered Irontooth with claw attacks, one after another, plundering large chunks of HP from the Berserker without pause. Thousand Eyes' complexion went through several shades of red when he saw Feng's wanton assault. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Is he crazy? Is he really not afraid of the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand's retaliation? Zero Wing is doomed. Zero Wing is truly doomed this time. When the various superpower spectating members saw Irontooth's HP plummeting, they gaped in disbelief. They never thought that Faux would actually ignore the big picture and choose to kill Irontooth. In less than 6 minutes since Faux started his onslaught, Irontooth's HP, which was in the hundreds of millions, zeroed out, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As for Thousand Eyes and the other Saint's Hand members, they merely watched the drubbing with dumbfounded expressions, none of them daring to do anything. Chapter 2662, Continent Shaken, Powerful Return. As Irontooth's 6-meter-tall body started disintegrating into particles of light, everyone standing in the desert woodland could not help but gasp. Despite having absorbed the Faux Saint Devourer's strength, Irontooth had died, just like that. Thus far, not a single power or player had managed to kill a Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyer, yet Faux had actually succeeded in killing a Faux Saint Devourer. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat while Saint's Hand was protecting the Mythic-ranked monster. Meanwhile, as Irontooth's body disappeared, soul ripples spread from his fading corpse up to thousands of yards away. Everyone that came into contact with these soul ripples shuddered involuntarily. A short moment later, several streams of white mist escaped Irontooth's corpse and flew straight into Feng's body. Before he could react, the mist had merged with his soul already. Black Flame, you'll regret your actions today. Now that you've killed the Faux Saint Devourer, it has left a soul mark on you. It won't be long before the other Faux Saint monsters come to find you. They will also obliterate Silverwing town from the Orc Empire. Thousand Eyes scoffed as he looked at Faux. The higher-ups' instruction was for them to protect the Faux Saint Devourer because the birth of a Faux Saint Devourer was incredibly rare and difficult. Not even one Faux Saint Devourer might appear from tens of thousands of Faux Saint Destroyers. Meanwhile, a Faux Saint Devourer was unimaginably useful to both the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand. However, Faux had not only disregarded Saint's Hand but even killed the Faux Saint Devourer right before everyone's eyes. He had actually snubbed Saint's Hand. This was the first time Thousand Eyes had suffered such humiliation since entering God's domain. Due to the mission's failure, Thousand Eyes wanted to make Faux realize just how foolish his actions were and regret them for the rest of his life. The other Saint's Hand members present also started eyeing Faux with derision. Unlike ordinary monsters, the Faux Saint monsters possessed close bonds with each other. Moreover, the tightness of this bond corresponded with the strength of a Faux Saint monster. With the Faux Saint Devourer analogous to a king among Faux Saint monsters, killing one was equivalent to becoming enemies with every Faux Saint monster out there. Unless Faux could remove the Faux Saint Devourer's soul mark, all the Faux Saint monsters within a 100,000-yard radius would be able to detect his presence and would try to kill him as long as his soul existed. In other words, they would target him until he deleted his account and started all over again. The complexions of Purple Eye and the others darkened slightly as they looked at Thousand Eyes. They never thought that killing the Faux Saint Devourer would come at such a price. Ha ha ha. Black Flame must be dumbfounded right now. If what Thousand Eyes said really is true, then Black Flame and Silverwing Town are both doomed. The various superpower spectating members laughed along with Thousand Eyes. The power of Feng's dragon transformation was shocking and could even be called unmatched. They could tell that Zero Wing would most likely be making a strong comeback. However, Thousand Eyes' words dispelled all their worries. The current Silverwing town's defensive capability was indeed very strong. After all, it had not only a Tier 4 NPC guarding it but also the protection of a monstrous player like Faux. However, when besieged by an army of millions or possibly even tens of millions of Faux Saint monsters, even a main city-ranked NPC city would fall very quickly, let alone Silverwing town. Just as everyone thought that Faux would reveal signs of regret or fear, however, the swordsman turned to look at Thousand Eyes in an indescribably calm gaze. You want to see me regretting? You'll have to be able to leave this place alive first to do that. After saying so, Faux stalked toward Thousand Eyes' team, each step he took setting the ground a tremble. At this moment, it felt as if the whole world was angry. Upon seeing his approach, Thousand Eyes and the other Saints' Hand members paled drastically. Black Flame. You'd better not go too far. We are members of Saints' Hand's Trump Card Legion. If you kill us, Saints' Hand will not forgive Zero Wing. That's right. If you wish to stay alive and keep Silverwing Town standing, your only choice is to work with Saints' Hand. Otherwise, both you and Zero Wing will be devoured by those Faux Saint monsters. Faced with the 40-meter-tall black dragon and the overbearing aura it exuded, Saints' Hand's peak experts and even Thousand Eyes, a domain realm expert, were overwhelmed with unspeakable terror. Their minds blanked out, preventing them from properly controlling their bodies. They couldn't escape even though they wanted to. This scene flabbergasted the various spectating superpowers. For a moment, they doubted that the people displayed on their magic mirrors were actually the members of one of Saints' Hand's trump card legions, who normally showed no respect even to the various superpowers. Before the various superpowers spectating members could dismiss their doubts, Faux had already arrived before Thousand Eyes and slowly raised one of his massive claws. You don't need to concern yourselves with this. After Faux said so, he sent a claw smashing into Thousand Eyes' team. First sword, light shadow. In the next moment, the phantom of a gigantic dragon's claw descended from the sky, so immense and powerful that Thousand Eyes and the others couldn't dodge or defend themselves. In the blink of an eye, Thousand Eyes and the others were sent to the void, together with the ground beneath them. Silence. Destruction. Death. For a moment, time in the desert woodland seemed to freeze. Even the various superpowers members that were spectating from Silverwing Town stared at the magic mirrors before them with dumbfounded expressions, unable to believe their eyes. They got killed, just like that. Those are experts that Saints' Hand had invested a fortune in nurturing. With this, Saints' Hand definitely won't let Zero Wing off the hook. Is he really Black Flame? Unlike normal players, the experts of Saints' Hand's trump card legions had relied on special methods to gain astonishing basic attributes. Hence, the death penalties they suffered were also far greater than that of normal players. By killing Thousand Eyes' team, Faux had basically crippled half of the trump card legion they belonged to. It would be strange if Saints' Hand did not try to take revenge on Zero Wing. Despite Zero Wing's fate already hanging on the line, now that it had to go up against the Faux Saint army, Faux had actually annihilated Thousand Eyes' team, instead of trying to mend his relationship with Saints' Hand to improve Zero Wing's chances of survival. What Faux just did basically pushed Zero Wing further down the path of no return. However, even after annihilating Thousand Eyes' team, Faux remained calm like usual as if he had just killed a bunch of mobs. After giving Purple Eye some instructions, as well as gifting the weapons and equipment of Saints' Hand's members to the Patrol Army's members, he flew off to the distant Silverwing town. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Shortly after Faux left the battlefield, news regarding the events in the desert woodland started spreading like wildfire. Black Flame's shocking return to Silverwing town. Mythic ranked Faux Saint Devourer gets killed. Black Flame single-handedly annihilates one of Saints' Hand's trump card legions. These shocking pieces of information shook the entire eastern continent one after another. Chapter 2663, He's back. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel. Inside a splendorous meeting room, several dozen Tier 3 experts exuding powerful auras were currently seated around a round table. However, despite the number of people present, the room was remarkably quiet. Careful observation of the people present would discover that quite a few of them radiated intense bloodlust and were enveloped by extremely dense darkness energy. Ordinary dark players were no match for these people in these two aspects. These people were none other than Dark Rhapsody's upper echelon and the commanders of a few of the Dark World's top adventurer teams. Aside from these experts from the Dark World, the other Tier 3 experts seated around the table also had extraordinary origins. Among them were the upper echelon of the super first-rate guild Unyielding Soul and the guild leaders of first-rate guilds, as well as the commanders and vice-commanders of top adventurer teams. Meanwhile, every one of these VIPs was looking at a woman wearing an advanced Master Forger's insignia. Despite this woman lacking a powerful aura, everyone was treating her as the chairperson of this meeting. Currently, however, this woman appeared indescribably haggard. I hope that everyone present can increase the support you provide to counter Starlink and the various superpowers' harassment. Zero Wing will make sure that everyone receives proper compensation. Aside from this topic, does anybody have anything else they wish to raise? Melancholic Smile asked as she swept her gaze across the people present. Ever since Faux and Zero Wing's main force members left for the Western continent, Starlink and the various superpowers had constantly been harassing Stone Forest City. Economic suppression, material plundering, and field ambushes occurred at almost every instant. To make matters worse, as the number of Tier 3 players the various superpowers possessed increased, the area the Night Legion could protect also shrank. Moreover, aside from Faux, both vice-guild leaders of Zero Wing were also inaccessible. As a result, Melancholic Smile had to shoulder the burden of leading Zero Wing temporarily. However, with the unstable factors surrounding Stone Forest City increasing continuously, the number of players that dared operate in Stone Forest City decreased. This took a toll on the city's economy. At this point, the city's daily income wasn't even half of what the city made during its peak. Meanwhile, in order to ensure the safety of Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, and Silverwing Town, Zero Wing had no choice but to increase the security measures implemented, which, in turn, increased the guild's daily expenditure substantially. We are facing some problems in the Dark World as well. Recently, because of the increase in the number of Tier 3 players, many of the Dark World's powers have partnered up and launched several attacks on the teleportation gate already. Currently, we are still able to stop these attacks, but I'm afraid the situation won't last for very long, Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow said helplessly to Melancholic Smile. In addition, world domination is growing restless. Judging from the information we collected, we believe world domination will mount a large-scale operation soon. Hence, we hope that Zero Wing can give us more of the Freedom Hotel's resources, so that we can rope in more of the Dark World's powers and maintain a stable hold over the teleportation gate. Upon hearing Blue Rainbow's words, Liang Jing, sitting beside Melancholic Smile, frowned slightly. A large part of the reason why Stone Forest City could maintain its current income was the Freedom Hotel. In order to ensure Stone Forest City's safety, they had obtained the help of the various powers and adventurer teams in exchange for the Freedom Hotel's rooms. Thus far, they had already given out quite a few rooms. If they gave out even more, not only would Zero Wing have fewer rooms for its own use, but the Freedom Hotel's income would also decrease significantly, possibly to the point where Zero Wing's current expenditures became unsustainable. However, the Dark World's teleportation gate was also provided a considerable portion of Zero Wing's income. This was especially true for magic crystals. It was similarly something that Zero Wing could not afford to lose. I understand. I'll consider this matter and give you an answer as soon as possible, Melancholic Smile said as she massaged her temples. If there are no other problems, we'll adjourn for today. After Melancholic Smile said so, everyone present promptly left their seats. At this time, Unyielding Soul's Mu Lingsha approached Melancholic Smile. Miss Melancholic, please feel free to ask if you come across any difficulty in funding. Unyielding Soul and Zero Wing are old allies. While we might not be able to provide additional manpower, we can still allocate some funds to help Zero Wing, Mu Lingsha said quietly as she looked at Melancholic Smile, who currently wore a worried expression on her face. Thank you, Melancholic Smile said. In reality, we don't really have any problems with regard to funding. The crucial problem is the various superpowers that are targeting Stone Forest City, as well as the management of Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. If the main force members were around, those superpowers would hold back somewhat instead of working with Starlink to target Zero Wing's members. Now, it is becoming increasingly difficult for Zero Wing's members to develop in Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. Currently, funding was still a small problem for Zero Wing. The really urgent matter now was the guild's lack of Tier 3 experts. If not for Unyielding Soul sending quite a number of its Tier 3 experts to help maintain Stone Forest City's security during this period, Stone Forest City would have definitely ended up in an even more miserable state. Right, Vice Guild Leader Mu, is there still no news about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Pavilion Master? Melancholic Smile asked. Zero Wing had partnered with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain on many occasions before. The two sides could be considered to be in an absolute alliance. Melancholic Smile and Phoenix Rain were also fairly close friends, as the two of them had come into frequent contact with each other because of the business relationship between their two guilds. Originally, after the various superpowers started targeting Stone Forest City, Melancholic Smile had sought Phoenix Rain's help to solve some of the problems Zero Wing encountered in the Black Dragon Empire. However, no matter how she tried contacting Phoenix Rain, she couldn't get through at all. It was as if Phoenix Rain had disappeared from God's domain. In fact, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members did not know Phoenix Rain's whereabouts. We have already sent a lot of people to investigate this matter. It is truly strange. Let alone Phoenix Rain and her trusted subordinates, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Ku Rong, Nine Dragons Emperor, and many others of the guild's upper echelon have disappeared. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is relying entirely on its Grand Elders to operate. According to the information we got, even those Grand Elders don't know what is going on, Mu Lingsha said. Disappeared. Melancholic Smile was stunned when she heard Mu Lingsha's words. The core upper echelon of a super first-rate guild had actually disappeared overnight without any news. Who would possibly dare believe this? However, I also heard that Mythology invited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to the Faux Saint Alliance discussion that it is holding in the Fire Dragon Empire. Once this alliance discussion ends, we might receive some news regarding the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Mu Lingsha said. Alliance discussion. Melancholic Smile's complexion turned even more haggard when she heard this phrase. It seems we are really in trouble this time. Ostensibly, Mythology's alliance discussion would focus on the problem of the Faux Saint monsters. In reality, Mythology was simply trying to rope in the various superpowers to capture Stone Forest City. If the various superpowers come to an agreement on how to split Stone Forest City's profits during this upcoming discussion, then the next step would be for them to attack Stone Forest City. With Stone Forest City's current defenses, it could fend off the various superpowers' joint assault, but such a war would destroy Stone Forest City's economy. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only person suffering a headache over this matter. Mu Lingsha was not having a good time either. After all, Mythology's alliance discussion this time wouldn't target just Zero Wing but also Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Soul was falling into an increasingly precarious situation, yet she couldn't do anything about it. This was because 15 superpowers were attending the alliance discussion this time, 3 of which were super guilds, making it undoubtedly the grandest meeting ever held on the eastern continent. If all of these superpowers worked together, the strength they could unleash would be unimaginable. Just as Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha were feeling helpless, Liang Jing, who was at one side, reading a message, suddenly revealed a rare smile. No. It's not us who are in trouble, but them. Liang Jing exclaimed excitedly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. What happened? Both Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha were confused by Liang Jing's sudden about-face. They could not understand why she was smiling at all. He's back. The guild leader. The guild leader is back. Chapter 2664, Zero Wing in an Uproar. Everyone's plans. Both Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha were stunned upon hearing Liang Jing's words. You managed to contact the guild leader? Melancholic Smile asked excitedly. The current Zero Wing was in an extremely tight spot, as all of the guild's top combatants were absent. However, this still wasn't the most important point. The crucial thing was that morale in the guild had fallen to an unprecedented low. Faux had always been Zero Wing's backbone. His return might not be able to drag Zero Wing out of its current predicament, but it would be able to unite the hearts of Zero Wing's members. Moreover, his return would also strengthen the confidence of Zero Wing's various partners. After all, the main reason why these powers had partnered with Zero Wing in the first place was Faux. At this moment, let alone Melancholic Smile, even Mu Lingsha gazed at Liang Jing eagerly, wanting to know if Faux had truly returned or not. If Faux had truly returned to the Eastern continent, the various superpowers would naturally have to reconsider their decision to join hands with Starlink and target Zero Wing. Even if their alliance remained standing, they wouldn't be as united as before. Not yet, Liang Jing said, shaking her head. I only received a report that the guild leader is currently in Silverwing town. After saying so, Liang Jing forwarded the report to Melancholic Smile for her inspection. However, when Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha finished reading the report Liang Jing shared with them, the excitement on their faces disappeared, replaced by indescribable grimness. How could this be? Melancholic Smile could not help growing anxious after reading the report. Quick! Gather the elite personal guards and contact Hell Rush's team. We need to head to Silverwing town as soon as possible. The fact that Faux killed a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer was indeed astonishing. Such exciting news would definitely heighten morale. However, the retaliation of millions of Faux Saint monsters was no laughing matter. Not to mention, Saint's hand wouldn't sit still and do nothing after suffering humiliation. At that time, Silverwing town would have to go up against several million Faux Saint monsters, as well as Saint's hand's experts. With Silverwing town's defenses, stopping such a force would be utterly impossible. Meanwhile, if Faux were to end up getting devoured by those Faux Saint monsters, the consequences for Zero Wing would be unimaginable. Let's not panic first. Those Faux Saint monsters and Saint's hand won't take action so soon. They will need some time to amass their forces. I'll contact Unyielding Heart and have him lead a team over to Silverwing town immediately, Mu Lingsha said, pacifying Melancholic Smile. Thank you, Melancholic Smile said as she nodded in gratitude. She then took a deep breath to calm herself before methodically arranging for the necessary manpower to send to Silverwing town. Meanwhile, as Melancholic Smile and the others were leading an army to Silverwing town, the various superpowers were reeling from the news of Feng's return. They never thought that Feng would reappear after disappearing for such a long time. Or to put it in another way, the Sword King of old had returned. Moreover, Feng's individual combat power had even reached unbelievable heights. His dragon transformation actually allowed him to effortlessly kill a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer. The Sword King was far more frightening than before. This astonishing transformation would also make Zero Wing even more difficult to deal with. After all, compared to a guild with weak morale and divided opinions, a united guild with strong morale would be capable of exhibiting much greater combat power. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Scorching Flame Restaurant. The Scorching Flame Restaurant towered over 30 stories above the city center. At this moment, a female level 116 Guardian Knight clad in black gold armor entered the top floor room of the restaurant. The Guardian Knight radiated a frightening aura that suppressed even the ambient mana around her. However, when this guardian knight arrived before the woman currently dining inside the room, she gave a very respectful bow. Vice Guild Leader Shadow, Black Flame has returned to the Eastern Continent, White Feather reported as she placed a document before Cold Shadow. She then continued, like we guessed, he has become much stronger than before. As a result, Zero Wing and its partners have regained their confidence. Even the secret pavilion has dispatched more manpower to help defend Stone Forest City. Currently, the various superpowers are hotly discussing this matter. Should we still proceed with our original plan and hold the alliance discussion? Of course. He merely killed one Faux Saint Devourer. The big picture remains the same. Proceed according to plan, Cold Shadow said, a seductive smile appearing on her face. Those superpowers are no fools, either. They should understand that times have changed. If they wish to survive in the new era, their only option is to plunder more resources for themselves. Not to mention, both Black Flame and Silverwing Town won't survive much longer. Although Shifeng's return had indeed shocked the various superpowers, that was it. After all, one would have trouble adapting to the changes in the rapidly developing Eastern Continent, even if one left the continent for just 2 or 3 days. Shifeng had disappeared from the Eastern Continent for around 2 weeks. Moreover, there was also the activation of the Demon God's Chaos Expansion Pack, as well as the outbreak of the Faux Saint monsters. The current Eastern Continent was not the Eastern Continent of 2 weeks ago. One could say that Shifeng's time had already passed. The threat he posed to the various superpowers was no longer as great as before. In the current God's domain, Tier 3 experts were no longer as rare as before. Even the various top adventurer teams boasted over 100 Tier 3 experts under their command, let alone the various first-rate guilds and superpowers. Hence, it was now incredibly difficult for powerful individuals like Shifeng to accomplish great feats on their own. Tier 3 personal guards were also no longer as great of a threat to players as they were before. Understood. I'll notify the various superpowers, then. White Feather nodded before leaving the Scorching Flame restaurant. While the Eastern Continent's various superpowers were discussing Shifeng's return, Shifeng himself had gone to Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing Town to rest. Guild Leader, as per your instructions, we have started secretly transferring the crippled NPCs and elite Tier 3 personal guards. It shouldn't be long before they arrive in town. We have also tasked people to monitor the gaming cabins of the Vice Guild leaders and the others. As soon as they leave that special space, we will know about it, Yulan reported to Shifeng, who was currently browsing the latest news regarding the Eastern Continent. All right. They should be able to get out of that place in a few more days. If they arrive inside the Faux Saint monster's territory, send a rescue team immediately, Shifeng said, nodding. Although he doubted that Zero Wing's main force members would have any problems dealing with the Faux Saint monsters, if they got surrounded by a large number of Faux Saint destroyers or encountered a Faux Saint Devourer, they might still get killed. Meanwhile, the enhanced death penalty from dying to a Faux Saint monster was something he didn't want Zero Wing's main force members to suffer. Guild Leader, are you really fine in your present condition? Yulan asked worriedly. Not only did Shifeng lose contact with the outside world for such a long period, but he had even spent all this time lying inside his virtual gaming cabin, completely reliant on the cabin's nutrient solution to sustain himself. His physical body couldn't be unaffected. Not to mention, he had just experienced such an intense battle and had a soul mark placed on him. Who knew if that soul mark would have any side effects or not? If Shifeng were to collapse from overwork now and suffered lasting damage to his body, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Relax. I'm really fine, Shifeng said, chuckling. In fact, my mind is in exceptionally good condition right now. New ideas are popping up in my mind from time to time, and they're making me eager to start training. It's good that you're fine. However, if you feel sick, you must log off and rest immediately. You can leave the other matters to us, Yulan said. After seeing that Faux was indeed in good spirits, she stopped trying to persuade him to rest and left the office to handle the other tasks he had given her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Meanwhile, after Yuan left, Faux stopped browsing the Eastern continent's news. He then focused on the several strands of mist the Faux Devourer had sent into his body. This wasn't his first time receiving a soul mark. Normally, players couldn't sense the soul mark that plagued them. However, he could actually clearly sense it inside his mind. He could even sense the white mist circling his brain. This situation intrigued him. Following which, Faux focused all his attention on the several strands of mist meandering through his mind. His expression suddenly changed. No, that's not right. This isn't a soul mark but a soul array. Chapter 2665, Magic Array that upgrades the soul. Looking at the strands of white mist hovering around in his mind, coupled with the countless sparkles of light around the mist, Faux could not help being surprised. In God's domain, magic arrays were generally made out of mana. However, some magic arrays were not made up of just mana but had other things mixed in as well. Meanwhile, the magic array he was looking at had traces of soul. I never thought that the rumored soul array actually existed. Faux revealed an ecstatic look on his face as he observed the white mist circulating in his brain. He had only ever heard of soul arrays. He had never actually seen one before. According to the rumors he had heard, the soul array was a magic array capable of changing a player's soul. Of course, there were also mentions that the soul array devoured a player's soul. In short, there were many rumors surrounding soul arrays. However, there was one thing Faux was certain of: a soul array could upgrade a player's soul. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for players to upgrade their soul, that was only possible for NPCs. However, the soul array made the impossible possible. And according to the several testaments Faux heard in his previous life, once a player had their soul upgraded, even an ordinary expert would become a powerhouse in God's domain. In fact, some experts had even managed to reach Tier 5 thanks to the upgrade. Nevertheless, most people that heard these rumors and testaments about the soul array's existence and functions had dismissed them as tall tales. They felt that even without the soul array, the experts that had given their testaments about the soul array would still have become powerhouses in God's domain. Hence, most players in God's domain had treated the existence of soul arrays as a joke. Now, however, Faux was actually looking at a soul array himself. Of course, unless one was an advanced magician, one would most likely have a difficult time recognizing these strands of mist as a magic array. Most people would treat it as a soul mark. Thankfully, I checked it in time. Had I waited a few more days, I might have lost this opportunity. Faux sighed in relief when he saw the strands of silver mist gradually thinning out. The soul array within him was being powered by the Faux Devourer's soul energy and mana. While replenishing the soul array's mana was an easy task, replenishing the soul energy was not. At least, Faux had no idea how he could do so. Hence, the soul array would not last for very long. Of course, so long as this soul array existed, the Faux monsters would be able to perceive his presence. The soul array's existence could be considered both good fortune and misfortune. Having thought up to this point, Faux promptly started studying the soul array in his brain. The soul array had merely been imprinted onto his brain. The magic array itself wasn't active. If he wished to let the soul array exhibit its real effects, he would have to activate it first. Sure enough, this soul array really is complex. Just from what I can see, it is made up of at least 40 basic master magic arrays and over a dozen advanced master magic arrays, 3 of which are almost at the Grandmaster standard. Moreover, I have to rely on my own spiritual will to activate this soul array, and even the slightest mistake will result in my soul getting devoured. It's no wonder some people labeled it a magic array that devours players' souls. After inspecting the soul array for half an hour, Faux was flabbergasted by his findings. The soul was something illusory. There was no describing it with words, much less upgrading it, or weakening it. However, the soul array within him could actually accomplish this feat easily. This was simply unbelievable. Unfortunately, the risks involved in activating the soul array were ridiculous. Of the two possible outcomes, one was heaven, while the other was hell. There was nothing in between. If ordinary experts were presented with such a choice, they probably would not hesitate to give activating the soul array a try. After all, the potential gains far outstripped the potential losses. Even if they got their souls damaged, the worst outcome would be remaining stuck at Tier 3 forever. For ordinary experts, this would most likely be the case anyway, even if they didn't have their souls weakened. However, it was a completely different story for Faux. His potential losses outweighed his potential gains. With his current standards, he should have no problem reaching Tier 5. If he had his soul damaged now, then reaching Tier 5 would become a problem. After all, the higher the tier players reached, the lower the importance of weapons, equipment, and bloodlines. Instead, individual strength was what mattered most. Do I give up? Faux hesitated despite himself as he considered the gradually dissipating soul array in his mind. As the soul array would be used on his soul, he only had one chance at activating it. If he messed up the activation, the soul array would backfire and devour his soul instead. However, if he succeeded, then the soul array would upgrade his soul. No, it's not hopeless. After debating for some time, Faux thought of a possibility. He then took out Augustus's damaged heart from his bag. It was incredibly rare for players to come across opportunities to upgrade their souls. So long as he successfully activated the soul array, he would have a much easier time challenging not only a Tier 4 promotion quest of greater difficulty but also future promotions. In fact, the help he could gain from an upgraded soul would be much greater than what he could gain from a piece of legendary equipment. It would be a huge waste to discard this opportunity. Meanwhile, there were two ways he could drastically increase his chances of successfully activating the soul array. The first method was to familiarize himself with the magic arrays used to make the entire soul array. However, the soul array was extremely complex. At his current standards, he might need 2 whole weeks to learn and memorize all the magic arrays. The second method was to improve his mental state so that he could guide his spiritual will through the soul array with greater precision. For others, both of these methods would be incredibly difficult. However, that was not the case for Faux. Augustus's damaged heart was capable of releasing eternal energy when activated. Eternal energy was many times superior to mana. It could elevate a player's mental state to its very peak. Be it familiarizing himself with the soul array or guiding his spiritual will through the soul array, eternal energy would be of great help. With eternal energy, his chances of successfully activating the soul array would increase considerably. The only problem was that Augustus's damaged heart had a 3-month cooldown. Of course, there was also the option of using one god crystal to circumvent the cooldown. While this was incredibly expensive, spending one god crystal to upgrade his soul would be well worth it. Following which, Faux took out the last god crystal he had and placed it inside Augustus's damaged heart. He then activated the heart's magic array. Immediately, streams of purple mist flowed out of Augustus's heart and converged around Faux. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread across his body. His thoughts also became much clearer than before. Good. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Faux started carefully analyzing the soul array's components one after another. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. Originally, it should have taken Faux at least a dozen days to learn the soul array. However, with the help of eternal energy, he learned and familiarized himself with all of the soul array's components in just a little over 7 hours. He had even achieved rough mastery of a pseudo-grandmaster magic array that could be used to exert a little control over souls. Now that I've familiarized myself with all of the magic arrays, next up will be to utilize my spiritual will to activate them. Looking at the soul array in his mind, he could not help some slight nervousness. Although he had familiarized himself with all of the component arrays, activating them was an entirely different matter. After all, the activation of each magic array required him to split his spiritual will into multiple strands. The difficulty of doing so was incredibly high. After mentally preparing himself for several minutes, Faux then started guiding his spiritual will through the magic arrays in his mind. 1 magic array activated. 2 magic arrays activated. 3 magic arrays activated. With each subsequent magic array Faux activated, the difficulty increased. Initially, he needed to split his spiritual will only into 3 strands. By the 4th magic array, that number increased to 6. Fortunately, for an expert like Faux, such a task was not particularly difficult. Hence, the activation of the magic arrays proceeded in an orderly manner. Time passed quickly. Before Faux realized it, more than 20 minutes had gone by already. At this point, the sweat from his forehead had already drenched the light armor he wore. The last one. The final magic array actually required Faux to split his spiritual will into 17 strands. This final magic array was also the one he was most familiar with. Ping. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in his mind. In the next moment, the soul array's core magic array shattered, followed by the shattering of the other component arrays in a domino effect. Meanwhile, the several strands of white mist circulating in Feng's mind transformed into countless particles of light that merged into his brain. Is it done? Feng was stunned when he saw this scene inside his mind. Chapter 2666, Soul Upgraded, Natural Domain. Zero Wing's residence, guild leader's office. Sitting quietly on his chair, Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his mind roiling with confusion. Just a second ago, he clearly sensed that he had successfully activated the core magic array. In the next second, however, the soul array had shattered so thoroughly that no traces remained whatsoever. It was as if the soul array had never existed in his mind. What is going on here? Did I succeed or fail? After confirming the absence of the soul array, Feng tried moving his body a little. However, he did not detect any changes or discomfort in his body. It was as if everything that had happened was an illusion. From what he understood of the soul array, so long as players successfully activated it, their souls would receive an upgrade, and their game character's natural talent would receive a significant improvement. On the other hand, if players failed to activate the soul array, their souls would get devoured, and their natural talent would deteriorate significantly, which would, in turn, eliminate almost all chances for further improvement. However, he currently didn't feel any different from before he tried activating the soul array. Both his physical body and mental state felt normal, neither more active nor sluggish. Could this soul array be a sham? After pondering for some time, Feng could come up with only this conclusion. Instead of the real deal, the soul array, planted in his mind, was merely a somewhat special soul mark. No other explanation made sense. Of course, there was one other possibility. All the information he obtained regarding the soul array in the past was false. The soul array did not possess the ability to alter a player's soul at all, and everyone who supposedly experienced these effects had only been imagining things. At this point, Feng could not help but sigh. If that really was the case, then he had suffered a huge loss this time. He had spent 1 god crystal to reset the cooldown on Augustus's damaged heart. Previously, in order to help out the guild's core members, he had spent most of the god crystals he had on hand and kept only 1 for himself, just in case. Now, he had wasted his last god crystal. Just as a wave of depression washed over Feng, Yulan knocked on his door and entered the room. Guild leader, Melancholic, and the others have arrived. In addition, the 300+ disabled NPCs are already in the residence's plaza. We can start the ceremony at any time, Yulan said, finding the look of depression on Shifeng's face a little strange. All right. Have the NPCs wait on the second underground floor first. Have Melancholic make the necessary preparations as well. I still need some time to myself, Shifeng said, nodding. I'll inform them, then, Yulan said before leaving the office. After she left, Shifeng took out the memory crystal the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint had given him. Since Augustus's heart was still pumping out eternal energy, he planned to use this opportunity to learn Ulvo's legacy. In God's domain, God crystals were rarer than even epic weapons and equipment. Coming across one was highly dependent on luck. Now that he had wasted a God crystal to activate Augustus's heart, he naturally couldn't let even a second of its duration go to waste. Otherwise, he would have to wait 3 months or obtain another God crystal to activate it again. The instant Shifeng tried to inject his mana into the memory crystal, a white mist actually formed around the crystal, stunning him. This materialized mana. How is this possible? Mana was intangible. Players could only rely on their senses and imagination to control it. Even then, they could exert only simple control over mana. Trying to concentrate the density of thin mana was beyond even Tier 4 players who had basic control over mana. Normally, players would be capable of such a feat only after reaching the Advanced Master Magician standard. Shifeng had just recently reached the Intermediate Master Magician standard, yet this materialized mana indicated that he had actually reached the Advanced Master Magician standard already. He could hardly believe it. An Advanced Master Magician. Although the Magician class was only a subclass in God's domain, the Advanced Master Magician standard was a realm all Tier 4 experts sought to reach. At the Advanced Master Magician standard, players could rely on their will to manipulate the mana around them, utilizing the ambient mana as if it were an extension of their bodies. They could have their own natural domain. An ordinary Tier 3 player who reached the Advanced Master Magician standard would be invincible among all opponents below Tier 4, the true Tier 4 standard, not monsters or players that possessed basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. One could easily imagine how powerful the Advanced Master Magician subclass was. Could this be the soul array's effects? This was the only explanation Shifeng could come up with for this situation after giving the matter some thought. Manipulating intangible mana was an incredibly complex task. Players needed a lot of time to adapt their minds before they could do it. Now, however, he could exert a great degree of control over mana despite barely putting any thought to the task. It was as if his mind had automated this process for him. Amazing. Truly amazing. The change to my magical talent is simply heaven-defying. Shifeng was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he controlled the mana domain that had naturally formed around him. Currently, he could freely control all the mana within a 30-yard radius as if it were one of his limbs. With just a thought, he could have the ambient mana attack someone. Moreover, this attack would carry power at the peak of Tier 3, just by him materializing the ambient mana. If he were to use a magic array, the power he could exhibit would be even greater. After a brief moment of excitement, Shifeng calmed himself and put away the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's memory crystal. He then took out a tattered notebook from his bag. Originally, I thought that I could learn this thing's contents only after reaching Tier 4. I never dreamed that I could actually learn them now. That Faux Saint Devourer really has helped me a bunch, Shifeng muttered, chuckling as he looked at the notebook in his hands. The notebook he held was none other than the mana-forging notes he had received from the famed smith Alba Grey. Although he had only one volume of the mana-forging notes, the value of this one volume could easily rival that of a legendary item. It was an item that the various empires of God's domain would go crazy over. This was because the forging techniques recorded within the mana-forging notes could serve as the foundation of an empire. Of course, learning the recorded forging techniques was an incredibly difficult task. Firstly, one had to have reached the Advanced Master Magician standard. This requirement was because Alba Gray's mana forging techniques were different from conventional forging techniques, which prioritized the materials used. Instead, Alba Gray's techniques prioritized mana, while the materials used were only of secondary importance. One could consider Alba Gray's techniques a kind of lost ancient technology. Faux immediately started manipulating the mana around him to break the mana seal on the notebook. In order to remove the mana seal, one needed to use one's mana to decode it. Utilizing brute force would permanently destroy the notebook's contents. The mana seal consisted of 27 magic arrays, every one of which was at the basic Grandmaster standard. The degree of precision one needed to have when decoding these magic arrays was akin to threading a needle. Only those capable of freely manipulating mana would succeed in lifting the mana seal. This was also the reason why Faux had left the mana forging notes sitting inside his bag all this time. 1 array. 2 arrays. 3 arrays. After working on the mana seal for more than 2 hours, Faux finally decoded the last magic array on the mana forging notes. Immediately, all mana within his office seemed to have been summoned, as it surged toward the mana forging notes. This mana then transformed into texts and images that flowed into his brain. For a time, Faux felt as if his head would explode. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The amount of information contained within the mana forging notes was comparable to that of the small mobile fortress design. If not for his concentration having reached the Tier 4 standard already, he would have most definitely lost consciousness. The information transfer continued for 20 minutes. Then, the mana forging notes closed itself, and the mana seal reappeared on it. As for Faux, he slumped back in his chair, his complexion indescribably pale. However, despite his miserable state, his eyes sparkled with joy and shock. Before Faux could snap out of his daze, he suddenly received a call request from Yulan. Guild leader, we just received news that the Faux Saint Monster army is currently crossing Starmoon Kingdom's borders. Rough estimates put its numbers at over 4 million. We have also spotted some of Saint's Hand's members among the monsters, Yulan reported anxiously. They're finally here. Faux revealed a faint smile on his face when he heard Yulan's words. Have Melancholic and the others ready the materials. I'll head over immediately. Chapter 2667, Foundation Skyrockets Silverwing Town, Zero Wings Residence, second underground floor. At this moment, over 300 NPCs stood inside an underground hall, which was half the size of a football field. These NPCs all looked old and injured. The 100-plus Tier 3 experts of Zero Wing present could not help their confusion over the presence of these NPCs. With the situation outside so tense already, why did the guild leader gather us here instead of having us prepare for battle? A tall and thin level 115 man wearing the emblem of Zero Wing's main force reserve member muttered, perturbed. This tall and thin man was once the vice commander of an adventurer team. He had joined Zero Wing not that long ago and had gained his position as a reserve member of the main force only after Faux had left the eastern continent. Hence, he did not have a very clear idea of just how powerful the guild's foundations were. What the man understood very clearly was just how powerful the Faux Saint monsters were, especially after their numbers reached a certain scale. Several million Faux Saint monsters charging towards Silverwing Town was definitely a disaster. However, instead of further strengthening the town's defenses, Faux had actually gathered all of the guild's Tier 3 reserve main force members tasked with defending Silverwing Town in this basement hall. In fact, he had even kept them waiting here for such a long time with nothing to do but look at these old and ailing NPCs. This was simply insane. At this moment, many of the Tier 3 experts present were also confused by this situation. Silverwing Town was by no means a small place. There were many locations that needed defending. They still needed to organize the guild's other Tier 3 experts and Tier 2 members. They had already been tight for time, yet they had actually wasted 2 whole hours idling here. The players gathered could not help but wonder if Faux had given up on Silverwing Town already. To Zero Wing's core upper echelon, Silverwing Town might be just another one of the guild's residences. However, for players like themselves who had lived in Silverwing Town all this time, it was their home. Just as everyone was grumbling about the current situation, Yulon and Melancholic Smile walked to the staircase leading upstairs. They then flanked the staircase and quietly looked at the man descending it, a respectful expression appearing on their faces. Guild leader, all Tier 3 reserve main force members with a position of Viscount or above are here. They have already signed the confidentiality contract. With the personal guard slots they have, we will be able to accommodate all of the NPCs gathered, Melancholic Smile quietly reported to Faux. Alright, let's begin, Faux said, nodding. Originally, he had been keeping the Water of Life top secret. After all, only by doing so would he have an easier time collecting injured NPCs with good potential. However, now that God's domain had developed to such a state, he no longer had the leeway for such secrecy. After Faux said so, Melancholic Smile had the gathered NPCs line up before her. She then distributed the Water of Life to every one of them, the situation further confusing the reserve main force members present. What are they doing? What dense life energy? Why do all these NPCs look so excited? Many people knew of the Water of Life in God's domain, but not many people had seen it in person. In the eyes of Zero Wing's reserve main force members, Melancholic Smile was merely distributing potions brimming with life energy to the NPCs gathered. However, when these NPCs received the potion, their gloomy and lifeless expressions immediately brightened up, their eyes glowing with hope and energy. Every one of these NPCs even excitedly thanked Melancholic Smile and swore loyalty to her. This situation baffled the Zero Wing members. They could all tell that these NPCs were not personal guards but independent NPCs. There should be no way these NPCs would show such gratitude toward players, much less take the initiative to swear loyalty to a player. As the reserve main force members were stewing in confusion, frightening auras burst forth from the gathered NPCs, one after another. Previously, none of these gathered NPCs was a match even for ordinary Tier 2 NPCs. Now, however, even the weakest of them radiated an aura that made even the refinement realm experts present shudder. When the auras of these 300-plus NPCs flooded the hall, the 100-plus reserve main force members could not help stumbling back with nervous expressions as they cautiously eyed the NPCs before them. At this moment, they could tell that, so long as these NPCs willed it, none of them would leave this basement alive. Not to mention, the strongest few auras even made them feel as if they stood before a bottomless abyss. The owners of these auras were definitely not just ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. While bathed in these auras, everyone felt as if they were standing inside a muddy swamp, their bodies incredibly sluggish. In fact, they had also lost control over the ambient mana around them. A mana domain. At this moment, even Yulon goggled in shock at this situation. Although she knew that Faux and Melancholic Smile had gathered these old and ailing NPCs for a purpose, she never imagined that they would be carrying out such an ambitious enterprise. Not only did they instantly turn 300-plus old and ailing NPCs into lively tigers, but 3 of these NPCs even possessed a mana domain. This was simply unbelievable. Normally, a naturally occurring mana domain was something only Tier 4 NPCs possessed. A mana domain was also the biggest difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 NPCs and the reason why Tier 4 NPCs could trounce Tier 3 NPCs. It was also because of this mana domain that Saint's Hand had never dared stretch their hands towards Silverwing Town. After all, Silverwing Town had the protection of the Magic King Craig Midlands, who had already been promoted to Tier 4. In front of the Magic King, Tier 3 players would be one-shot kills. Now, out of the 300-plus NPCs present, there were actually 3 NPCs with a mana domain. This meant that these 3 NPCs were only one short step away from Tier 4. Amazing! The harvest this time is massive. Faux himself was surprised by this outcome. Although there were no Tier 4 NPCs in the batch of recovered NPCs this time, just gaining 3 Tier 3 NPCs with a mana domain was plenty amazing already. After all, so long as these 3 NPCs received sufficient resources, reaching Tier 4 should be a shoo-in. Moreover, aside from these 3 NPCs, the quality of the other 300+ NPCs was considerably good as well. Of the other 300+ NPCs, 1 actually possessed growth potential at the Dark Gold rank, 11 at the Fine Gold rank, 151 at the Secret Silver rank, and the rest at the Mysterious Iron rank. In God's domain, NPCs that possessed growth potential at the Fine Gold rank or above could only be found by luck. Aqua Rose had already swept through the old and ailing NPCs of numerous countries once. The fact that they could obtain so many NPCs at the Dark Gold and Fine Gold standard in the second batch was truly incredible. After all, any random Tier 3 NPC at the Fine Gold rank could suppress current Tier 3 domain realm experts. Even the various superpowers would not possess more than a handful of such existences. Now, Zero Wing had just gained 15 of such NPCs. Moreover, 3 of them possessed a mana domain, of which 2 were at the Fine Gold rank and 1 was at the Dark Gold rank. If the various superpowers were to learn of this haul, they would definitely die of envy. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of silence in the hall, Faux turned his gaze toward the reserve main force members assembled before him. Alright, stop daydreaming. Line up according to the number assigned to you and start signing a contract with these NPCs, Faux said with a clap of his hands. Feng's words triggered an uproar among the gathered players. Crap! Is this for real? Even the weakest among these NPCs is at the Mysterious Iron rank, right? We can contract these NPCs as our personal guards. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream when they heard Feng's words. The fact that the guild could recruit so many powerful NPCs was already plenty amazing. Now, however, they were being told that they could have these NPCs as their personal guards. They couldn't believe their ears. The various first-rate guilds treated even Mysterious Iron guards as family heirlooms. Normally, only the guild elders would have the qualifications to contract such NPCs as personal guards. As for Secret Silver guards, they belong to the guild leader and grand elders. Everyone else should not even think of obtaining them. Now, however, Zero Wing was actually letting mere reserve members of its main force contract with Mysterious Iron guards and above. This situation was even more fabulous than if the guild had granted every one of them a level 100+ epic weapon. However, in no time at all, everyone snapped out of their daze and dashed forward to line up before Faux. As for the distribution of the NPCs, Faux first granted every player in line a Secret Silver NPC. As for the 2 Dark Gold NPCs, he assigned Melancholic Smile and Yulan 1 each. He also granted both of them and Liang Jing 1 Fine Gold NPC each. This way, the 3 of them would no longer have to worry about their security when traveling around God's domain. As for the remaining Fine Gold NPCs, he assigned them to the 11 people in line who had made the most contributions to the guild. Upon seeing this, the other Zero Wing members inevitably grew envious. That was a Fine Gold guard they were talking about. With the strength of a Fine Gold guard, one would not have to worry even when coming across a 100-man, Tier 3 team. In fact, the Tier 3 team would most likely try to avoid the Fine Gold guard. This is wonderful. With the addition of these personal guards, we should have no problem withstanding the Faux Saint monster's attack. Yulan breathed out a sigh of relief when the distribution of the personal guards was over. Although Silverwing Town was only an advanced town, Zero Wing had invested plenty of resources and funds into its development. While its defensive capability might not rival that of a guild city, its capability was not that far off either. Not to mention, the town also had 5 magic towers and a Tier 4 NPC protecting it. With the addition of so many Tier 3 personal guards, there shouldn't be any problem defending Silverwing Town from the Faux Saint monsters. Withstand. Faux shook his head at Yolan's sigh. Sneering, he continued, since they dare to come, then they shouldn't think of leaving anymore. After saying so, Faux tasked Yulan and Melancholic Smile with arranging Silverwing Town's defenses. As for himself, he made his way to Silverwing Town's Town Lord's mansion. Inside the control room of the Town Lord's mansion, Faux took out 600 mana stones and arranged them above the core magic array. The mana forging notes recorded plenty of powerful items. However, the highlight of the volume he received from Alba Grey was a special magic array capable of strengthening other magic arrays to whole new heights. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Of course, this improved strength did not come for free. The strengthening would triple the consumption of the target magic array. The target magic array would also take longer to recover naturally. However, compared to the possible benefits, this was a small price to pay. When Faux finished drawing the special magic array using the mana stones, a crimson pillar suddenly emerged from the core magic array. Following which, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered Fang's ears. System: Silverwing Town has met the qualifications for promotion to a basic city. Do you wish to promote it to a basic city? Chapter 2668, Siege Battle at Silverwing Town. The town can be promoted, just like that? Faux was surprised as he looked at the notification window at the corner of his vision. Although Silverwing Town was developing rapidly and its promotion to a basic city was only a matter of time, its attaining the promotion qualification so soon caught him unawares. He never thought that there would be such a benefit to strengthening a town's core magic array. The defense of a basic city was significantly more substantial than that of an advanced town. The number of NPC guards one could hire would also undergo a qualitative transformation. This boost was especially advantageous for strongholds located in the Orc Empire. Recently, more and more players had started operating in the Orc Empire. Due to the very low number of players' strongholds there, any stronghold that could ensure the safety of its players would become extremely popular, which would, in turn, guarantee its rapid development. However, despite receiving this unexpected boon, Faux did not choose to promote Silverwing Town yet. Instead, he focused on the crimson light pillar that had appeared at the center of the room. He then took out piles of magic crystals and started channeling the mana of the light pillar into Silverwing Town's various magic arrays. While upgrading Silverwing Town now would indeed raise its defensive capability by a significant margin, doing so would come at a great price. All the players inside the town would be teleported out of the town during the promotion process. With the Faux Saint army approaching, there was simply no time to upgrade Silverwing Town. Otherwise, Zero Wings members might have to fight the millions of Faux Saint monsters without the help of the city's defensive structures. Moreover, now that he had strengthened Silverwing Town's core magic array, its performance would surpass even that of the core magic arrays of ordinary basic cities. There was simply no need to take such a big risk. The rampaging mana inside the hall started flowing into the core magic array, together with the mana the magic crystals released. The core magic array then directed this mana into the various magic arrays throughout Silverwing Town, reinforcing them. 3 arrays. 6 arrays. 9 arrays. As Silverwing Town's magic arrays got strengthened one after another, the town's ambient mana changed. By the time half of Silverwing Town's magic arrays were strengthened, a layer of red mist had appeared above the town, enveloping it completely. Quick, look! Why is there a red mist above the town? What's going on? Is this Zero Wings doing? It's highly possible. The ambient mana seems to have become slightly wilder. So long as we use this mana, the power of our skills and spells should increase substantially. With this, we should have an easier time repelling the Faux Saint army. The players in Silverwing Town quickly noticed the changes to the town's mana and could not help discussing them. Many of the adventurer team members preparing for battle relaxed slightly. Silverwing Town was one of the few player strongholds in the Orc Empire that were open to independent players. Hence, many independent players had decided to support Zero Wing against the approaching Faux Saint army. In addition, Zero Wing had also set up a contribution system for the players participating in the town's defense. Through this system, players could earn contribution points and exchange these points for rewards. Hence, even more independent players had chosen to stay and fight for Silverwing Town. It seems Black Flame isn't completely unprepared for this upcoming battle. Illusory Words, who currently stood on the town's wall, sighed in relief when she saw the red mist covering the town. After seeing Shifang's previous performance against the Faux Saint Devourer, Crimson Emperor had decided to go all out in helping Zero Wing defend Silverwing Town. However, Illusory Words wasn't confident of success. After all, the Faux Saint monsters were simply too many. Moreover, even the weakest Faux Saint monster was at the Great Lord rank. The most they could do was persevere against the Faux Saint monster's assault. That was right. Persevere. With their current forces, repelling the Faux Saint army would be impossible. All they could do was persevere. Fortunately, Shifang had killed the Faux Saint Devourer. With this, even the strongest Faux Saint monster remaining would be only at the Grand Lord rank. Silverwing Town's defensive magic array would have no problem tanking the hits of Grand Lords. Meanwhile, so long as they ensured the continuous replenishment of the energy reserves of the town's defensive magic array before they got depleted, the Faux Saint monsters would not be able to take even a single step into Silverwing Town. With the intellect of those Faux Saint monsters, they wouldn't bother wasting too much time on a single task. After seeing that they couldn't break through the town's defensive magic array even after several days, they would naturally retreat. It seems Black Flame has quite a few tricks up his sleeves. He's actually able to make the town's mana go berserk. With this, the strength of the town's defensive magic array should have increased by quite a bit. While the town's defensive magic array has indeed been improved, it will still need to withstand all those Faux Saint destroyers. You should know that Faux Saint monsters have destroyed NPC cities before. What can a guild town possibly do against an army of them? The various superpowers members hidden inside the town disdained the transformation to Silverwing Town's mana. They also considered Shifang very foolish. While the performance of the town's defensive magic array had indeed improved significantly, there was still a limit to the magic array's energy reserves. Faced with the attacks of tens of thousands of Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint destroyers, how long could the magic array's energy reserves possibly last? Even the defensive magic arrays of NPC cities had fallen swiftly before the Faux Saint monsters. In fact, many of these NPC cities also had a large number of level 150 NPC guards and a level 180, tier 3 magistrate to defend them. In the end, the Faux Saint monsters still managed to drain the defensive magic array's energy reserves and destroyed the cities. Shortly after Silverwing Town's transformation, news of it quickly reached the Fire Dragon Empire's Flame Dragon City. Interesting. Since he's able to agitate the mana of a town to increase the performance of the town's defensive magic array, it seems he didn't defend those Faux Saint monsters in Saint's hand without any forethought. A smirk appeared on Cold Shadow's face when she read the report she just received. What a pity. This development might have posed a problem for those Faux Saint monsters in Saint's hand a few days ago, but it is futile now. After Cold Shadow said so, she turned her gaze to the video live stream playing before her. What this live stream showed was none other than the Faux Saint army that was marching towards Silverwing Town and was currently within 5,000 yards of Silverwing Town already. The monsters were so numerous that they covered all the land around Silverwing Town. From what she could see, there were easily more than 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers there, almost double the initial projections. Moreover, aside from the Faux Saint destroyers, there were also quite a few gigantic figures moving amidst this army, and the other Faux Saint monsters clustered around these gigantic figures. At this moment, White Feather entered the VIP room Cold Shadow occupied and said respectfully, "Vice Guild Leader, the various superpowers representatives have arrived already. Should we head over now?" "Alright, let's go." Cold Shadow nodded. She then dismissed the video playing before her and left the Scorching Flame restaurant. At the same time, the players standing guard atop Silverwing Town's walls were dumbfounded by the sight before them. How is this possible? No. This can't be real. This must be a joke. When the players standing on the walls looked at the massive army before them, despair and reluctance overwhelmed them. 8. There were 8 mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers. Is this the strength that Saint's hand has been relying on all this time? Illusory Words, who similarly stood on the town's wall, could not help a bitter smile when she saw the 8 Faux Saint Devourers. She had anticipated that Saint's hand had kept a trump card hidden. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had the confidence to take action so close to Silverwing Town, nor would it have put its precious mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer at such great risk. However, she never thought that Saint's hand had actually managed to produce so many Faux Saint Devourers already. At this moment, even the various spectating superpowers were stunned by this situation. Too strong. The Faux Saint army boasted not only over 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers but also 8 Faux Saint Devourers. With such a force, let alone destroying Silverwing Town, even capturing one of Star Moon Kingdom's main cities wouldn't be a problem. After all, the only real threat in main city-ranked NPC cities was the level 180, Tier 4 magistrates tasked with defending them. As for the remaining level 150 NPCs that were at Tier 2 or Tier 3, while they did pose a problem, they weren't undefeatable. At the same time, several thousand players wearing the guild emblem of Saint's Hand were hiding in a forest several thousand yards away from Silverwing Town. Among them, 1,000 magical class players were currently drawing a gigantic and complex magic array, which constantly drew on the ambient mana and reduced its density. Black Flame. I'll show you just how foolish your previous actions are and make you regret everything you've done. Thousand Eyes, who currently radiated an extremely weak aura, sneered as he looked at the Silverwing Town displayed on the magic mirror before him. No, I should say that you won't even have time to regret. Your Silverwing Town will turn to dust before you know it. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, inside Silverwing Town's Town Lord's mansion, while Faux was quietly inspecting the performance of the town's strengthened magic arrays through the core magic array, Yulon burst into the room with an ugly expression on her face. Guild Leader, according to the information we received from the walls, aside from over 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers, the Faux Saint army this time also has 8 Faux Saint Devourers, Yulon said in a grim tone as she gazed at Faux. It might be fine if only 1 or 2 Faux Saint Devourers had appeared. At that time, they could simply have Craig Midlands take action. However, the appearance of 8 Faux Saint Devourers completely messed up their plans. With so many Faux Saint Devourers attacking, it wouldn't matter even if Faux transformed into a black dragon again. They're here. Seeing the grim look on Yulon's face, Faux said calmly, "Let's go take a look, then." Chapter 2669, Power of Mana. Silverwing Town, Main Gates Wall. Currently, a large number of players were trying to squeeze their way up to the top of the wall, which was over a dozen meters high, to get a better look at the Faux Saint army. However, when these players arrived on top, every one of them found the scene that greeted them shocking. The Faux Saint monsters were so numerous that their figures dotted the land all the way to the horizon. Moreover, even the weakest among them was a level 110 Great Lord. As this endless army of monsters gradually encircled Silverwing Town, it looked as if night had descended. This scene alone already evoked fear in everyone. Why are there so many mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers? Can we really stop them? Panic and despair swept through the independent players that had chosen to help defend Silverwing Town as they stared at the scene before them. Originally, they thought that, with over 300,000 players fighting for Silverwing Town, combined with the town's defensive magic array, they should still have a chance to emerge victorious. After all, to win, they simply had to distract 50,000 or 60,000 Faux Saint destroyers for a certain period. However, the Faux Saint army that appeared before Silverwing Town was far stronger than they anticipated, over 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers and 8 Mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers. Everyone's confidence vanished at the sight of this army. At this moment, let alone the independent players present, even Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words were shocked. Over 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers and 8 Faux Saint Devourers. These Faux Saint monsters really think highly of us, Unyielding Heart, who had reached level 116 already, said, a bitter smile forming on his face as he took in the 8 gigantic figures standing some distance away from Silverwing Town. In order to assist Zero Wing in defending Silverwing Town, Unyielding Soul had dispatched its strongest trump card legion and even sent over 2 Tier 4 summoning scrolls and more than 100 heavy ballistas. According to his estimates, this force, combined with Crimson Emperors and Zero Wings, should have no problem defending Silverwing Town. However, it would seem that he had still underestimated the strength of these Faux Saint monsters. At this moment, let alone the 8 Faux Saint Devourers, just the 100,000 plus Faux Saint destroyers were already more than enough to instill despair in everyone. After all, the Faux Saint destroyers were Grand Lord ranked monsters. Ordinary Tier 3 experts couldn't take them on one-on-one. Only multiple people working together, with the help of the town's war weapons, could prevent these Faux Saint destroyers from attacking the town's defensive magic array and walls. As for the Tier 4 creatures they could summon, these things would be far from adequate against tens of thousands of Faux Saint destroyers. The only thing these summoned creatures could do was defend a portion of the town's walls and reduce the pressure the town's players faced. However, with the 8 Faux Saint Devourers around, these Tier 4 summoned creatures wouldn't even be able to lessen the pressure on the town's defenders. Illusory Words nodded in agreement with Unyielding Heart's words, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. We can only try our best to defend the town. A sense of powerlessness overwhelmed Illusory Words as she looked at the Faux Saint Devourers several thousand yards away commanding the other Faux Saint monsters. Although she had confidence in Faux, she doubted that even he had expected such a powerful army to appear at Silverwing Town's doorstep. In fact, even the various superpowers did not expect the Faux Saint monsters to develop at such a frightening rate. After all, only a little more than a day had passed since Crimson Emperor had learned about the birth of the first Faux Saint Devourer, yet the Faux Saint monsters had managed to add 8 more Faux Saint Devourers to their number. Even if they could stop these Faux Saint monsters for a day, it was highly unlikely they could stop these monsters for 2 days. During the time everyone was sighing and feeling powerless, a golden beam of light suddenly appeared in a forest some distance away from Silverwing Town, shooting straight into the sky. Even from several thousand yards away, the beam was clearly visible. Along with the appearance of this golden beam, the dusky sky became as bright as day. At the same time, the density of the mana surrounding Silverwing Town thinned out considerably as if something sucked the ambient mana away. Now, even players who weren't particularly sensitive to mana felt a slight discomfort. This is the Soul Annihilation Curse. Illusory Words' complexion turned indescribably grim when she saw the pillar of mana rising into the sky. Are Saints' hands people crazy? They actually used such an area sealing curse. The Soul Annihilation Curse was a super rare sealing barrier in God's domain. When activated, it could lock down a very large area, preventing players from leaving the sealed space while the barrier was still up, and thin out the mana within the barrier. Meanwhile, not only would players that died within the barrier suffer a much more severe death penalty, but their souls would be weakened for 15 days as well. The cost to activate the Soul Annihilation Curse was equally astonishing, the permanent sacrifice of 1000 level 100 plus, Tier 2 magical class players and 100 Tier 3 magical class players. This was a permanent death they were talking about. The players that activated this magic array would have their game characters permanently deleted, and they would have to start all over again if they wished to continue playing. Due to this reason, Although quite a few superpowers had obtained the Soul Annihilation Curse, none of them ever dared to use it. However, as Silverwing Town's players stood dazed in shock, a gigantic magic mirror suddenly appeared above the town. It displayed Saint's Hand's members, and standing at the lead of these players was none other than Thousand Eyes, whom Faux had killed just recently. Black Flame, you didn't see this coming, right? Thousand Eyes sneered. I said that you'd regret it. Weren't you very powerful? Now, I'll have you watch as everyone in Silverwing Town gets devoured by the Faux Saint army. When Thousand Eyes' chilling words echoed throughout Silverwing Town, the players in the town shuddered involuntarily. This was simply madness. Saint's Hand had sacrificed not only 1,000 level 100 plus tier 2 magical class players but also 100 tier 3 experts. This was something even super guilds wouldn't dare to do. After all, even to a super guild, 100 tier 3 experts represented significant combat power. Zero Wing is truly doomed this time. Sure enough, Saint's Hand is filled with a bunch of lunatics. They actually dare use such a card. With this, not only will Zero Wing and all of its allies have their members devoured by those Faux Saint monsters, but they'll even have their souls weakened as well. Despite being spectators, the various superpowers members hidden inside Silverwing Town shuddered in fear when they saw the maniacal smile on Thousand Eyes' face. While everyone was falling into despair, several figures appeared above Silverwing Town's main gate. One of these figures belonged to none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. After arriving above the main gate, Faux glanced at the magic mirror in the sky and said nonchalantly, "How noisy. Isn't it just a soul annihilation curse? Do you think this thing is good for anything?" Although Faux did not speak very loudly, with the entire Silverwing Town dead silent right now, everyone heard his words very clearly. Hence, the entire town immediately went into an uproar. No one ever thought that even after things had developed to such a point, Faux would still dare to provoke Thousand Eyes. Was he so eager to die? Is he tired of living? Pretending to be calm. We'll see how he continues pretending. I'm guessing that Black Flame must have realized the hopelessness of the situation and is merely sassing to get the load off his chest. When the various superpowers members saw Fang's calm expression and heard his bold claim through their magic mirrors, they could not help scoffing. The Soul Annihilation Curse itself indeed did not pose any direct threat to players. However, the millions of Faux Saint monsters standing outside the town were definitely a nightmare for all players. You think it's useless? In that case, let's see if this Soul Annihilation Curse is really useless or not, once the Faux Saint army starts attacking. Thousand Eyes said. Instead of getting angry at Fang's words, he started chuckling instead. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished speaking, the Faux Saint monsters surrounding Silverwing Town promptly charged forward. When the army of millions advanced, it looked as if a tsunami was sweeping across the land. The earth shattered underfoot, and explosions kept reverberating through the air. Everyone inside Silverwing Town gasped at the sight. Some Tier 3 experts even retreated unconsciously. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, so noisy. Faux pointed a finger at 3 Faux Saint Devourers charging amidst the army. Immediately, the 5 magic towers spread across Silverwing Town each released a crimson beam that converged in the middle of the town before shooting into the sky. Before anyone could react, a gigantic, crimson beam descended upon the Faux Saint army. The instant the crimson beam made contact, the earth shattered. Immediately afterward, the crimson beam expanded into the surroundings until it covered a 300-yard radius. When the beam disappeared, almost everything within the AoE had vanished without a trace. Chapter 2670, Silent Silverwing Town. When the crimson pillar outside Silverwing Town faded away, everyone momentarily froze and fell silent, the players inside the town as well as the Faux Saint monsters charging toward it. For a moment, time seemed to stop for Silverwing Town and its surroundings. Just one hit. Aside from the Grand Lord and Mythic ranked Faux Saint monsters, everything within the Crimson Beam's 300-yard radius had disappeared into the void. Not one of the 10,000 or so Faux Saint saboteurs caught within the area survived. The magnitude of this attack was simply unbelievable. As for the Faux Saint destroyers and Faux Saint devourers that remained alive, they were clearly heavily injured. Moreover, the Faux Saint devourers were barely able to move, and they were currently struggling to escape the void that formed around them. The Faux Saint destroyers were incapable of moving at all, only able to watch helplessly as the void slowly enveloping them closed and trapped them for the rest of their lives. This, illusory words and unyielding heart were momentarily at a loss for words when they saw this scene, shock and excitement flaring in their eyes. This attack was simply too absurd. This one attack not only exiled close to 1,000 Faux Saint destroyers to the void but also heavily injured 3 Faux Saint devourers. This outcome reduced the pressure Silverwing Town's defenders had to face significantly. Meanwhile, when Saint's Heart's members saw this scene through their magic mirrors, they were similarly stunned. They never thought that Silverwing Town's magic towers possessed the power to heavily injure the Faux Saint devourers. You just heavily injured 3 Faux Saint devourers. This battle is nowhere close to over. Thousand Eyes said nonchalantly when he saw Silverwing Town's players revealing joyous expressions. It was very normal for war weapons to wreak large-scale destruction in a siege battle. While the power of Silverwing Town's magic towers somewhat exceeded their initial estimates, this difference would not affect the overall picture. For the Faux Saint army, which consisted of over 4 million monsters, a loss of 10,000 monsters was practically negligible. Not to mention, the magic tower's attack had a very long cooldown. By the time the magic towers were ready to attack again, the Faux Saint monsters would have long since arrived before Silverwing Town. Moreover, the Faux Saint army went berserk because of the magic tower's attack. After the 5 remaining Faux Saint devourers let loose angry roars, the other Faux Saint monsters resumed charging at Silverwing Town with even greater ferocity, their speed at least 20% faster than before. Upon seeing this, the defending players standing atop Silverwing Town's walls could not help growing nervous. The magic tower's combined attack was indeed astonishing, but the Faux Saint monsters, which had managed to instantly fill the gap in their battle formation, were even more astonishing. These monsters made it seem as if the previous attack never happened at all. All ballistas and turrets, prepare to fire. Aim for the densest locations as much as possible. When the Faux Saint army resumed its advance with even greater vigor, Unyielding Heart, who had commanded dozens of large-scale battles, immediately shouted out the necessary orders. At his behest, Silverwing Town's defenders promptly recovered from their fear and prepared to attack. All magical units, start chanting your incantations. Make sure those destroyers don't get close to the walls. Similarly, illusory words commanded the magical class players standing atop the walls to prepare their spells. Afterward, she started chanting a Tier 3 curse of her own. As commands were issued one after another, the nervous and frightened defenders also gradually stabilized their emotions. For a time, the defenders watched quietly as the Faux Saint army closed in. 1,300 yards. 1,200 yards. 1,000 yards. Fire! Unyielding Heart shouted. Immediately, hundreds of ballistas and dozens of arrow towers and defense turrets launched their attacks simultaneously, the firing sounds echoing throughout the town. In the next moment, several hundred blazing streaks of light descended on the Faux Saint army like a meteor shower, the attacks shaking the ground and kicking up dust and dirt. Tens of thousands of Faux Saint monsters were also sent flying into the air, and huge craters formed wherever the attacks landed. The sight was simply spectacular. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Faux Saint army did not falter in the slightest. In no time at all, the endless Faux Saint monsters filled in the gaps created by the war weapons attacks, the madness of the Faux Saint monsters surpassing everyone's expectations. Reload and aim for the vanguard. Unyielding Heart shouted, a frown forming on his face when he saw this scene. Although he had long since expected this to happen, he still could not help his shock when actually witnessing it. After several rounds of attacks from the town's war weapons, although they had failed to kill even one Faux Saint destroyer, they had killed quite a number of Faux Saint saboteurs, as well as heavily injuring more than 200,000 Faux Saint saboteurs. Unfortunately, compared to the Faux Saint army in its entirety, this number was still insignificant. In the next moment, the first wave of Faux Saint monsters arrived within 100 yards of Silverwing town's walls. Illusory Words and the other ranged players standing on the walls promptly released their strongest skills and spells. For a time, tens of thousands of skills and spells bombarded the Faux Saint monsters at the forefront. However, just when everyone thought that the Faux Saint monsters would get hit and have their charge interrupted, a shocking scene occurred. In the next moment, as if they were veterans of the battlefield, the Faux Saint monsters started wielding their weapons to block the incoming attacks, mitigating most of the damage from these attacks. How is this possible? Purple Eye, who was casting her spells on the town's wall, was stunned by this scene. These Faux Saint monsters had even blocked a large portion of the attacks launched by Tier 3 experts. Only Tier 3 Refinement Realm experts and above managed to land their attacks on these Faux Saint monsters. Fools! Do you think the Faux Saint monsters before you are the same as those you met a few days ago? Thousand Eyes sneered as he looked at Silverwing Town's defenders. Victory might be possible for Silverwing Town's players if they were going up against an army of ordinary monsters. However, they were up against the Faux Saint army. Every monster in the Faux Saint army possessed intellect surpassing that of ordinary monsters. Thousand Eyes' words immediately silenced everyone. Faced with such opponents, just how were they supposed to continue fighting? Only the attacks of the war weapons and a small number of Tier 3 experts were effective, everyone else's were utterly useless. During the time everyone was distracted by Thousand Eyes' words, the 5 intact Faux Saint Devourers suddenly leaped toward the space above the walls. Not good. Stop them. Unyielding Heart's complexion turned indescribably grim when he saw the Faux Saint Devourers launching an attack. While the town's defensive magic array had indeed been strengthened, the Soul Annihilation Curse had thinned the ambient mana considerably, effectively nullifying the upgrade the defensive magic array had just received. Moreover, an advanced town's defensive magic array couldn't hope to withstand the attacks of several mythic monsters. Before anyone could react, 5 spears tore through space and converged on a single point on the defensive magic array. A combination combat technique. Illusory Words goggled in shock at the 5 Faux Saint Devourers' attacks. The fact that the Faux Saint monsters could use combat techniques was already plenty astonishing. Now, they actually used a combination combat technique, something very few players could execute. This was simply a nightmare. Guild Leader Black Flame, what a pity. I never thought that you all would fall so quickly, Thousand Eyes said, a delighted smirk appearing on his face as he looked at Faux, who had remained silent all this time. So long as Silverwing Town's defensive magic array shattered, the players inside the town would be no different from lambs to the slaughter. The Tier 4 NPC guarding the town wouldn't matter. After all, even a ferocious tiger couldn't beat a pack of wolves. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire battlefield, the shockwave of the impact so powerful that even the Faux Saint destroyers nearby stumbled. It seems Zero Wing is really doomed now. When the various superpowers spectating members saw the shattered space above the walls, they shook their heads. The Faux Saint Devourers originally already possessed extraordinary strength. Now that they had used a combination combat technique, the power of their joint attack reached the peak of Tier 4, which definitely wasn't something an advanced town's defensive magic array could block. However, as the black void vanished and the dust settled, the various superpowers members with gleeful expressions on their faces were stunned. At this moment, the faint red barrier enveloping the town actually remained intact. In fact, it didn't even have the tiniest of cracks. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, this. How is this possible? At this moment, let alone the various superpowers spectating members, even Thousand Eyes gaped in shock, his eyes glued to the red barrier. This was a peak Tier 4 attack they were talking about. During the time the entire battlefield had fallen silent, a voice suddenly came from the town's main gate and echoed throughout the battlefield. Is that it? If that is your strongest move, then we can indeed put an end to this farce. Chapter 2671, Powerful Faux Saint Army. As Shifeng's words echoed throughout the battlefield, a gigantic phantom world suddenly manifested in the sky above Silverwing town. Along with the appearance of this phantom world, every Faux Saint monster in the town's vicinity had their basic attributes reduced by a significant margin, the change causing a commotion all over the silent battlefield. Too strong. So, this is Zero Wing. Earlier, even 5 Faux Saint Devourers working together failed to crack the town's magic barrier. Now that every one of these Devourers has been weakened, these Faux Saint monsters should be impotent against the town's barrier for a short period. Previously, everyone had already fallen into despair over the Faux Saint army's strength. They never thought that Silverwing Town's defensive magic array would be so powerful that even a peak Tier 4 attack couldn't even scratch it. Meanwhile, so long as the town's defensive magic array remained up, the Faux Saint monsters wouldn't be able to touch any of the players inside the town. Moreover, if the defensive magic array could hold out until its energy reserves got replenished, a perfect consumption replenishment cycle could be formed. At which point, the Faux Saint army would have to give up its siege of the town even if it didn't want to. What amazing defensive capabilities! Isn't this defensive magic array already on par with the ones found in intermediate cities? At this moment, besides the independent players present, even Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were surprised when they saw the town's defensive magic array remaining intact. The Soul Annihilation Curse had clearly thinned out the town's ambient mana by a significant margin already, so the town's defensive magic array should have likewise weakened considerably. Nonetheless, the defensive magic array had actually blocked the combination attack of 5 Faux Saint Devourers. It was simply unheard of for a town's defensive magic array to provide such a formidable defense. Now that Shifeng had used Miniature World, the Faux Saint Devourers shouldn't even dream of shattering the defensive magic array. Presumptuous. Thousand Eyes frowned slightly when he saw the calm look on Shifeng's face. You merely blocked the Faux Saint Devourer's combination attack once. The defensive magic array's energy reserve is limited. I want to see just how long you can continue acting arrogantly before the Faux Saint army's attacks. Magic arrays in God's domain needed energy to operate. Even if an attack couldn't overcome a defensive magic array's defensive threshold, it would still take a toll on the magic array's energy reserve. With the numbers and strength of the Faux Saint army, shattering the defensive magic array of a main city-ranked NPC city would be possible. Even if the entire army was debuffed by a domain skill, it still was more than sufficient to overcome a town's defensive magic array. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished speaking, the 5 Faux Saint Devourers launched another combination attack on the defensive barrier. At the same time, tens of thousands of other Faux Saint monsters also started bombarding it. Boom! 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 For a time, countless explosions rang out in the space above Silverwing Town. This can't go on. We need to stop their attacks. Otherwise, the defensive magic array's energy reserve won't last very long, Unyielding Heart said as he looked at the trembling barrier before him. Individually, the other Faux Saint monsters might not be a match for the Faux Saint Devourers. However, there were simply too many of them. Even if they were currently weakened, they exhausted the defensive magic array's energy reserve much faster than even the 5 Faux Saint Devourers had at full power. My side can summon 2 mythic monsters. We can use them in conjunction with the town's weapons to defend against the assault at the front gate. My side can summon 2 as well. With the strength of 4 mythic monsters, we should be able to eliminate the pressure at the front gate. That way, we can send more Tier 3 experts to support the other sides. Then, all we'd need to do is find a way to distract those 5 Devourers, and we should just barely be able to defend Silverwing Town, Unyielding Heart said after giving the matter some thought. While Tier 3 players might not be capable of doing anything to the weakened Faux Saint Devourers, stopping the weakened Faux Saint Destroyers shouldn't be a problem. This situation was much better than before, when ordinary Tier 3 players were utterly helpless against the Faux Saint Devourers. However, just as Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words reached an agreement, a clear and sweet voice suddenly entered their ears. No need to waste your Tier 4 summoning scrolls. Leave the rest to us. Upon hearing this voice, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words turned reflexively to look at its origin, surprise and confusion flashing across their eyes when they saw its owner. This was because the voice's owner was none other than Silverwing Town's manager, Yulon. Currently, over 100 Tier 3 experts from Zero Wing stood behind Yulon, every one of them at least level 115. Many of them were even at the Refinement Realm standard. This scene rendered Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words speechless momentarily. While the 100-plus Tier 3 experts before the two were indeed extraordinary, they were far from enough to resolve Silverwing Town's plight. After all, just the Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyers attacking the town numbered more than 100,000, what more the Great Lord-ranked Faux Saint Saboteurs. Besides, if these Tier 3 experts wished to stop the Faux Saint army's assault, they would have to do it beyond the town's walls and defensive magic array. Only Tier 4 summoned creatures could possibly go up against so many monsters simultaneously. Tier 3 experts would simply be charging to their deaths. However, before Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words could say anything, Yulon suddenly waved her hand forward. Immediately, every one of Zero Wing's reserve main force members left after images as they split up and made their way toward the various sections of the town's walls. After getting into position, they jumped off the walls without hesitation. Have these Zero Wing members lost their minds? The independent players fighting above the town's walls gaped, stupefied, at the actions of Zero Wing's reserve main force members. As for the various superpowers spectating members, they, too, could only gape in shock at this scene. In their opinions, Faux was already plenty crazy. However, these Zero Wing members seemed to be even crazier. Even Tier 3 peak experts would not dare charge into a horde of level 120+ Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked Faux Saint monsters, yet these Zero Wing members, who were nowhere near the Void Realm standard, had actually done so without hesitation. What were they playing at? Fools that are tired of living. Thousand Eyes sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members jumping off the town's walls. The Faux Saint monsters might have had their basic attributes reduced, but their combat standards remained unaffected. Even the weakest Faux Saint Saboteur was not an opponent ordinary Tier 3 experts could hope to match. He could already foresee the scene of the Faux Saint monsters devouring Zero Wing's members in the blink of an eye. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU in front of Silverwing Town's front gate. Just as Yulon was about to come into contact with the several Faux Saint Destroyers there, she suddenly took out 2 Summon Guard scrolls from her bag and activated them. 2 figures then emerged from the 2 dazzling summoning arrays before Yulon, one of them, an axe-wielding man with a tall and robust body, and the other, a blonde woman wielding an aquamarine staff. The instant these 2 figures appeared, 2 frightening auras swept the battlefield. Every player on the battlefield shuddered in response. In the next moment, the axe-wielding man transformed into a tornado that blocked all the Faux Saint Destroyer attacks aimed at Yulon. In addition, the tornado sent several dozen Faux Saint Destroyers and over 100 Faux Saint Saboteurs nearby flying over 30 yards away. In the blink of an eye, a clearing appeared before the town's front gate. As Yulon landed, the blonde woman beside her also happened to complete her spell. In the next moment, the battlefield shook as a gigantic rift up to 300 yards long opened up on the battlefield. Not only did the rift separate the Faux Saint monsters from Silverwing Town's walls, but it also devoured several thousand Faux Saint monsters, which suffered over -5 million damage each. All of this happened in just a brief moment. Chapter 2672, Just Stay Here Forever. Aren't they a little too strong? What rank are those 2 personal guards? The independent players present gaped in shock when they saw Yulan's 2 personal guards clearing the area before the town's main gate. Although the Faux Saint monsters had been weakened, ordinary Tier 3 personal guards still shouldn't be able to handle them. In fact, even the slightest mistake could result in a Tier 3 personal guard getting killed instantly by the numerous Faux Saint destroyers. However, with just the help of 2 personal guards, Yulan had easily repelled the 10,000+ Faux Saint monsters in front of the main gate. This was simply unbelievable. 2 dark gold guards. When Illusory Words saw the 2 personal guards standing beside Yulan, shock likewise filled her silvery gray eyes. The feat Yulan's 2 personal guards had just accomplished would be difficult even for a Tier 4 summoned creature. The only explanation Illusory Words could think of for this situation was that both personal guards were at the Dark Gold rank, as only Dark Gold guards had the power to match Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, in the current God's domain, let alone Dark Gold guards, even fine gold guards were exceedingly rare, much rarer than even level 100+ epic weapons. Despite being a super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor had only 6 fine gold guards. As for Dark Gold guards, Crimson Emperor still had not obtained even a single one, yet Yulan actually had 2 for herself. What Illusory Words did not know was that only one of Yulan's 2 personal guards was at the Dark Gold rank, the other was at the Fine Gold rank. However, the Magic King Craig Midlands' special ability gave both personal guards a significant boost to their combat power. As a result, they currently possessed the strength to match even mythic monsters. Nevertheless, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart did not relax at this unexpected development. In fact, their expressions further tensed up because the Faux Saint monsters that got repelled were charging forward once more. Moreover, they were attacking with even greater ferocity this time. In the next moment, several hundred Faux Saint destroyers let loose an angry bellow before grouping up and executing combination combat techniques on Yulan's group. The might of their attacks rivaled a normal attack of a Tier 4 mythic monster. In the blink of an eye, over 30 such attacks assailed Yulan and her 2 personal guards. As for the Faux Saint monsters caught inside the rift, they quickly climbed out of it and rejoined the army in attacking Silverwing Town's defensive magic array. Sure enough, just 2 Dark Gold guards won't be enough to change anything. The strength of the Faux Saint army simply isn't something current players can hope to resist. When the various superpowers members saw this scene, they sighed ruefully. Dark Gold guards were existences that could be obtained only through luck. On a battlefield, a Dark Gold guard could exhibit combat power far greater than a mythic monster of the same level. However, that was only true against players. Against the Faux Saint army, the efforts of even 2 Dark Gold guards were negligible. After all, no matter how powerful a Tier 3 NPC was, they couldn't one-shot Great Lord-ranked monsters, much less Grand Lords. The Faux Saint army could easily pin down Yulan's 2 Dark Gold guards with just several hundred Faux Saint destroyers. Even if the 2 Dark Gold guards eventually annihilated these several hundred destroyers, Silverwing Town would have long since fallen by the time they did so. However, just when the Faux Saint army was about to commence another round of attacks on Silverwing Town's defensive magic array, silver summoning arrays appeared outside the town's walls, one after another, over 300 in all. Figures then emerged from these summoning arrays. Immediately afterward, fire, ice, lightning, and wind started bombarding the Faux Saint monsters outside the defensive magic array. Boom! 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 For a time, a plethora of elemental mana inundated the Faux Saint army, and countless Faux Saint monsters screamed in agony, their voices echoing throughout Silverwing Town. How is this possible? When the various superpowers members saw the innumerable Faux Saint monsters outside the town getting sent flying one after another, their fists tightened involuntarily as shock filled their eyes. At this moment, over 300 personal guards stood outside Silverwing Town, every one of them exuding a frightening aura. It was obvious that they were not ordinary personal guards. Aside from the various superpowers members that were spectating the battle through their magic mirrors, the independent players standing atop the town's walls were also gaping in shock, their minds frozen with disbelief. This isn't real, right? Unyielding Heart suspected he was dreaming as he watched the 300-plus personal guards fighting outside Silverwing town. As a vice guild leader of Unyielding Soul, he had seen powerful personal guards before. However, this was definitely the first time he had seen so many personal guards of such high caliber. Although the majority of these newly appeared personal guards were weaker than Yolan's 2 personal guards, they were still much stronger than ordinary personal guards. In fact, even the weakest personal guard present made Unyielding Heart feel powerless. Meanwhile, after Illusory Words saw the 300-plus personal guards, she could not help shifting her gaze to Faux, who stood nearby. Is this the real reason behind his confidence? Every one of these 300-plus personal guards was stronger than a Grand Lord of the same level. At this stage of the game, it was unlikely that even the 5 great super guilds possessed such strength. It was no exaggeration to say that, so long as these 300-plus personal guards were present, Silverwing Town would not fall. While NPCs already possessed basic attributes superior to players, after becoming a personal guard, they would gain an additional 10% boost to their basic attributes. Combined with the boost from the town's magic array, these Tier 3 personal guards were far stronger than the town's Tier 3 NPC soldiers. One could even say that Silverwing Town's defenses were currently stronger than even that of main city-ranked NPC cities. After all, the NPC soldiers found inside main city-ranked NPC cities were mostly Tier 2 NPCs, only a small number were actually Tier 3 NPCs. The only advantage the NPC soldiers of NPC cities had over Zero Wing's personal guards was levels. Meanwhile, although the Faux Saint army had an overwhelming numerical advantage and even possessed more than 100,000 Grand Lords in its ranks, Silverwing Town's magic towers were extraordinary. Now that the Faux Saint monsters couldn't attack the town's defensive magic array effectively due to the interference of Zero Wing's personal guards, they were nothing more than live targets for the magic towers and various war weapons. However, while Silverwing Town's players were rejoicing over the strength Zero Wing had just displayed, the 3 heavily injured Faux Saint Devourers had consumed a few Faux Saint Destroyers and finally recovered their strength. They immediately leaped forward and regrouped with the other 5 Faux Saint Devourers. Good. They've finally recovered. Thousand Eyes grew ecstatic when he saw this scene. Previously, Faux had caught them completely off guard and sidelined 3 Faux Saint Devourers before the fight had even begun. As a result, the Faux Saint Devourers couldn't display their true strength. Now that all 8 Faux Saint Devourers had regrouped, they would finally be able to display their true strength. In the next moment, the 8 Faux Saint Devourers exchanged glances. After apparently coming to a tacit agreement, all 8 Devourers hurled their spears at the defensive barrier before them. The 8 spears then converged in mid-flight, their combined power so great that it crumbled the space around them and created a black hole, which transformed everything within a 50-yard radius into a field of nothingness. The power of this attack far exceeded that of the combination attack the 5 Faux Saint Devourers executed before. Tier 5. Illusory Words felt stifled when she looked at the void field the black hole created. The phenomenon the Faux Saint Devourers combination attack had created was known as Void Collapse, a phenomenon limited to Tier 5 attacks. Despite the debuff from Miniature World, the 8 Faux Saint Devourers had actually managed to execute an attack that reached the Tier 5 standard. An attack of such caliber could give even a main city-ranked defensive magic array a run for its money. An ordinary NPC city's defensive magic array would evaporate instantly when struck by this attack. Yet, despite knowing all of this, Illusory Words and Unyielding Soul could only watch as the Faux Saint Devourers combination attack approached Silverwing Town's defensive magic array. After all, Tier 3 players or NPCs could not hope to stop such a powerful attack. The only thing they could do now was pray that Silverwing Town's defensive magic array could survive this attack. However, just when the black hole was about to reach the defensive magic array, a man clad in extravagant robes and holding a pitch-black, wooden staff suddenly appeared outside Silverwing town. The man then casually extended a hand toward the approaching black hole. A gigantic, aquamarine, threefold magic array promptly formed before this man and stopped the black hole's advance cold. The man then flicked his extended hand upward, and the threefold magic array deflected the gigantic black hole into the distance. When the black hole touched the ground, it exploded and heavily injured all the Faux Saint monsters within a 50-yard radius. Moreover, these Faux Saint monsters also got trapped inside a void and couldn't escape from it. The attack got blocked. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Thousand Eyes, in particular, nearly had his eyes fall out of their sockets. This was a Tier 5 attack. Yet, it had been deflected so easily. However, before anyone could snap out of their daze, the robed man suddenly waved his wooden staff. Dozens of black lightning arcs lashed down from the sky, bombarding the 8 Faux Saint Devourers. As if a truck had hit them, all 8 Devourers got embedded into the ground. Their HP bars also lost a visible chunk, their life auras weakening considerably. Everyone was at a loss for words when they saw the 8 6-meter-deep craters that had suddenly formed on the battlefield. The strength that was just displayed could no longer be described as powerful. It practically challenged their worldview. Damn it! How is that Tier 4 NPC so powerful? Thousand Eyes scowled at the robed man hovering in midair. They had done their research on Craig Midlands, the Tier 4 NPC that protected Silverwing Town. This NPC's presence was the reason why Saint's Hand had not dared to approach Silverwing Town all this time. They had only done so after Faux had riled up the Faux Saint monsters into attacking en masse. However, Craig Midlands' strength was simply monstrous. The Magic King was basically casting Tier 4 curses instantly. To top it all off, he was even double casting Tier 4 curses without incantations. Commander, we can't go on like this. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid that Tier 4 NPC will soon kill all 8 Faux Saint Devourers. At that time, the guild leader will definitely fault us, the level 115, Tier 3 ranger standing beside Thousand Eyes advised hurriedly when he saw the Faux Saint Devourers becoming heavily injured. In front of the Magic King Craig Midlands, the 8 Faux Saint Devourers couldn't mount the slightest resistance. Their HPs were also rapidly decreasing, it was only a matter of time before their HPs hit 0. If not for Craig Midlands having his area of activity limited to Silverwing Town, he might even be able to annihilate the entire Faux Saint army single-handedly. Relay my command. Have all of the Faux Saint monsters retreat, Thousand Eyes said reluctantly when he saw the Faux Saint Devourers' HPs continuing to plummet and the Faux Saint army barely landing any attacks on Silverwing Town's defensive magic array. They had lost. Moreover, they had suffered 2 consecutive losses. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU, understood. The Tier 3 ranger nodded before hurriedly relaying Thousand Eyes' command to the other Saint's Hand members. Following which, Saint's Hand's members took out a strange crystal from their bags and started chanting an incantation. Immediately afterward, the Faux Saint monsters attacking Silverwing Town fled to the surroundings as if they had just received a summons. Upon seeing the Faux Saint army retreating, Silverwing Town's players sighed in relief. Many players even cheered in celebration. After all, since the initial outbreak of the Faux Saint monsters, this was the first time players had achieved a massive victory against them. However, Faux, who remained standing above the town's main gate, did not show any excitement on his face. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward a distant forest. Leave. Do you really think Silverwing Town is a place where you can come and go as you wish? Faux said. He then took out a Summon Guard scroll from his bag and unfurled it. Since you've come here already, then just remain here forever. Chapter 2673, Frightening Tier 4. As Faux activated his Summon Guard scroll, the players nearby immediately felt the ambient mana density rise. They also felt the space around them stabilize, the mana fluctuations from outside the town no longer reaching them. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes and holding a gem-studded staff appeared before Faux. Although this middle-aged man did not have an imposing aura, when everyone checked his statistics, they were stupefied. Tier 4. Another Tier 4 NPC. Crap. Just how much strength does Zero Wing have hidden? When the various Superpowers members saw Versailles, they cursed out loud. It might have been fine if they hadn't seen the strength of a Tier 4 NPC yet, but after Craig Midlands' performance, they understood just how frightening Tier 4 NPCs were. There was simply no comparison between them and Tier 3 NPCs. A Tier 4 NPC could truly single-handedly turn the tide of a large-scale war. Now, it was revealed that Zero Wing possessed 2 Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, both were magical class NPCs. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Faux had killed Thousand Eyes and his team without hesitation back then. If their guilds had 2 Tier 4 NPCs as well, they most likely wouldn't be afraid of the Faux Saint monsters either. After all, the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was simply too massive, not one that numbers could make up for. Meanwhile, Feng's words enraged the Saint's Hand members hiding inside a forest several thousand yards away from Silverwing town. What arrogance! That's right. It's just an additional Tier 4 NPC. Black Flame must be dreaming if he thinks he can kill all of us. Let him remain arrogant for now. Let's see how he continues remaining arrogant after the Faux Saint monsters grow and return after a while. They admitted that they were no match for Tier 4 NPCs. However, Faux had to be dreaming if he thought he could kill them all with just 2 Tier 4 NPCs, setting aside the several thousand yards separating them and Silverwing town. Just the fact that the Faux Saint army stood between them meant Faux would take ages to reach them. Expecting to keep them here was simply a fool's dream. Silverwing town's players shared the same opinion. They also thought that Faux was boasting. Even though the Faux Saint army couldn't bring down Silverwing town, it still held the absolute initiative in this war. The Faux Saint army and Saint's Hands members could stay and leave whenever they wanted. Stopping them with just 2 Tier 4 NPCs was impossible. However, before Saint's Hands members could finish speaking, Versailles waved his staff. Suddenly, the space before him shattered and formed a space-time vortex. Following which, Faux and Versailles stepped into the space-time vortex and instantly arrived above the forest where Saint's Hands members were hiding, quietly overlooking these players, who were preparing to retreat. Teleportation. How is this possible? Saint's Hands members were shocked when they saw Faux and Versailles above them. Even this is possible? At this moment, aside from Saint's Hands members, the various Superpowers members hidden in Silverwing town were stunned, as well. A special energy enveloped the entire Orc Empire, preventing the use of all forms of teleportation. In fact, one couldn't even summon flying mounts in the Empire. Players could rely on only carriages and land mounts to travel around, which was common knowledge for players operating within the Empire. This was one of the reasons why Saint's Hands members were not afraid of getting killed. After all, even though Tier 4 NPCs could fly, it would still take them some time to cross a distance of several thousand yards. With the number of Saint's Hands members present being over 1,000, so long as they split up and fled in different directions, it would be impossible for Versailles and Craig Midlands to kill them all. Now, however, Faux and Versailles had teleported across a distance of several thousand yards. This was simply unbelievable. Evacuate! Everyone, split up and escape! Thousand Eyes yelled with an indescribably grim expression on his face, reacting immediately to Feng's arrival. Currently, the entire area around Silverwing town was under the Soul Annihilation curse. Any player that died within this sealed region would be subject to the curse. Naturally, Saint's Hand's members were no exception. In order to ensure the conquest of Silverwing Town, not only did Saint's Hand sacrifice 1,000 Tier 2, level 100+ players and 100 Tier 3 experts, but it had also dispatched over 500 Tier 3 experts and over 1,000 Tier 2 experts capable of absorbing the strength of the Faux Saint destroyers. If every one of these players got killed now, Saint's Hand would suffer unimaginable damage. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished shouting his orders, he took out a Tier 3 flight scroll from his bag. This was an item that granted players the ability to fly for a short time. The movement speed bonus provided was also much greater than that provided by a land mount. This scroll was one of his most important life-saving items. As for the other Saint's Hand members, they promptly snapped out of their daze after hearing Thousand Eyes' reminder and scattered in all directions, fleeing in a panic. If they died now, not only would their death penalties be doubled, but their souls would also be weakened for 15 days. Even Tier 3 experts could not afford such a penalty. After all, in the current God's domain, one would be eliminated from the front lines just for stagnating a few days, what more 15 days? You still think you can escape even now? Faux scoffed, his expression remaining indifferent despite seeing Saint's Hand's members fleeing in all directions. As soon as Faux finished speaking, a ripple of mana spread out from Versailles' body and instantly enveloped Saint's Hand's members, restricting their movements. In the blink of an eye, all the Saint's Hand members found themselves immobilized. How is this possible? What is that NPC? Silverwing Town's players were stunned as they took in the scene displayed on the gigantic magic mirror hovering above the town. Craig Midlands' earlier performance had already been plenty astonishing. However, Versailles was actually outperforming him. Those were over 1,000 expert players. Moreover, many of them were even Tier 3 experts. Nevertheless, Versailles had rendered them immobile with just his mana domain. Is that really just a Tier 4 NPC? Illusory Words' mind reeled as she looked at Versailles. The fact that Craig Midlands could heavily injure 8 Faux Saint Devourers was already plenty amazing. Now, Versailles was even more terrific. Just by unleashing his mana domain, the NPC had subdued over 1,000 expert players and gained full control over their lives. How could this still be considered a fight? This was basically a one-sided massacre. What Illusory Words and the others did not know was that Versailles wasn't just an ordinary Tier 4 Great Wizard but a Tier 4 Great Wizard who had reached the world creation realm. He could create his own world within his mana domain. Unless one was at the Tier 4 standard, they wouldn't be able to resist his mana domain at all. In the next moment, Versailles swung his staff down at Saint's Hand's members. Immediately afterward, a crimson magic array with a 200-yard radius appeared in midair. It attracted all the fire-type mana nearby, which coalesced into a fireball. As the fireball descended toward the ground, it continuously grew until it was the size of a mountain. Saint's Hand's members and Silverwing Town's players all fell silent as they took in the fireball. For a time, it was as if time had frozen for everyone. Black flame. Just you wait. You cannot stop the Faux Saint army. It is only a matter of time before the Faux Saint army destroys Zero Wing. Seeing the descent of the gigantic fireball, Thousand Eyes turned to glare at Faux like a maniac. At the same time, he also kept ridiculing Faux for overestimating himself. The Faux Saint army will have to be able to grow first in order to do that. Faux retorted nonchalantly to Thousand Eyes' maniacal laughter. As soon as Faux said so, the gigantic fireball landed and exploded. Boom! Endless flames instantly spread across the forest, incinerating every one of Saint's Hand's members. Along with the deaths of Saint's Hand's members, the originally retreating Faux Saint army went berserk. With bloodshot eyes, every Faux Saint monster on the battlefield charged at Faux. Let's return, Faux said to Versailles. Nodding respectfully in response, Versailles opened another spacetime vortex and teleported back to Silverwing Town with Faux. Only after Faux arrived back at Silverwing Town's main gate did the players there snap out of their daze. Everyone then turned to stare at Faux in amazement. He got the job done, just like that. Looking at Feng's calm demeanor, it looked as if he had just taken a stroll through his backyard. Those were more than 1,000 expert players. However, Feng had simply trampled over them like they were a bunch of ants. With such strength in his grasp, even if the various superpowers Tier 3 experts banded together, they would be helpless to do anything against Zero Wing. Faux Saint Army. It was nothing but a joke. Meanwhile, after Feng returned to Silverwing Town, aside from the 8 heavily injured Faux Saint Devourers that were still desperately trying to escape, the other Faux Saint monsters resumed attacking Silverwing Town like crazy. However, by this time, everyone understood that Zero Wing would definitely annihilate the Faux Saint army in the end. After all, even if the Faux Saint Devourers could escape the Magic King, they wouldn't be able to escape Versailles. As for the other Faux Saint monsters, they were merely live targets for Silverwing Town's magic towers and Zero Wing's personal guards. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Fire Dragon Auction House. Currently, the upper echelons of nearly 20 superpowers had assembled inside the Fire Dragon Auction House. This was a gathering of unprecedented scale in the entire Fire Dragon Empire. At this moment, the Tier 3 experts of these superpowers had also surrounded the auction house, preventing unaffiliated players from entering the building. However, despite being barred entry, a huge crowd of players, including the upper echelons of first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, still waited outside the building. Every one of these players was very concerned about the results of the alliance discussion this time. After all, this alliance discussion could very well change the power structure of the entire Eastern continent. If they did not pay attention to the results of this meeting, they might end up getting eliminated from God's domain without knowing the reason. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, inside the top-floor meeting room of the Fire Dragon Auction House. Over 100 Tier 3 peak experts or above were currently seated at a round table. The combined aura these experts released would deter even domain realm experts from messing around. Currently, however, all of these experts were looking at the woman seated at the head of the table with respectful looks on their faces. White Feather, who stood behind the chairwoman, leaned forward and said quietly, "Vice Guild Leader, the various superpowers upper echelons are all here." In response, Cold Shadow nodded and said, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 2674. Relayed message. As soon as Cold Shadow indicated to start the meeting inside the large and spacious meeting room, White Feather stepped forward and swept her gaze across everyone present. Although White Feather did not say anything, everyone present promptly quieted down and focused their gazes on her, as they all understood that the alliance discussions were finally going to begin. Firstly, let me thank everyone on behalf of Mythology for attending the Faux Saint Alliance discussion. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's invitees are unable to attend the meeting this time, due to special circumstances, the pavilion has sent a representative capable of making decisions for the guild. I believe it will not affect the implementation of the meeting results, so please rest assured, everyone, White Feather said from beside Cold Shadow. Upon hearing White Feather's words, the various superpowers upper echelons present reflexively shifted their gazes to the white-clad elderly man representing the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At this point, the sudden disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master and 2 Pavilion Masters was already common knowledge among the superpowers. However, everyone had always thought that this was due to an internal dispute between the 2 Pavilion Masters and that they would definitely show up for today's meeting. Yet, to everyone's surprise, despite today's meeting being of utmost importance to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's continued existence, be it the pavilion's Great Pavilion Master or the 2 Pavilion Masters, none of them had shown up. Only a few guild elders and 1 grand elder represented the pavilion at today's meeting. This situation inevitably piqued everyone's curiosity as to what had actually happened to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since everyone is here, I won't waste words with you all. Let's address today's main topic, White Feather said as she swept her gaze across the people before her once more. She then clapped her hands twice. A holographic map of the entire eastern continent appeared in the center of the round table. Although many areas remained blacked out as unknown territory, the map included every location known by players at this stage of the game. In fact, it even displayed some level 120 to level 140 neutral maps, places that most of the superpowers attending this meeting lacked the ability to visit, in great detail. What a detailed map! For a time, the various representatives present gasped over the contents of the map. Detailed maps of specific parts of God's domain might not be rare in God's domain, but compiling all of them into one continental map was not an easy task. This was especially true for level 100+ neutral maps and forbidden lands. The various powers considered the information for these maps top secret and rarely shared it with others. Now, however, Mythology had actually shared its valuable map information with the superpowers present without hesitation. This was an incredibly generous gesture. However, after everyone spent some time studying the map, they noticed a few surprising points. Certain locations on the map were marked in dull gray and white. These locations were none other than the territories of God's domain's various NPC dark forces and the recently appeared Faux Saint monsters. Mythology's intel on the territories of the Eastern Continent's NPC dark forces mostly matched up with what the other superpowers had, and these NPC dark forces were mainly based in level 100+ neutral maps. However, the Faux Saint monsters' territory marked on Mythology's map made everyone present doubt their eyes. How did the Faux Saint monsters' territory grow so large? A grey-clad assassin wearing Shadowless Empire's guild emblem exclaimed. According to their information, the Faux Saint monsters' territory should encompass only the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Starmoon Kingdom, and the Orc Empire. However, according to Mythology's map, the Faux Saint monsters were about to extend their reach into the 14 other neighboring kingdoms as well as the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire already. This was incredible. Is this really the Faux Saint monsters' territory? Is there some kind of mistake? Besides Shadowless Empire's Vice Guild leader, the representatives of the Super Guild's Pride Empire, Sky Dragon House, Sacred Temple, and Nine Heavens Pavilion, as well as the representatives of the other superpowers, were stupefied by Mythology's map. Although they had long known that the Faux Saint monsters were not easy opponents and would definitely pose a huge problem for the Eastern Continent, they hadn't anticipated that the monsters' development speed would be so swift. Everyone need not doubt the validity of this map. It is the result of exchanging information with multiple super guilds. Moreover, this information is just a day old, Cold Shadow said. I know many of you present find this hard to believe, but this is reality. This is also one of the reasons why I invited everyone present to today's meeting. The Vice Guild leaders of the 4 other super guilds present nodded, acknowledging that their respective guilds had indeed traded information with Mythology. A day old. Doesn't that mean that the Faux Saint monsters' territory is even larger now? A level 116 female druid from the Moon God's Realm's Dark Pursuit asked. That's right. With their development speed, they should have come into contact with the borders of these kingdoms and empires already, Cold Shadow replied, nodding. I'm afraid it won't be long before their territory spreads to nearly half of the entire Eastern Continent. At that time, everyone present will not be able to avoid coming into contact with Faux Saint monsters. The representatives that remained relatively relaxed before could not help growing nervous at Cold Shadow's words. Originally, they had come to this meeting merely to see if there were any benefits to be had. After all, they all believed that this meeting targeted Zero Wing. In their opinions, the matter of forming an alliance to resist the Faux Saint monsters was just an excuse. Vice Guild leader Shadow, since you've gathered us here, does that mean you have a plan to prevent this situation from occurring? The white-clad elder from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion asked with a grim expression. The sudden disappearance of the Great Pavilion Master and the 2 Pavilion Masters had already dealt a significant blow to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, there was also the threat of the Faux Saint monsters. This development was simply a nightmare for the pavilion. He had seen how the Faux Saint monsters destroyed Starmoon Kingdom's border cities. Although the Black Dragon Empire was strong, the Faux Saint monsters were growing stronger by the day. After they gobbled up Starmoon Kingdom, it was only a matter of time before they did the same to the Black Dragon Empire. Upon hearing the white-clad elder's words, the other representatives present promptly turned to Cold Shadow. They all wished to know the reason why Cold Shadow had gathered them today. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited everyone to come, Cold Shadow replied, nodding. Her lips curling up, she continued, I believe everyone already knows by now how powerful the Faux Saint monsters are. It is simply impossible for us to stop these monsters from spreading their influence. Hence, before today's meeting, I formed a partnership with Saint's Hand's guild leader. A partnership. Everyone perked up their ears at Cold Shadow's words. The guild known as Saint's Hand was not foreign to those present. They also knew very clearly that Saint's Hand possessed tools that prevented the Faux Saint monsters from attacking players. In fact, the guild even had a tool that could surely prevent the Faux Saint monsters from attacking guild towns and cities. However, until this day, Saint's Hand had never shown any willingness to partner with other powers. The most it was willing to do was sell some of these tools at exorbitant prices. The conditions of the partnership are very simple. All we need to do is collaborate to take down Stone Forest City. At that time, not only will Saint's Hand sell us a stronghold barrier that can prevent the Faux Saint monsters from attacking the towns and cities the barrier is set up in, but everyone present will also get some of Stone Forest City's shares as well as a number of residential slots in the Freedom Hotel, Cold Shadow said, smiling. When Cold Shadow finished speaking, the eyes of the various representatives present glistened. Even if Cold Shadow had not mentioned partnering to take down Stone Forest City, they already had plans to do so. After all, Stone Forest City was simply too amazing. What made Stone Forest City amazing wasn't its location in a level 100 neutral map but the city's Freedom Hotel. After experiencing the Freedom Hotel's effects, practically every expert belonging to the various superpowers wished to have their own room there. That way, they would be able to not only accumulate the double EXP buff rapidly but also expel much more quickly the foreign energies corroding their bodies. Having a room of their own would drastically increase their leveling speed. Moreover, depending on the quality of the room one rented in the Freedom Hotel, one could even train in the Freedom Hotel's excellent environment and achieve extraordinary results. At this point, the main reason why Stone Forest City was able to continue flourishing in Zero Wing's hands was the Freedom Hotel. Otherwise, the city would have long since fallen due to Starlink and the various superpowers' constant harassment. If they could secure Stone Forest City for themselves, not only would they have a better assurance against the Faux Saint monsters, but they would even gain residential slots in the Freedom Hotel. This was definitely killing two birds with one stone. However, taking Stone Forest City down won't be easy. Aside from the NPC Night Division, quite a few superpowers have partnered with Zero Wing. Even with an alliance, I'm afraid capturing the city will be difficult. That's right. The flying ships are also constantly patrolling around Stone Forest City. If it really comes down to a fight, I'm afraid the number of Tier 3 experts we have is far from enough to capture the city. The Dark World's failed invasion has thoroughly proven this point. Moreover, I heard that Black Flame has already returned. His personal strength is extraordinary. Although many of the representatives present showed interest in Cold Shadow's plan, some representatives also shook their heads and expressed their worries. The fact that the various superpowers desired Stone Forest City was old news. However, it was precisely because they were incapable of dealing with Zero Wing's NPC Night Division that they had chosen to whittle down Zero Wing's economy in secret instead of taking direct action. Although Cold Shadow had brought this matter out into the open, the crux of the problem remained unchanged. Black Flame's return is indeed a problem, but he already has problems protecting himself. I believe you all should know about this. Moreover, aside from us, the Dark World's various powers will take action as well. After all, their hatred for Zero Wing has never subsided. They merely lack the opportunity to take action. When the time comes, the Dark World side will attack the teleportation gate in full force to lure Zero Wing's Night Division away, while our side will attack Stone Forest City. Even if the Night Division is powerful, it can't defend two locations simultaneously, Cold Shadow said. Moreover, Saint's Hand will take part in the attack. It will even bring some Faux Saint monsters to help. Those NPC knights might be powerful when going up against players, but their performance will drop when going up against the Faux Saint monsters. At Cold Shadow's mention of the Faux Saint monsters, the various representatives present sucked in a deep breath. By this time, the strength of the Faux Saint monsters had already been deeply ingrained into their hearts. These monsters simply weren't opponents players could handle. If an army of them attacked, even NPC cities would fall, let alone a measly guild city. Moreover, according to the intel they obtained, Mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers had already appeared in the ranks of Faux Saint monsters. Once these Faux Saint Devourers reached a certain number, even main city-ranked NPC cities were likely to fall. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Right then, however, the various representatives present suddenly received message notifications, one after another, the synchrony of these messages making their arrival seem pre-planned. Following which, the originally excited venue suddenly fell deathly silent. Feather, what happened? When Cold Shadow saw everyone sinking into a daze, she automatically turned to White Feather for the reason for everyone's reactions. Just what kind of information did everyone receive that stunned them so much? They lost. The Faux Saint army and Saint's Hand's forces that went to attack Silverwing town lost. White Feather exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock and horror as she looked at Cold Shadow. Moreover, it was a tragic defeat. Every Faux Saint monster and Saint's Hand member that went to Silverwing town died. Chapter 2675. Change in times on the eastern continent. After White Feather finished speaking, the heavy atmosphere inside the meeting room grew even heavier. For a moment, it felt as if time inside the room had stopped as the room became indescribably silent. They lost. Moreover, all of them got killed. How is that possible? After snapping out of her shock, Cold Shadow felt that White Feather was kidding her. Either that, or there was a mistake in the information reported. The Faux Saint army and Saint's Hand's failure to destroy Silverwing town was already plenty unbelievable. Now, however, she was actually being told that not only did the Faux Saint army and Saint's Hand suffer defeat, but Zero Wing had even annihilated them. She would rather believe that Zero Wing had instantly destroyed a superpower than this nonsense. After all, over 4 million Faux Saint monsters had marched on Silverwing town. Moreover, the weakest monsters in the army were Great Lord-ranked Faux Saint saboteurs. Even a 6-man party led by a Tier 3 expert would need around 10 minutes just to kill one of them. Even if every Faux Saint monster stood still and allowed Silverwing town's players to wail away at them, it would take ages for the players to annihilate the Faux Saint monsters. Meanwhile, it had been, at most, 2 hours since the Faux Saint army launched its attack on Silverwing town. How could Zero Wing possibly annihilate the army in such a short time? Besides, the Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint destroyers were monsters that would flee from battle once their high HP fell to a certain level. With more than 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers fleeing in multiple directions, the players in Silverwing town couldn't hunt down every one of them, even if the number of players was multiplied tenfold. Nevertheless, White Feather and the various representatives present all revealed a bitter smile filled with self-ridicule upon hearing Cold Shadow's question. They truly wished that the information their subordinates had just relayed to them was false. However, the report they received contained not just words, but numerous images and videos as well. In fact, the report was so detailed that they could not help but wonder if they were dreaming. Normally, even when relaying urgent information, their subordinates would send them only a few paragraphs of text. Now, however, their subordinates were behaving like diligent, hot-blooded youths. Just the videos they included in the report numbered over a dozen. There were even narrative texts accompanying each video, as if their subordinates were afraid that they would not understand the events recorded. In response to Cold Shadow's question, White Feather did not bother wasting words on an explanation. Instead, she forwarded the report her subordinate sent her to Cold Shadow. When Cold Shadow finished looking through White Feather's report, her entire person fell into a daze, her reaction not much better than White Feather's and the others. An impenetrable defensive magic array. Over 300 personal guards capable of overwhelming the Faux Saint monsters. A Tier 4 NPC guard capable of heavily injuring 8 Faux Saint Devourers in a single hit. A Tier 4 personal guard capable of immobilizing and vaporizing over 1,000 expert players with just a thought. Each piece of information was practically more exaggerated and unbelievable than the one before. If not for Cold Shadow being certain that Saint's hand aimed to annihilate Zero Wing and knowing that the Faux Saint army marching to Silverwing town was real, she would have thought that Saint's hand had joined hands with Zero Wing to toy with her. Meanwhile, aside from the superpowers attending the Alliance discussion, the various powers all over the Eastern continent were also in an uproar. So, this is Zero Wing's true strength. Amazing. It's no wonder Black Flame thought nothing of Thousand Eyes' threat and even killed him directly. With such strength, who could possibly take down Silverwing town? A Tier 4 personal guard. It seems times are going to change on the Eastern continent. The various powers of God's domain had never thought that the Faux Saint army would fail to destroy Silverwing town, much less suffer such an overwhelming defeat. However, rather than the Faux Saint army's defeat, what truly shocked the various powers was the strength of Tier 4 NPCs, or rather their gross misjudgment of the strength of Tier 4 NPCs. Previously, although they were in awe of Tier 4 NPCs, it was only at the level of the awe they felt for mythic monsters. Nowadays, however, the number of Tier 3 experts in God's domain was on a constant uptick. The number of Tier 3 skills and spells Tier 3 experts learned had also increased substantially. Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies were also appearing one after another. Hence, expert players that possessed combat power approaching the Tier 4 standard were no longer as rare as before. In fact, killing level 100+ mythic monsters had already become a normal occurrence for players in the current God's domain. Hence, no one felt much awe toward Tier 4 NPCs anymore. They all thought that Tier 4 NPCs were no longer anything special. At most, they were just slightly stronger than mythic monsters and could play a relatively significant role only in small-scale battles, and not affect the big picture at all. However, after watching Craig Midlands's and Versailles' performances, the various powers realized that they had been sorely mistaken. Let alone being capable of affecting the big picture of God's domain, everything below Tier 4 was basically an ant before Tier 4 NPCs. The number of Tier 3 players or monsters that Tier 4 NPCs had to face did not matter. They could easily annihilate their opponents with a single wave of their hands. Previously, many of the Eastern continent superpowers had felt gleeful over the fact that they had surpassed Zero Wing in the number of Tier 3 experts they possessed. In fact, their number of Tier 3 experts had grown so large that even Tier 3 personal guards would not be capable of stopping them. This was also why many superpowers had started having designs on Zero Wing's Stone Forest City. However, after Craig Midlands's and Versailles' performances, these superpowers realized that their thoughts were laughable. Zero Wing's main force had disappeared. Zero Wing was no longer as strong as before. Zero Wing was merely relying on its past prestige to survive. It was only a matter of time before the various superpowers devoured Zero Wing completely. What a bunch of nonsense. Every one of these assumptions was outrageously mistaken. Meanwhile, inside the Dark World, a commotion was also sweeping through the entire Otherworld due to the Faux Saint army's defeat. Amazing! After this blow, the powers that are secretly taking action in the Dark World will have to think twice. Blue Rainbow balled her fists in excitement when she got to the end of her subordinate's report. Previously, Although Dark Rhapsody had managed to develop rapidly due to its partnership with Zero Wing, the pressure the Dark World's various powers placed on Dark Rhapsody had also risen steadily. As a result, safeguarding the Dark World's teleportation gate became increasingly difficult. To make matters worse, World Domination had also pulled off a huge comeback, using some unknown method to raise the levels and strength of its guild members rapidly. It had also secretly allied with many of the Dark World's powers and incessantly ambushed Dark Rhapsody's members, inflicting significant losses on Dark Rhapsody. As a result, not only did Dark Rhapsody's influence in the Dark World not increase, but it was even decreasing with each passing day. Recently, the various rumors of Zero Wing's eventual downfall had even swayed the opinions of part of Dark Rhapsody's upper echelon, which, in turn, shattered the guild's unity. Those senior members all thought that Dark Rhapsody would only be doomed if it continued partnering with Zero Wing and had suggested that the guild partner with World Domination instead. However, with the appearance of a Tier 4 personal guard in Zero Wing, who would dare continue opposing Dark Rhapsody's partnership with Zero Wing? Meanwhile, during the time Zero Wing's various partners were rejoicing, the war at Silverwing Town had also entered its final phase. With the Faux Saint army annihilated, thousands of Zero Wing members were currently helping the various independent players tally their contribution in the war with excited expressions on their faces. Although the Faux Saint monsters did not drop any loot, they granted a lot of EXP, easily 3 or 4 times more than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. This was also one of the reasons why many players still chose to operate in the Faux Saint monsters territory instead of heading for safer locations. Operating within the Faux Saint monsters territory might be very dangerous, but with how much EXP these monsters granted, so long as one did not die, one's leveling speed would be at least 2 times faster than if one grinded elsewhere. After Silverwing Town successfully annihilated the Faux Saint army without sustaining any casualties, the EXP everyone got was through the roof. The Zero Wing members that had participated in this war had leveled up once on average, with the lower-leveled members even gaining 2 levels through this war. Their leveling speed was simply unprecedented. At the same time, Silverwing Town's victory induced the players and adventurer teams operating in the other guild towns established within the Orc Empire to make their way to Silverwing Town, all wishing to develop there. In fact, there were many Tier 3 experts seeking to join Zero Wing as well. This situation overjoyed Yulan and Melancholic Smile. Currently, what Zero Wing lacked the most were Tier 3 experts. Due to Zero Wing's main force members' absence and the fact that most level 100+ dungeons had a Tier 3 requirement for entry, Zero Wing had a very difficult time obtaining the rare materials available only in level 100+ dungeons. The guild could only purchase and trade for these materials. However, the various powers all considered these materials strategic resources and rarely ever chose to sell them. This, in turn, limited Zero Wing's production of level 100+ weapons and equipment. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, as Silverwing Town's players were celebrating their victory, Sherfong made his way back to Zero Wing's residence. He planned to log out of the game and get some rest. Previously, because he had killed another 8 Faux Saint Devourers, he had gained another 8 soul marks. Although none of these soul marks contained a soul array like before, they had refreshed his brain and triggered extraordinary activity. This definitely wasn't normal for him, as he had been online for over 10 days already. He needed to log off to rest and inspect his body. While waiting for the 30-second logout process to complete, Sherfong suddenly received a call request from Yulan. Guild leader, Mythology's Fong Shirhan suddenly visited the main headquarters. Our people couldn't stop her and her entourage from entering the building at all. They're currently in the main lobby, and she says she wants to have a discussion with you. She says it is related to Zero Wing's future. Do you wish to meet her? Yulan asked anxiously. Looking for me? Sherfong was a little surprised by Yulan's words. Smiling, he continued, this is interesting. Have someone lead them to the top floor reception room. I'll head over immediately. Chapter 2676, Potential Elevated. Zero Wing's main headquarters, Shifeng's room, along with the whoosh of high-pressure air escaping, the tightly shut lid of Shifeng's gaming cabin opened up. At the same time, the strip of warning lights along the edges of the cabin lit up crimson. Sure enough, when Shifeng climbed out of the gaming cabin and saw the cabin's console interface listing all sorts of warnings, he could not help a sigh of relief. Although he had anticipated that his abnormal brain activity came at a price of extraordinary energy consumption, he never thought that the consumption rate would increase to such an extent. Before the war with the Faux Saint army began, his cabin's nutrient solution reserve and emergency energy solution reserves had still been at 30% capacity. Now, however, these solution reserves were dry. In preparation for emergencies, Shifeng had specifically outfitted his virtual gaming cabin with a special modification. Unlike the standard model, his cabin had an additional compartment that stored 20 bottles of energy solution, the effects of which rivaled those of A-rank nutrient fluids. These energy solutions would be used only when the normal nutrient solution couldn't sufficiently quickly provide him with the energy his body required. He had never thought that both his cabin's nutrient solution and emergency energy solution would be depleted. Not dwelling on the matter, Shifeng promptly made his way to the nearby fridge and consumed the life potion, just in case. During the battle at Silverwing Town, he had relied on Versailles to kill all 8 Faux Saint Devourers. When the soul marks of all 8 Devourers entered him, his mind had entered a transcendent state. For a moment, he even felt omnipotent. It was as if his thought processes had shifted into overdrive. If other players encountered such a situation, they would definitely consider it a stroke of luck. However, Shifeng, with over a decade of experience playing God's domain, understood very clearly the precondition for enjoying this fortuitous opportunity: sufficient nutrients and energy to power his body. If he did not meet this condition, he might even lose his life because of this opportunity. After consuming the life potion, the slight burning and ache in his brain started to ease gradually, the incessant stinging he felt fading. However, as time passed, his recovery rate was also clearly slowing down. It was obvious that just one life potion wouldn't let him recover all of the energy he had exhausted. The life potion had resolved only the immediate dangers to his body. Although he currently looked fine, in reality, both his mind and body were still starving. Sure enough, not having enough S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions is very troublesome. Shifeng rubbed his temple in frustration. Although he had resolved his current problems, if he continued developing at this rate, the burden on his body would keep increasing. And to cope with this burden, he would need more S-rank nutrient fluids or life potions. Moreover, due to the incident this time, many of Zero Wing's members would most likely require the help of S-rank nutrient fluids or even life potions to recover, as well. If Zero Wing could not acquire enough of these energy solutions, the guild would have its development speed restricted and its growth potential reduced. For the current Zero Wing, credits were no longer a problem. After all, Zero Wing had partnered with quite a few superpowers. The guild could exchange coins or other in-game resources for credits with these superpowers. This was also the reason why Zero Wing did not face any financial problems now. However, S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions were a different story. As far as Shifeng knew, only a limited number of S-rank nutrient fluids were sold every year, and the various international corporations monopolized over 80% of these S-rank nutrient fluids. Only a small number was actually sold to the public. This was why S-rank nutrient fluids sold at astronomical prices and were incredibly difficult to obtain. Shifeng did not feel particularly surprised by this situation. After all, the S-rank nutrient fluid did not just possess powerful recovery abilities, it could also help maintain a person's youth to a certain extent. Meanwhile, youth was priceless. As for the life potion, it was a new solution the Green God Company recently created. Not only was its value far above that of the S-rank nutrient fluid, but it was also much rarer. Despite S-rank nutrient fluid being rare, it was still possible for people without connections, like Shifeng, to obtain some from time to time. However, the life potion was not available to the public at all. Previously, the fact that he was able to obtain some was already plenty fortunate. During the time Faux was having a headache over the rarity of S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, a knock came from his door. "Instructor Shi, they're in the top floor reception room already," Liang Jing said through the door. "Alright, I'll head over now," Faux answered. After tidying himself, he promptly left with Liang Jing and headed to the building's top floor reception room. Top floor reception room. Currently, a man and two women were present inside the luxurious reception room that overlooked half of Fonglin City. Meanwhile, leading the group was none other than Cold Shadow, a vice guild leader of mythology. At the same time, she was also one of the outstanding talents among the Fong family's younger generation, Fong Shihan. At this moment, however, Fong Shihan did not seem to be here as a representative of the Fong family, as the man and woman standing beside her were not members of the Fong family. Although one would not be able to tell through external appearances alone, the woman standing beside Fong Shihan was the female guardian knight White Feather. While White Feather's appearance in the real world was significantly different from her appearance in God's domain, the aura she exuded was exactly the same. However, what was most surprising was that White Feather was actually stronger in the real world than in God's domain. Although she was not a grandmaster martial artist, her aura trumped that of an actual grandmaster. If placed within one of the country's top dojos or training centers, she would definitely be regarded as an absolute prodigy, yet she was actually unknown in the fighting industry for some reason. As for the man standing beside Fong Shihan, he was none other than Matt, who had previously visited the Heaven's Rumble Training Center with Fong Shihan. Based on his aura, he was much stronger than before. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. When Fong entered the room, the gazes of the trio promptly fell on him. Fong Shihan, in particular, looked at Fong as if she was appraising an item rather than a person. "Miss Fong, long time no see. May I know what business you have with me to seek me out so urgently?" Fong asked, going straight to the point. Previously, after he had displayed his strength as a grandmaster martial artist and suppressed Matt, both the Fong family and mythology had dropped all contact with Zero Wing in the real world. However, he also understood that this period of peace merely meant that his enemies were secretly making preparations for the next attack. After all, even an expert like Matt was merely an excellent disciple of mythology, not one of the guild's big shots or top-ranking experts. Otherwise, Matt wouldn't have listened to Fong Shihan's orders so obediently. "Instructor Shi, no, I suppose I should address you as Guild Leader Black Flame. May I know if I am correct?" Fong Shihan asked, a faint smile appearing on her face as she gazed at Fong. Chapter 2677, Identity Exposed. When Fong Shihan finished speaking, a moment of silence enveloped the entire room. "Black Flame. He's that Black Flame." Standing behind Fong Shihan, Matt and White Feather gaped at Fong in incredulity. By this time, there was most likely nobody among the superpowers that did not know the name Black Flame. In fact, this name was even feared among them. After all, Black Flame's individual strength was simply too astonishing. He had relied on his own strength to develop Zero Wing to its current scale, a feat that had already become a legend on the eastern continent, which made him an existence that countless players looked up to and worshipped. However, Black Flame's identity was incredibly mysterious. Even now, nobody knew Black Flame's true identity in the real world. Many powers and players suspected that Black Flame possessed an incredibly powerful origin and that the power behind him was even more mysterious. Some people even believed that, despite Black Flame's in-game appearance, his actual age exceeded 35 already. He definitely wasn't as young as he looked in the game. After all, it was possible for players to adjust their appearances when creating their game characters in God's domain. It wasn't strange for someone to look a decade or two younger. However, Fong Shihan was saying that Fong, someone who was still in his early 20s, was the legendary guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. This was incredible. Meanwhile, when Liang Jing, beside Shifeng, heard Fang Shihan's words, she couldn't help tensing up inwardly. Shifeng's true identity was a core secret of Zero Wing that only the guild's core upper echelon knew. She was apprised of this secret only because her responsibilities required her to know about it. Zero Wing was able to develop to its current state due largely to the mystery behind Black Flame's identity. Many superpowers had guessed that Black Flame actually had a powerful backer. Otherwise, he couldn't have become so powerful. However, as the various superpowers were unable to uncover any information regarding Black Flame's real identity, no matter what, they had never dared to take any drastic actions against Zero Wing. Now that Fang Shihan had discovered Shifeng's identity as Black Flame, the consequences for Zero Wing would be unimaginable. However, Liang Jing quickly suppressed the urge to refute Fang Shihan's words. She knew very clearly that if she were to show any signs of panic or rebuttal now, she would only confirm Fang Shihan's deduction. The only thing she could do now was remain silent and let Shifeng handle the problem. As Matt and Whitefeather stared at Shifeng sighed. "That's right. Miss Fang is indeed correct. I am Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame," Shifeng said, nodding. Upon hearing Shifeng's acknowledgement, both Matt and Whitefeather goggled involuntarily, immense shock flooding their hearts. They never dreamed that Fang Shihan's deduction was actually correct. Liang Jing also could not help growing anxious in this situation. She hadn't thought that Shifeng would come clean without hesitation. This was simply insane. "You're actually not even going to try to refute me?" Fang Shihan was a little surprised at Shifeng's response. In her opinion, Black Flame's identity was pivotal to Zero Wing's development. The situation inside God's domain aside, just the various superpowers and corporations keeping a close eye on Zero Wing in the real world would be more than enough to land the guild in serious trouble. After all, with Black Flame's identity exposed, the various superpowers and corporations would no longer fear Zero Wing. "I doubt it would matter even if I tried to refute you. After all, I suddenly got stuck inside my virtual gaming cabin and lost contact with the outside world for so many days. With you constantly probing the situation inside Zero Wing's main headquarters, it'd be difficult for me to avoid suspicion," Shifeng said. Ever since he left the space-time maze, he had a feeling that his identity as Black Flame had already been exposed. After all, many of Zero Wing's matters in the real world required his, or to be precise, Shifeng's, approval and input to proceed. Be it in God's domain or the real world, Zero Wing's management had fallen into a state where it lacked a unified command with both Shifeng and Black Flame unavailable. It was very easy for others to suspect his identity in such a situation. As expected of guild leader Black Flame. "You were able to guess immediately why I suspected you to be Black Flame," Fang Shihan said, smiling. "Truthfully, if not for the unexpected incident this time, I would have difficulty confirming your Black Flame. After all, who would ever think that an unknown young man who just graduated from university recently and never received the standardized training of a superpower is actually an expert ranked within the top 30 of the God's Domain experts list? In God's Domain, any expert capable of ranking within the top 30 of the God's Domain experts list either came from a superpower or was an expert that had mingled in the virtual gaming world for several decades already. As for the young experts that were currently shining in God's Domain, while their talent was part of the reason why they had managed to achieve their current success, a larger part of the reason was their powerful backers. Otherwise, how would they obtain the large amount of resources and training they needed to grow? However, what about Shifeng? Despite his youth and lack of backing, he had managed to climb his way into the top 30 of the God's Domain experts list. In fact, he might have entered the top 10 already. Who could possibly believe this? Matt and Whitefeather fell into deep thought, pondering this situation. If not for their great trust in Fang Shihan and their knowledge of Fang Shihan's personality and how she wouldn't do anything that was unlikely to succeed, they wouldn't have dared believe that Shifeng was actually Black Flame. This was especially true for Whitefeather, who had personally witnessed Black Flame's strength before. After watching Black Flame fight, White Feather was certain that he wasn't some virtual gaming greenhorn. The ferocity and decisiveness that he had displayed in his actions, as well as his wealth of combat experience, was something not even she, someone who had been with mythology for more than a decade, could achieve. However, she was now hearing that an unknown, fresh university graduate was behind the character of Black Flame. Miss Fong, you aren't here for only a small matter as verifying my identity, right? Shi Feng asked calmly as he looked at Fong Shihan, who had a slightly excited expression on her face. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, a small matter. Guild leader Black Flame, do you know how much trouble Zero Wing will be in if the various powers find out about your identity? White Feather could not help but remind Shi Feng when she saw his nonchalant attitude. Even if mythology doesn't do anything, so long as we spread this information, Zero Wing will instantly be devoured by the various powers, leaving nothing. If the various powers were to learn of Black Flame's true identity, they wouldn't stop at just harassing Zero Wing, yet Shi Feng actually placed no importance on this matter whatsoever. Feather, that's enough. I am indeed here for more than just this matter, Fong Shihan said as she gestured for White Feather to stand back. She then turned to Shi Feng and continued, since you are being so straightforward, I'll just go straight to the point, Guild leader Black Flame. By this time, I'm afraid I'm not the only person to have realized your identity. I believe it won't be long before this piece of information spreads to the various powers, as well. When that happens, I'm sure you know what kind of outcome awaits Zero Wing. What are you trying to say, then? Shi Feng asked, a smile forming on his face. Stone Forest City and the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Fong Shihan said. So long as Zero Wing hands these two things over, Zero Wing will be able to avoid all those problems. Moreover, mythology will also supply Zero Wing with some S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions. I believe these should be things Zero Wing urgently requires right now, correct? Chapter 2678, Upgrading Silverwing Town. Liang Jing's complexion paled at Fong Shihan's demand. Setting aside the method to grasp the spiritualization realm, just handing over Stone Forest City would be more than enough to doom the current Zero Wing. Over half of Zero Wing's current income came from Stone Forest City. Moreover, it was also because of Stone Forest City that so many experts were joining Zero Wing right now. It was no exaggeration to say that Stone Forest City was an integral part of Zero Wing. If they were to lose Stone Forest City, she could not imagine what would become of the guild. However, if they refused to hand over Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's situation wouldn't end up any better either. While Zero Wing might not face any problems in God's domain, it would be a piece of cake for others to ruin Zero Wing's operations in Fenglin City from the shadows. Guild leader Black Flame, I know this isn't an easy choice to make, but if Zero Wing lacks a sufficient number of S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, wouldn't it be difficult for the guild to develop further? Fong Shihan said, smiling. I believe you, as a Grandmaster martial artist, should know this very clearly. God's Domain was different from other virtual reality games. The game helped its players develop their minds to extraordinary standards, particularly when players raised their tiers and they received huge boosts to their brain activity. This discovery had spurred excitement in many people. However, in exchange for this boost in brain activity, the energy players needed to sustain their minds and bodies also increased significantly. Besides the current Zero Wing, many superpowers were having headaches over this energy problem. Meanwhile, as a result of this situation, S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions had become extremely rare on the market. It might have been fine if the volume required wasn't particularly high. It was still possible to purchase some of these energy solutions so long as one was willing to pay more credits. However, after the required volume reached a certain point, one wouldn't be able to purchase these energy solutions even if one had the money to do so. You're right. S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions are indeed the things Zero Wing currently requires the most. In fact, this problem is even more troublesome than the harassment of outside parties, Faux said, nodding in agreement. After Faux became a neutralizing grandmaster, even S-rank nutrient fluids were somewhat insufficient to maintain his body and mind at peak condition. Only life potions met his needs. There wouldn't have been a problem if he was the only person who required these high-quality energy solutions. However, if he wanted the other members of Zero Wing to improve themselves further and have a greater chance of reaching higher tiers, then they definitely could not lack a supply of S-rank nutrient fluids. If Zero Wing could not secure a large supply of S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions within a short period, even if the various superpowers did not secretly harass Zero Wing, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed Zero Wing. Guild Leader Liang Jing was startled when she heard Feng's words. Stone Forest City was currently one of the few guild cities established in a level 100 neutral map. If Feng were really to hand over Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would suffer immense losses in God's domain. At that time, the leveling speed of Zero Wing's guild members would plummet. In regard to this situation, both Matt and White Feather smiled. At least this kid is mindful of the situation. If he decides to sell Stone Forest City and the secrets of the spiritualization realm now, he can earn some money for them. If he waits until the various superpowers know his secret, nobody will want them even if he decides to sell them, Matt whispered. A neutralizing grandmaster would indeed be considered an absolute powerhouse in Fonglin City. However, experts of such caliber were only useful as a deterrent against ordinary powers, not against powerful major corporations. Not to mention, without sufficient S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, Zero Wing's peak experts would have difficulty further developing themselves. After all, a lot of energy was required to maintain the accelerated brain activity of peak experts, energy that A-rank nutrient fluids couldn't provide. Hence, the various superpowers contested hotly for S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, driving up the rarity of these solutions. If you have already made your decision, we can immediately close a contract, Guild Leader Black Flame, Fang Shihan said, smiling. No, a contract won't be necessary, Feng said, shaking his head. I won't be selling Stone Forest City or the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Silence momentarily filled the room after Feng spoke. Both Matt and White Feather gazed at Feng in shock, wondering if he had gone crazy. Did he really not grasp the direness of Zero Wing's situation? Guild Leader Black Flame, you need to think this through clearly. If you miss out on this opportunity, we won't offer you the same price next time, Fang Shihan said, a little surprised by Feng's response. By then, the problems Zero Wing will have to face will be far greater than what you can imagine. Currently, mythology could be said to be Zero Wing's only lifeline. This was also the reason behind Fang Shihan's confidence that Feng would not refuse her offer unless he really wished for Zero Wing's downfall. After all, without sufficient S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, Zero Wing's future would be bleak. Thank you for your concern. If the various superpowers really wish to take covert action, I don't mind teaching them what a one-way trip is, Feng replied calmly. The current Zero Wing was no longer the same as before. This was especially true after he had become a neutralizing grandmaster. This was also why he did not particularly mind his identity getting exposed. After all, secretly dealing with a neutralizing grandmaster wasn't easy. Very well. Since you have already said so, we will take our leave first, Guild Leader Black Flame, Fang Shihan said. After seeing Feng remaining unfazed by her warning, she no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, she stood up and left the reception room. After exiting Zero Wing's main headquarters, Matt looked at Fang Shihan and asked, Vice Guild Leader, are we really going to leave just like that? The old instructor had told them to do their best to get their hands on the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. If they just left now, it would be much more difficult for them to obtain this method in the future. Relax. Zero Wing won't hold out for long. He might think that he has the power to protect himself after becoming a neutralizing grandmaster, but the superpowers aren't as simple as he thinks they are. He also doesn't know how crazy they are right now, Fong Shihan replied, smiling. It won't be long before he seeks us out himself. We don't need to rush. I guess you're right. After giving the matter some thought, Matt nodded in agreement and dropped the subject. In order to secure the benefits available in God's domain, the major corporations backing the various superpowers were going all out. To make matters worse, the present state of God's domain had pushed many superpowers to the brink of destruction. As a result, these superpowers were growing even crazier. One could easily imagine what those starving superpowers would do with a fat piece of meat like Zero Wing placed before them. After Fong Shihan's group left, only Shi Feng and Liang Jing remained inside the top-floor reception room. Guild leader, what should we do? Once that Fong Shihan returns, she'll definitely expose your identity to the various powers, Liang Jing said as she looked anxiously at Shi Feng. While Zero Wing had managed to retain Stone Forest City, a big problem now loomed. It's fine even if my identity gets exposed. They can spread it all they want. What we need to do remains the same, Shi Feng replied calmly. What do we need to do? Liang Jing asked curiously as she took in Shi Feng's calm expression. Earn money. Shi Feng retorted, chuckling. Whether it was developing the guild in God's domain or purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, these actions required money to accomplish. Without money, nothing would get done. Currently, it was basically impossible for Zero Wing to obtain additional S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions from its usual sources. Fortunately, he had the invitation to participate in Green God Company's auction, which was also the only way for the guild to secure a large volume of these high-quality energy solutions. However, with how desperate the various superpowers were for S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions right now, if he did not prepare a sufficiently large sum of credits, he wouldn't stand a chance in the auction. Hence, what he needed to do now was earn money. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Earn money. When Liang Jing heard Shi Feng's answer, she shook her head dejectedly and said, I'm afraid that will be very difficult right now. Due to the constant suppression of the various superpowers, we have no choice but to obtain resources by ourselves. However, the resources we obtain are barely enough for our own use. We don't have any surplus to sell. Moreover, Stone Forest City's player population has also been decreasing because of the harassment. In addition, the Faux Saint monsters have already conquered nearly half of Star Moon Kingdom. Our guild's income is decreasing by the day. Relax. That is in the past, Shi Feng said, chuckling. After saying so, Shi Feng had Liang Jing send someone to replenish the nutrient solution for his virtual gaming cabin. He then did some simple exercises and had a proper meal before logging back into God's domain without hesitation. Once Shi Feng was back in Silverwing Town, he promptly called out the town's interface and chose to upgrade the town. Shortly after, a system notification sounded in the ears of every player in Silverwing Town as they got teleported out of the town. Chapter 2679, Promotion Frenzy Orc Empire, Silverwing Town. After Zero Wing's victory over the Faux Saint army, independent players started flocking to Silverwing Town from all over the Orc Empire. The members of many powers also came for a better look at Silverwing Town's situation. As a result, Silverwing Town became incredibly lively for a time. As players crowded into Silverwing Town, a 20-man team entered the town in an orderly manner. The players who saw this team could not help gaping in shock. What? Even they have come to develop in Silverwing Town. Every member of this 20-man team was a level 115+, Tier 3 expert geared in dazzling equipment. Even the weakest piece of equipment they sported was at level 110, fine gold rank. The two people walking in the lead were even geared in level 100+ epic equipment. This was an incredibly rare sight even among the various superpowers experts. However, compared to the levels and equipment of these players, what truly surprised everyone was their identities. This was because this team belonged to Frost Heaven, a superpower originating from the frozen world, which had unified several of the neighboring kingdoms. Frost Heaven's strength could easily rank within the top 10 up-and-coming superpowers. Due to Frost Heaven's access to the frozen world's special bloodline legacy, many expert players were seeking to join the guild. Unfortunately, its recruitment conditions were incredibly stringent. As a result, a large majority of the applicants were disqualified. Now that Frost Heaven's members, who did not operate within the Orc Empire, had come to Silverwing Town, how could everyone not feel surprised? Although the surrounding players were quietly discussing Frost Heaven's members, the Frost Heaven members in question paid no heed to the players around them, taking their time walking down the main street while observing Silverwing Town. So, this is Silverwing Town, a black-clad, level 116 female summoner muttered after inspecting her surroundings. Calmly, she commented, while the town's defenses are good, it's still considerably inferior to the other allied guild towns. It is completely reliant on those personal guards to stay afloat. This town is already quite excellent. At the very least, it has managed to stop the attacks of the Faux Saint army. It is worth recruiting into the alliance, said a female Cursmancer, who was similarly level 116, bitterly smiling at her companion's words. The Faux Saint army was something even ordinary NPC cities were incapable of stopping, let alone guild towns and cities. Just the fact that Silverwing Town was able to defeat the Faux Saint army was already an incredible feat after all. Not every guild town possessed the frozen world special methods. While these personal guards are indeed strong, those Faux Saint monsters are no pushovers either. Those monsters have already spread out to over a dozen kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. With their growth rate, I'm afraid a large group of Tier 4 Faux Saint Devourers will appear in a few days. At that time, these personal guards will most likely have trouble fending off the Faux Saint monsters, much less taking the initiative to hunt down those monsters, the black-clad summoner said as she shook her head. Moreover, our purpose in coming here is to observe whether Zero Wing is truly qualified to join us in dealing with the Faux Saint monsters or not. We're not necessarily here to recruit it. After all was said and done, personal guards could only be considered an external tool. The first reason for this was the incredible rarity of powerful personal guards. The second reason was the difficulty of resurrecting fallen NPCs. Currently, Silverwing Town might have a lot of players, but the town's Tier 3 player population was pitifully low. I guess you're right. Zero Wing might seem to be flourishing right now, but it is actually in a very precarious situation. The guild simply doesn't know that Saint's Hand has already partnered with many superpowers. Even if the Faux Saint monsters don't take action against Zero Wing, Saint's Hand can simply supply the various superpowers with the necessary support tools to thrive in the Faux Saint monsters' territory, and in return, the various superpowers will do their best to suppress Zero Wing's members. If Zero Wing does not possess enough players to fight for it, it can only hole up in its guild town and rely on the protection of its personal guards, unable to do anything more, the black-clad Cursmancer said, nodding in agreement after giving the matter some thought. Just like the summoner had said, a guild that could only defend and not retaliate did indeed lack the qualifications to join their alliance and become their partner. Meanwhile, as the level 116 summoner and level 116 Cursmancer from Frost Heaven were conversing, a system notification suddenly entered their ears. System: Silverwing Town has been promoted to Basic City. You will be teleported out of Silverwing Town in 30 seconds. What's going on? The town got promoted. The system notification stunned the players in Silverwing Town, their minds falling into a daze for quite some time as they stared at their notification windows. As for Zero Wing's members, they revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. As an advanced town, Silverwing Town had already been able to repel the Faux Saint army's attack effortlessly. Now that Silverwing Town was getting promoted to Basic City, it would pose a much more difficult challenge for the Faux Saint army. Before anyone could properly react to the situation, every player inside Silverwing Town was teleported out of it. At the same time, a magic array enveloped the town. How is this possible? The black-clad, female summoner from Frost Heaven exclaimed as she gazed at the magic array veiling Silverwing Town in astonishment. Setting aside Silverwing Town's prosperity, its player population alone is still far short of the requirements of promotion. It should have taken the town at least another month to get promoted to Basic City. How could it get promoted so quickly? Frost Heaven had ample experience in promoting guild towns and cities. Hence, the team could tell that Silverwing Town's defenses already met the required standard for promotion, but its player population was still insufficient. This was a condition that could be fulfilled only by gradually accruing popularity among players. Yet, now, Silverwing Town had actually gotten promoted. At this moment, aside from Frost Heaven's members, even the other Superpowers members secretly operating within Silverwing Town were stupefied by this situation. A third guild city. Some superpowers didn't even have 3 guild cities, yet not only did Zero Wing possess 3 guild cities now, but all 3 guild cities were actually established in strategic locations. This was especially true for Silverwing Town. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. After all, the Faux Saint monsters had already extended their sphere of activity to the dozen or so neighboring kingdoms, as well as the Black Dragon Empire. Due to the arrival of these Faux Saint monsters, many of the local maps had been transformed into high-level maps, with some even becoming level 120 maps. In addition, since these kingdoms and empires would have to deal with these Faux Saint monsters, plenty of kingdom and empire quests would definitely be issued in the future. Through these points, one could easily predict that the players of the affected kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire would be operating in the Faux Saint monsters' territory in the future. However, as these maps were originally at the borders of the various countries, there were hardly enough shelters or strongholds for players to rest in nearby. Since the Orc Empire served as a hub connecting the various countries, the future development of any guild city there would be terrific. Meanwhile, shortly after Silverwing Town's players were teleported out of the town, news of the town's promotion spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of the various powers and causing a frenzy. Chapter 2680, Silverwing City Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Scorching Flame Restaurant. As soon as Cold Shadow logged back into the game, she was greeted by the sight of a tall and beautiful woman standing before her. This woman was none other than White Feather, who had similarly logged back into the game not long ago. However, White Feather wore an indescribably gloomy expression on her face. Did something happen? Cold Shadow asked, a hint of confusion appearing in her silver eyes. We just received news that Zero Wing Silverwing Town has been promoted to Basic City. Many of the powers operating around the Orc Empire are now heading towards Silverwing Town. They all plan to establish a long-term partnership with Zero Wing. Some superpowers are also considering doing the same, White Feather reported in a quiet tone. Silverwing Town got promoted into a city. Cold Shadow was a little surprised when she heard White Feather's words. Realization then struck her. She smiled and said, "No wonder he rejected my offer without hesitation. It seems this was why he had the confidence to do so." Vice Guild Leader, if Zero Wing really gains the protection of several more superpowers, we will have a much more difficult time obtaining the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Why don't we contact Saint's Hand and have it warn off those superpowers? White Feather suggested worriedly. Their superiors had given them only one task, to obtain the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Everything else was secondary. If Zero Wing gained the protection of several superpowers in the real world, any superpower that wished to target Zero Wing in secret would have a difficult time doing so. That won't be necessary. So what if those superpowers band together to protect Zero Wing? Cold Shadow said, smiling as she read the report White Feather forwarded to her. Now that Black Flame's identity has been exposed, Starlink won't let this opportunity get away. Before I logged back into God's domain, I received news that the old fellow behind Lu Xingluo has finally lost his patience and is planning to remove all of Zero Wing's roots in Fonglin City. With Zero Wing's current manpower, it won't be able to hold out for long. All we need to do is wait. Lu Xingluo himself did not possess any noteworthy skill sets. In fact, a large part of the reason why the Starlink Guild was able to develop to such an extent was the old fellow supporting Lu Xingluo. Even several superpowers working together wouldn't be enough to stop that old fellow. Even in mythology, only a handful of people could go up against him. I understand. I'll have someone keep a close eye on Zero Wing during this period, White Feather said, nodding. During the time Cold Shadow and White Feather were conversing, Silverwing Town's promotion had finally completed. When the magic array disappeared, the town that previously sat atop a sand dune was no more. In its place was a magnificent city. Whether in terms of size or defensive standards, the new Silverwing city far surpassed the old Silverwing town. In fact, even while standing outside the city, one could distinctly feel a dense stream of mana flowing into the city from the surroundings. What astonishing mana! Faux was surprised when he sensed the influx of mana into the city. Upon Silverwing Town's promotion to Silverwing City, its core magic array had received a significant improvement. Due to that, as well as the city's 5 magic towers, Silverwing City could practically rival Stone Forest City in mana density. If players were to rest in Silverwing City, the effects they gained might not be as excellent as what they would enjoy when resting in Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel, but the result would still be quite excellent. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Silverwing City a sacred land for players to rest in. Due to the incursion of the Faux Saint monsters, many maps in the Orc Empire had transformed into level 100+ neutral maps. Normally, players would have considered this a matter worth celebrating. Unfortunately, not only did these new level 100+ neutral maps have very thin mana, but due to the Orc Empire's special circumstances, players also could not use flying mounts and return scrolls there. Moreover, there were still the corrosive foreign energies present in all neutral maps. As a result, most players were leery of operating in these newly created neutral maps. However, the appearance of Silverwing City in the Orc Empire could resolve many of these problems. At the very least, players would no longer have to travel to a distant NPC city to recover. In fact, players would enjoy a much faster recovery rate when resting in Silverwing City than in NPC cities. However, what truly excited Faux wasn't the change to the city's mana density, but to the city's airport. Originally, Silverwing Town's airport was only the size of a sports arena. However, after Silverwing Town's promotion, the airport received a massive improvement as well. Now, not only had the airport tripled in size, but the number of airship platforms it housed had also increased by several-fold. Now that Silverwing Town has become Silverwing City, I just need to spend some coins to open up air routes to the various kingdoms' capital cities. Once that's done, players from the various kingdoms can travel directly to Silverwing City. At that time, just the income from collecting transportation fees would most likely rival the Freedom Hotel's income. Faux was filled with excitement and anticipation as he looked at the distant airport. In the past, airports had been one of the main sources of income for guild cities. After all, not every player possessed a flying mount or a private house in the various guild cities. Hence, the airships became one of the main modes of transportation for a large majority of God's Domain's player base. Previously, Silverwing Town's airport was allowed to have only one air route. However, after the town got promoted to Basic City, its airport could have up to 5 air routes. This number would also increase as the airport or city got upgraded. Before Faux could recover from his joy over the airport's transformation, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. Your Silverwing Town has been promoted into Silverwing City. The transportation firm has met the requirements for promotion to bronze rank. Do you wish to promote the transportation firm? It has reached the bronze rank already. Faux was stunned when he saw the system notification. The transportation firm was a very special construction. Its promotion system was completely different from that of ordinary constructions. Instead of requiring money or a promotion order, one needed to meet a set of conditions to promote the construction. In the past, powers that owned a transportation firm had generally succeeded in upgrading their firm to the bronze rank only after their guild cities reached the advanced city standard. And as far as Faux knew, even the best-performing powers had managed to meet their transportation firm's promotion conditions only after their guild cities had reached the intermediate city standard. Now, Silverwing Town had just been promoted to basic city, yet its transportation firm already met the conditions for promotion. Naturally, Faux was surprised. Read latest chapters at World. EU. Once a transportation firm reached the bronze rank, it would truly gain the ability to drive a guild city's economy. After all, at the bronze rank, the transportation firm would no longer limit its business to the country it was based in. It would expand its operations beyond the borders, becoming a hub that connected the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Even NPCs belonging to neutral powers would start using it as a hub. In other words, not only would it become possible to find merchandise traded by the various countries' neutral powers in the transportation firm, but the transportation firm itself could even become a place where NPC merchants would develop their business. To put it simply, so long as a guild city possessed a bronze-ranked transportation firm, the members of the ruling guild would gain a significant boost in income. The guild city in question would also have a much easier time becoming a main city. Meanwhile, after glancing at the system notification, Faux chose to upgrade the transportation firm without hesitation. Chapter 2681, Arrogant Zero Wing. System. Transportation firm can be reconstructed once after promotion at the cost of 40,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to proceed with the reconstruction? Note, promotion will take place even without the reconstruction. Reconstruct it, Faux said without hesitation. While Zero Wing's funds were indeed tight, the guild still had around 100,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals reserved for unexpected expenditures. And although reconstructing the transportation firm would not grant it any additional functions, there was one benefit: accommodating more NPC merchants to do business within it. If a transportation firm had more NPC merchants, not only would there be more quests available for players to pick up, but there would also be more merchandise for sale. Both of these factors would attract more players to develop in Silverwing City. As soon as Faux made his decision, 40,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag. Immediately afterward, the transportation firm, which stood at the edge of the city, transformed into a cloud of black mist that expanded rapidly, growing to the size of 4 sports arenas in just 5 seconds, then dissipated. When the black mist cleared, a 5-story tall building appeared in its place. While Faux was quietly observing the reconstructed transportation firm, Yulon suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, we've finished setting up the city's security measures. We have also set the entrance fee to 10 silver, as you instructed. We can open Silverwing City at any time, Yulon said excitedly. Previously, after news of Silverwing Town's promotion spread, many players from the neighboring kingdoms had eagerly made their way over to take a look at the city. Based on rough estimates, at least 2 million players had camped outside the city. With so many players seeking entry, Zero Wing could earn a small fortune just by collecting entrance fees. Previously, Silverwing Town couldn't collect any entrance fees since it was a town. Its main sources of income back then were shop rentals and the candlelight trading firm. Now that they could collect entrance fees from players visiting Silverwing City, the financial problems Zero Wing was currently facing would definitely be resolved. Alright, open the city, Faux said, chuckling. After receiving Feng's approval, Yulon promptly deactivated the magic array inside the city lord's mansion that prevented outsiders from entering the city. Immediately, the opaque magic barrier enveloping Silverwing City shattered, and the city appeared before the eyes of everyone outside the city. The instant Silverwing City was open to the public, the crowd waiting outside the city walls was dumbfounded. Crap! How spectacular! Isn't this city on the same standard as Stone Forest City? The appearance isn't the only thing that's marvelous. The mana radiating from Silverwing City feels just slightly inferior to Stone Forest cities. I'm just wondering how much the entrance fee will be. If it's too expensive, ordinary players like ourselves will have a difficult time developing in Silverwing City. Everyone was curious about Silverwing City's current situation. It might be fine if it were any other guild city, but Silverwing City was the only guild city in the Faux Saint Monsters territory. Previously, Silverwing Town was already able to fend off an army of more than 4 million Faux Saint Monsters as an advanced town. Now that it was a basic city, the Faux Saint Monsters would most likely be helpless against it for the foreseeable future. Hence, one could say that Silverwing City was currently the safest location within the Faux Saint Monsters territory. Meanwhile, safety was the #1 priority of both ordinary players and experts. At this stage of the game, many players would fall into despair over even a single death. After all, after reaching level 100 and beyond, not only did leveling up become much more difficult, but level 100 plus equipment was also incredibly precious. Losing a single piece of level 100 plus equipment would set a player back by days or even weeks. However, after the gathered players lined up at Silverwing City's main gate, they were stupefied by what they saw. An entrance fee of 10 silver. Is Zero Wing insane? The black-clad, female summoner from Frost Heaven exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the Tier 3 personal guards collecting the entrance fee. Currently, guild cities located in neutral maps generally charge players an entrance fee of only 2 silver. While it was reasonable for Silverwing City's entrance fee to be a little more expensive, as it was the only guild city in the Faux Saint Monsters territory, a 10 silver entrance fee was 5 times the going rate. Moreover, the map Silverwing City sat on was not very high-leveled. Even after the transformation due to the Faux Saint Monsters, the map had only been upgraded into a level 80 neutral map, not a level 100 plus neutral map. If players wished to head to level 100 plus neutral maps to grind, they would still need to travel quite a distance. Hence, Silverwing City could, at best, be considered a transit station and resting place. Players didn't need to stop by the city to grind in the Orc Empire's level 100 plus maps. The female summoner from Frost Heaven wasn't the only person stunned by Silverwing City's exorbitant entrance fee. The various superpowers members that were planning to enter the city were too. They could not help suspecting that Zero Wing had gone crazy for money. Originally, there were already very few players willing to operate within the Faux Saint Monsters territory. After all, the Faux Saint Monsters only allowed players to level up faster. They did not drop any weapons or equipment, and the coins and materials they dropped were inferior compared to the loot from other monsters. Not to mention, operating within the territory of Faux Saint Monsters was much more dangerous than operating elsewhere. While a 10 silver entrance fee wouldn't be much of a problem for Tier 3 experts, it was a huge expenditure for Tier 2 players. If Zero Wing insisted on a 10 silver entrance fee for Silverwing City, hardly any Tier 2 players would be willing to visit the city. Meanwhile, just how many Tier 3 experts were there in God's domain right now? Crap! Does Zero Wing take us for fools? Zero Wing really has gotten arrogant. A 10 silver entrance fee. Does Zero Wing really think we need to develop in the Orc Empire? A large number of Tier 2 players complained about Silverwing City's entrance fee, some even ranting in rage. Previously, they could continue operating within the Faux Saint Monsters territory only because it did not cost any money to enter Silverwing Town. By collecting a 10 silver entrance fee now, Zero Wing was basically chasing Tier 2 players like themselves away from Silverwing City. In the meantime, a heavy atmosphere shrouded a 1,000-man team standing some distance away from Silverwing City's main gate. Vice Commander, an entrance fee of 10 silver is simply too much. If we have to pay such a fee, after deducting all our daily expenses, our Tier 2 brothers will earn almost nothing. I suggest we head somewhere else to develop. It is simply impossible for us to continue developing in Silverwing City, a level 107, Tier 2 Berserker said as he looked at Solid Wind. I truly did not think that Zero Wing would be so ruthless. We should have followed suit with the other adventurer teams and headed to one of the kingdoms or the Dark Knight Empire to develop, a level 113, tier 3 male elementalist grumbled. Wind, this price is indeed too high. We can't afford it in the long term. Why don't we head to the Dark Knight Empire and take a look there? I heard that there are guild cities established in level 100 plus neutral maps there as well. Moreover, those cities are also collecting a 10 silver entrance fee, Crazed Bull suggested. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Many other members of the Blood Pact adventurer team nodded their heads in agreement. Compared to paying 10 silver to Zero Wing for no good reason, it would be much better to spend the 10 silver in a guild city located in a level 100 neutral map. They would definitely gain a much better harvest there than in the Orc Empire. Alright, then. However, we still have some quests we need to turn in, Solid Wind said, sighing. Bull, you and a few others will follow me inside. Everyone else, wait outside. The other Blood Pact members nodded in acknowledgement of Solid Wind's instructions. Aside from Blood Pact, the other adventurer teams made similar decisions, delegating the submission of their completed quests in the city to a handful of Tier 3 experts while planning to leave the Orc Empire entirely or head to one of the guild towns to continue developing within the Empire. Following which, despite the large number of players gathered outside Silverwing City, only a small number of Tier 3 experts actually entered the city.